The top magical clan in South Korea right now is the Xin family. Despite having countless geniuses, the main character Xin Ha, third young master clan, is still known as one of those outstanding talents. The head of the Xin family has extremely high expectations. His son, pressure he puts on him is to graduate top of the Abelic Academy, become the greatest wizard, and lead the clan. From a young age, Xin Ha's talent has far surpassed his siblings, even exceeding everyone else. It is no surprise that the head of the Xin family hopes his son will reach the pinnacle of magic. Time flies, and now Xin Ha is a second-year student, prestigious Abelic Academy of Magic. Unlike other, process of casting spells is very lengthy. First, he must focus his mana, going through 8 steps, form the magical formula. But before he could finish cast, Xin Hazu was attacked by 2 wolves, and just like before, he became the laughingstock of the others, led by that annoying guy bitch Sahu. Ha, you call that magic? Xin Ha, a washed-up wizard who can't use any magic in this day and age, should know his place. Magic is not for someone like you. His tone dripped with mock. Xin Ha crying. Even though he was wounded and bleeding, he did not give up. However, because he exceeded the time limit for this monster suppression, he ended up failing. Xin Ha's mood was extremely calm. To say he was not sad or angry would be a lie. But at least this time your spellcasting speed has improved a lot. When you were deemed incompatible with the head of the Xin family quickly gave up on their expectations for this son. He even gave Xin Ha a potion to destroy the mana circle in his heart. Yet, he has no intention of giving up his dream. Even though the path he chose is traditional magic, which is already outdated, the drawback is that Xin Ha can only learn that ancient magic book, while others are studying from digital book. A pile of ancient magic materials is nearly filling Xin Ha's room, almost burying him alive. One beautiful day, Xin Ha decided to tidy up this pile of books a bit, and suddenly he saw a strange book that he did not even remember buying. The book looked quite old, but appeared unusual and valuable. Xin Ha curiously opened it to take a look. Inside were all incomprehensible scripts. He only recognized a few words. Jebel Baitinio. That is the name of the first great magician of humanity, first emperor of the Magus Empire Baitinio, and also the founder of magic. Since he was young, Xin Ha had read many biographies about this miraculous, and it had been a long time since he encountered that name again. Xin Ha casually flipped through a few more pages, but at that moment, something strange happened. The book suddenly emitted a blinding beam of golden light, so bright that Xin Hadu could barely hold it in his hand. What is more frightening is that after Xin Hadu heard an enchanting voice coming from that book. "O descendant, you share my physique and hear my voice. Jebania, leave this book for you. Please open your eyes wide in amaze, for you never knew that becoming someone out of touch with the time, unable to accept magic of the era, was a stroke of bad luck. You had to endure a lot of hardship. For example, you were the only one who failed the practical exam in class and had to make up while your friends laughed at you. Throughout 2 years at the Magic Academy, you became someone who could only endure and helpless, and you never thought you would encounter such an opportunity. One day after discovering the book left by Jebel Baitinio, you still went to class as if nothing had happened. At lunch in the cafeteria, just as you found a corner to sit down, you heard a familiar voice above you. Eating alone again today." Xin Hadu looked up, seemingly not surprised by the person who just appeared. "You are here," you replied. The newcomer sat down across from Xin Hadu with enthusiasm. "Your bowl looks pretty good too. His name is Jun Chan. He may seem a bit dull, but he is in the top 10 of the academy, and reached the milestone of a 3-circle wizard, the age of 18. You could say Jun Chan is a quite talented young wizard, and he is the only person you can call a friend in this school. Feels like a prison. Jun Chan is the only one who genuinely treats you well. His catchphrase is, if anyone bullies you, let me know, and I will take care of." After waiting for Jun to finish chewing the piece of meat in his mouth, Ho decided to tell him about the strange book found yesterday. It seemed to be about magic wire, but starting from the third, it was all blank paper, plus it emitted light and sound, which made him suspicious someone was playing trick this book. Using magic too. That is quite an investment. So what is the content of that voice? Jun Chan seemed excited, but his mouth was still chewing non-stop. Basic. It is about leaving magic for one's descendants. Something like that, but if you do not have the same physique, you won't be able to open that. Xin Hadu replied in a self-hating tone. "That is quite interesting. Can I give it a try?" Jun Chan's voice rose sharply, showing he was very interested in that book. However, Xin Hadu's expression was very poor, because from the third page on, the book was indeed all blank, but the last page stated that to inherit the magic, one must enter the gates of death, specifically to create a magic circle in the brain, not in the heart. When Jun Chan heard, he finally stopped chewing, and his expression became serious. "Playing around like that, creating a magic circle in the brain. Isn't that like telling someone to go die? Let me see that book." That night, the two returned to the Abelic Magic Academy dormitory, and Sazu brought the strange for Jun to see. The voice said that only someone with the same physique as Jebel Banio could open the book, but Xin Ha felt like this was someone's cruel joke, so he handed it to Jun Chan to try opening, and the result was that this muscular guy could not open the book at all. It did not budge at all, like it was locked by magic. "I do not know. Forget it. Just throw it away. D-son. Losing patience. I am really sleepy. I am heading out. Good night." After he ran off, Xin Ha opened the book again, and strangely, this time he opened it easily, but then something weird happened again. On a page that was previously blank, now was filled with ancient writing. At the same time, he heard the voice from the book yesterday. "Descendant. My guess is right. You are using magic by creating a magic circle in your heart, right? For ordinary people, this is not rare at all, but for you and me, it is not the right way. Being hit right in the heart by the book." Xin Ha felt a bit panicked. Just then, blew out of his palm. The room had no wind, but the pages kept flipping on their own, and that voice continued to echo. "If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, then destroy the magic circle in your heart, create a new magic circle in your brain, then open this book again." Xin Ha was so tense he was drenched in cold sweat. He still felt like this was someone's cruel joke, because that voice kept urging him to create a magic circle in his brain continuously. The root of magic is actually a potent toxin of the brain. If it penetrates the brain, the spirit will collapse, and in the worst case, it can lead to brain death. This is knowledge that every magician learns from a very young age. So earlier today, Xin Hadu told Jun Chan that there were a few lines at the end of the book encouraging to handle it himself. But in the end, Xin Ha could not figure out who was behind this book, even though there were many people at the academy who disliked, probably only went as far as teasing. Right. Xin Ha tossed the book aside and tried to sleep, but that night he could not fall asleep at all. The next morning, Xin Ha took the strange to the instructor and asked him to help check it out. The teacher picked up the book and assessed, feeling that it was quite old. "How do you want me to check this book? Could you just open it for me? Can you check if it is sealed with magic?" "Seal." A look of confusion appeared on the teacher's face. Sin-Ha-do did not want to go into detail about what happened between and the book, so he made up a story that there had been a strange rumor circulating in the academy about this recent. Worrying about those rumors is not good for your study. I will help you check, but you should focus more on your studies, the instructor said, then focused on examining the book. But after a while of studying, he found no traces of magic on this book at all. The teacher returned it to Sin-Ha and reminded him not to pay attention to the rumor and to focus on his study. Sin-Ha-do hugged the book and went back feeling very complicated. You hoped there might be a chance this was just a joke, but even Jun-chan, the top student with great power, and the instructor could not open it. This book might be the real deal. That night, Sin-Ha sat in front of the book and remained silent for a long time. Destroying the magic circle heart means going back to square one, and creating a magic circle in the brain is too dangerous. But since this book might be real, after some hesitation, he decided to take the risk. Sin-Ha still kind of medicine his father sent him before. Just taking it would destroy the magic circle at his heart. He still clearly remembered the words of the head of the Sin family back then. Put magic aside and focus on studying magic. His attitude was cold, filled with disappointment, completely different from the proud and hopeful tone before Sin-Ha-do entered the academy. But he had no intention of giving up magic right now, holding that pill in his hand. Sin-Ha felt the same way. He just wanted to gamble on the words of that book. Sin-Ha's hand trembled uncontrollably. You comfort yourself that no matter what, your life is already on the edge, and if nothing changes, you will just stay stuck. Then you will definitely pop those pills in your mouth. You have even prepared yourself for the possibility of dying today. The medicine works very fast. Sin-Ha-do feels the pain spreading from his chest. The magic circle connected to your heart is shattering. This pain feels like the death of a sorcerer, and right after that, Sin-Ha continued to perform a challenge, which is to channel magic through the brain. As soon as he channeled mana through his brain, pain in his heart disappeared, placed by a pain like a hammer striking his head. The pain was so intense that he wanted to reincarnate. However, at the moment Sin-Ha-do thought he had given up, someone whispered in his ear, "Do you hear me? Future generation of mine." This voice formed from mana. Sin-Ha could hear very clearly. He also feels the light and darkness of heaven and earth. The mana souls are dancing, whispering, coexisting with the mana in his body. The pain gradually eased, and he could hear someone laugh, singing as if blessing him. After an unknown amount of time, Sin-Ha-do woke up to find himself lying flat on the floor. Above him was that strange book. The sky was bright, and he was still alive. Immediately, Sin-Ha flipped that book open. Today, there is another blank page filled with ancient script. When he saw these lines, voice echoed in his head again, this time clearer than before. Congratulations, you have completed the first step. That is the title of this book. From now on, your legendary story will begin through this book. I pass all my magic down to you, the one who comes after me. I should say I pass all my magic down to my disciple. In that moment, Sin-Ha cried. It seemed like his trashy life had come to an end, and a brighter new chapter was about to open. A few days later, Sin-Ha still obediently attended class, but instead of listening, he was glued to a dress. The blank pages of that gradually filled with new information. All the magic passed down by that mysterious master. Eater holds a wealth of knowledge varied from the current wizard training program. At first, mana even has its own will. Therefore, for most, when mana enters the brain, huge collision occurred, leading to the destruction of this organ. So for the brains of most people, mana is a deadly poison. For Sin-Ha, it was different. The strong will of his brain prevented the will of mana. In other words, his brain not only remained intact but also mastered the magical power. Perhaps that is also why he has a natural resist to chips that interfere with brain function. The fact that Sin-Ha's eyes glued to that book was noticed by the instructor in class. Although it was annoying, he did not directly criticize it. Instead, he chose to make a jab. You all know that you have a midterm assessment for second-year student, right? This year's exam will have a new rule. Starting now, students who do not meet the standards will be expelled. When he said the words expelled, his eyes were clearly fixed on Sin-Ha-do, and his smile was truly cruel. He also added that this rule was proposed by the head of the Xin family himself. The students in the class began to chatter excitedly after hearing this. A few dissenters like Butch Sahai were quite pleased. It seems like we have a very at-risk student in our class now. Do not. Sin-Ha-do knew they were talking about, but he did not care. His mind was split in two. One half wondered why his father made that proposal, while the other half was busy thinking about that book. After class, he went outside and looked for a virtual reality training. Sin-Ha wanted to practice his new magic by himself. It is just that the simulation training centers for rent in the city are really expensive. For example, this one is the cheapest but still costs 200,000 U per hour. Even so, Sin-Ha had to grit his teeth and pay, renting a training room for an hour. After the staff handed him the room card, they looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and thought, is not this the third young master Sin-Ha of the Xin family? The son of a noble family is considered unsuitable by whom such bad luck. Sin-Do had finished changing into his training gear and started the simulation training. First task is to subdue a wolf. Compared to the two wolves in the last, this time Sin-Ha's opponent is a whole pack. Although they are just virtual reality technology, their aggression and attack power are still real, while the wolf is a low-level monster. Facing 10 of them at once is no easy task. The average time to complete the exercise with the wolf at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Now Sin-Ha-do will practice the knowledge written in that address book every day. That is the only way for him to improve. This is the first time he is tapping into the power from the magic circle that has just appeared in his mind, and it is much stronger than Sin-Ha imagined. Watching the water magic flow endless, he was so moved that his hands shook uncontrollably. Isn't this amazing? Is this really my true power? Can't believe it, Sin-Ha-do mumbled. While other wizards only circulate the magic circle through their hearts to use a magic, he can circulate the magic circle throughout his body by mastering his mind. Thanks to the infinite circle, the magical power that Sin-Ha had suppressed for so long has finally been unleashed. He suddenly unleashed his power recklessly, as if to make up for the 2 years of frustration he just went through. My disciple, do not be surprised by things at this level. You still have a long way to go. The infinite circle is just the foundation of Banyo-style magic, specifically controlling magic through imagery in the mind. This is the first book of Banyo-style magic. Now, Sin-Ha-do is familiar with the mystical voice coming from that book and is wholeheartedly listening to the guidance of the owner of that voice. But that person said that focusing your mind is the first step of Banyo-style magic, and you used your mind to skillfully channel mana throughout your body and release it as magic. An hour passed quick. Sin-Ha left the training center. The staff entered the gym he had just left clean up and also wanted to see how the fallen genius Sin-ha-do had been training. The statistical result that appeared before him left each because Sin-ha only took 6 minutes and 37 seconds to complete the wolf control exercise. This is clearly international competitive level. How could someone who does not set this record? Is this junk machine broken again? That employee the machine hard in frustration. Meanwhile, Sin-ha-do was on his way back to the academy, whistling happily. He knew that the result of 6 minutes and 37 seconds today, the beginning of a new legendary era. And that legend was none other than Sinzu. However, the process of learning magic from Edger was not entirely smooth from start to finish, as the note completely different from the magic he had learned since childhood. For example, mana is the hands and heart and mind moving at will. Sin-ha had to find enlightenment through such vague words. It was as if there was a hidden concept behind the transparent curtain. Felt like he could reach it, could not grasp. In magic research, this sensation is called the wall of enlightenment. When a magician reaches their magical limit, they also touch the wall of enlightenment, which is true in any era. Therefore, Sin-ha-do decided to focus on circulating mana throughout his body from now on. Just as written in the address book, when he regained focus, he realized he had been circulating mana an hour. For ordinary, doing this would certainly lead to exhaustion or worse, fainting. But strangely, Sin-ha did not feel tired at all. He started circulating mana at dusk, and when he opened his eye, it was already bright outside. Sin-ha sluggishly went to class like every day. As soon as he left the dorm, he saw Jun Chen cheerfully rushing over. Good morning, Ha-do. Why do you look so worn out? Are you okay? Although Sin-ha was basically fine, being constantly aware of the mana circulation was really not easy. He wanted to quickly get used to this magic circle in his brain to master it as soon as possible. It is just that this is really exhausting. At 12 years old, it marked the moment Sin-ha opened his second magic circle. People began calling him a prodigy, and the head of the Xin family placed a lot of expectations on him because of that. But now he was back at the starting line with first magic circle in his brain, feeling lost about the best path ahead. Sin-ha knew that breaking through the wall of enlightenment was necessary to progress in magic. His father had said this many times when he still had hopes for him when he was younger. And then suddenly, Sin-ha recalled a saying, perfection is just a chain. Perfection is the deception born from human pride, like having hundreds of light bulbs lit up in your head at the same time. Perfection. Sin-ha felt like he had touched the key. So right after that class, he returned to the dorm and began circulating mana. This time, Sin-ha-do no longer performs it indefinitely, but has started to feel mana's arms and legs, heart and mind move at will. Finally, his mind is liberated. An instant magic without incantation has been successfully activated. Magic uses short spells to form magic. The tuning method is consistent, but the approach recorded is the release of a person's thought. But the magic that Sin-ha now masters is different. It is a type of magic freely change form. The magic is formless and unstructured. After awakening this ability, Sin-ha-do feels exhausted yet very excited. He can't believe that even though he has only opened the first magic circle, he can use this impossible type of magic. He is gradually breaking through the wall of enlightenment to reach a higher level. Another night passed, and the next morning, while Sin-ha-do is sitting in the lecture hall, a lecturer comes to inform him that someone wants to meet him. If Sin-ha-do guesses correct, it is his father, and indeed he is not mistaken. It has been a while since they last met. Father, he speaks first, receiving a cold and distant look in return. The two of them sit across from each other on the sofa. The atmosphere tense to the point of freezing. After a long while, the head of the Xin family finally says, "You are still in school. It seems you have not taken the medicine I sent. Have you?" "That is right," Sin-ha-do replies. He does not want to reveal his connection with Eder, so he talks around it. "But yes, my magic has improved recently." Sin-ha's tone was very serious, but his father found it hard to listen. Since his son could not get along with Chip A, he felt that his son's dream, becoming a great wizard, was just wishful thinking, and this time was no exception. "Sin-ha, you have wasted a year, and it is time to face reality. No matter how hard you work now or what you achieve in the future, as long as you refuse to embrace a magic, you will never become a true wizard." Sin-ha-do's father spoke blunt. However, he still had to acknowledge his son's unique talent. That is why he made the I'm here to advise him once again to give up on becoming a wizard and instead study magic theory properly. That way, even as an outcast, he could still make use of his talent. "I have said this before many times. I will not give up magic. I do not want to live a normal life depending on my father's family name. What I want is to become the next head of the Mausen family." Sin-ha-do's voice was filled with determination. If it were him from before saying these words, his father would surely support him. Now, the head of the Xin family frowned, staring intently at his son. To become a great mage or the head of the Madosin clan, it takes more than just ambition. "Don't you worry, Dad. I will prove it." The two words "prove it" almost made the head of the Xin family laugh. "Prove it? I am talking about just barely meeting the academy's test standards and not getting expelled. Oh no, in this standard test, I will make the top 10, and if I fail, I will leave the academy and devote myself to studying magic theory like you want. But if I succeed, I want you to see me as a talented mage and promise to support me wholeheartedly." Sin-ha does not know where his son got this compliment, but he did not want to say much more. Put on his cloak and stood up, silently agreeing to this deal with his son. A few days later, the instructor announced the method for this round of tests, which would be a direct elimination duel. This method is quite new because the students were used to defeating monsters. The test will start the day after tomorrow, and from round 6, outside businesses along with the members of the Magic Tower participate as spectators. Sin-do does not even need to look to know B group is mocked. They must think that if it is a one-on-one match, you would be eliminated from the get-go. However, this change in the testing regulations just happens to align with Xin-ha's wishes. Now it is time for everyone to see your true ability. During that break, students across the school began buzzing about the upcoming midterm test, and it may not to mention the unusual testing regulation. Just the presence of the Magic Tower here is enough to get them excited. This means that students who perform exceptionally will attract media attention. The Magic Tower is an organization made up of 12 high-level wizards from around the world, holding power equivalent to that of a nation. Being accepted into the Magic Tower is every student's dream, and Sin-ha is no exception. A mocking voice rang out, pulling him away from his thoughts about the upcoming test. Sin-ha did not even need to look to know that the owner of this voice was Bitch Sahai, along with a few other troublesome students, came to sabotage him. This guy is the typical type of person who thrives on bullying others. He is the son of an upper-class family, but his personality is unbearable. He loves to bully his class, especially Sin-ha. Effective product. How are you doing? In the first match of the midterm assessment, I heard I am your opponent, so you must know you are definitely going to lose, right? Sinha-do does not want to hold a grudge against anyone. This guy's attitude is really getting on my nerves. Keeps bringing up how he will get revenge for what happened 5 years ago, making Sinha-do just sigh in helpless. Last year was when the finals of the basic magic tournament. That time, Shinzu completely crushed Biao and cried on stage, and since then, he has had it out for you. After Big Sahe found out that Sinhazu was not suitable for A, he relentlessly harassed you to vent his resentment. But Sinha did not get angry. Instead, found the other person's behavior so childish that it was almost endearing, even though you did not respond. He just kept going on and on. Didn't the teacher say anyone who does not meet the standards in the midterm exam will be expelled? Should I just beat you down until you get expelled? Then what will you do? Cry and go home, Bihek said while laughing smug, but Sinha-do remained silent. If he is your first opponent, then you definitely can miss this golden opportunity. This is the perfect chance for everyone to see your skill. Is not that what is going to happen to you? Sinha-do finally could not hold back his sarcastic smile. His words reminded Butch Sahai of the humiliating 5 years ago, causing his expression to darken. It seemed that Butch Sahai did not expect someone like Sinha, who could not even implant an A chip, to dare say such thing. After a few seconds of confusion, he started to laugh maniac. This idiot going crazy. Have you lost your mind? Still do not understand the current situation. You stupid defective product. What are you hoping for? Bisei Hexi did not hesitate to humiliate Sinha in front of everyone, but he did not expect that you had changed now. Your confidence is completely justified, and Sinha was not afraid to strike back at his opponent Lee. You were just as loud last year and lost to me miserably. It seems like you have not improved at all after 5 years. This remark hit Butch Sahi right in his weak spot, making him tremble with anger. Sinha-do maintained that provoking expression, even calling his opponent the weak sorcerer Big Sahai, which made him explode in rage and grab Sinha by the collar. Sinha-do was extremely calm. After pushing the opponent's hand away and fixing his collar, continued, someone like you, living in the mud, probably can't understand that, but only those who stand high can temporarily fall down, and once you are a genius, you will always be a genius. Hope you remember that. After saying this, Sinha brushed off his pants and walked away, leaving Butch Sahai grinding his teeth in anger. He swore that in the upcoming 3-day exam, he would definitely crush Sinha-do and turn him into a joke. The very next day, Sinha saw the first article about himself with the headline about the grand return of a genius. The genius has come to the Xin family. Can Sinha rise again despite the Sinha guessed this article was written by BC draw attention to him so that he could defeat him right in the midst of that expectation. This time, Big Sahiosi would surely be disappointed. On the contrary, he was also helping Sinha-do attract media attention. In this midterm review, the more they looked forward to the genius's return, the more beneficial it was for him. Just then, Sinha's father's phone rang, and he immediately guessed that his father wanted to mention that article. Father, I read the article today. You do not have to worry. Jinadu spoke first. Person on the other end of the line was silent. Few seconds. Is this something you arranged? Yep. Provoked Bicha Sisai to attract public attention. The head of the Xin family was somewhat at a loss for words. He truly could not imagine where his son got such confidence. The agreement from the day before was not because he believed in his son, but because it would not harm the Xin family. To be honest, he never expected Sinha-do to win, and because that article brings shame to the Xin family. That is why there was this phone call today. Public thought you were expelled from the family. Even if you bring shame, the impact on the family will be minimal. Sinha-do interrupts his father. Considering the benefit, he believes this is worth it. The person on the other end scoffed. Benefit. If you win, what benefits will the family gain? You, Sinha-do confidently replied. The greatest mage comes from the Xin family and will be the strongest head in the family's history. Father will have the greatest leader the Xin family has ever had. Sinha-do does not hide his ambition in front of his father, seeing that his ambition even exceeds that of the master of the magic tower. His father could only warn him before hanging up. If you are so bold and still bring shame to the family, prepared to face the consequence. Cold tone of 3 beeps echoed. But Sinha-do felt neither sadness nor shame. Now the stage is set. He believes that in just a few days, his father's attitude towards him will completely change. After another day, the midterm evaluation exam has finally taken place. Just as Bitch Sahu said, he is Sinha's first opponent in this duel. As the two sides face each other, Yu sneered. What is a defective product? Do you like the article I wrote? It is called a prodigy. You have been famous since you were a kid. I can't stop laughing when I think about how funny you must look when you lose because can't cast a single spell. Despite your opponent's effort to attack, Sinha remains completely composed. Then why do I think you are the one who will lose? Thanks for the article, by the way. Thanks for always showing off in front of me. But honestly, I do not care about someone who is nobody like you, so I will wrap this up and do not go easy on. Alright. Beek Sahia looked stunned, then put on a disbelieving expression. He felt that Sinha-do was truly crazy. Direct standing in front of all the observers at that time, he boldly declared that he would defeat his opponent just the first magic circle. The arena of Abilis Academy was very large. Below the stage, Big Sahid faced Shinhazu with a bloodthirsty gaze. Trixu's bold declaration. He seemed to have lost his sanity. After the referee blew the whistle to start the match, Big Sahid launched a surprise attack. However, as soon as he swung his hand, the A magic window and 2 attacks were launched simultaneously. This is Bitch Sahiva's signature magic, Bomb Blast. It is undeniable that it has a huge destructive power. Sinha-do tilted his head to the side and easily dodged. Seeing this, Sinha-do even activated his third magic circle. It was still that bombarding magic, but the cumulative effect of the attack was enough to blow away half of the audience. Dust rose up, and everyone present was silent, except for BSC's laughter echoing throughout the arena. Ha, this is the consequence of your error, you stupid piece of trash. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. Sinha-do was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on his opponent's anger flared up even more. Along with 3 magics, Big Sahil launched 3 attacks at once. This time, they were easily countered by Sinha-do's water magic. Bikeso was so astonished that his eyes widened. His special magic attack was blocked so easily. How strange. This moment, inside the observation tower, a young magician could not help but murmur after seeing Sinha-do in act. Even though it is just first level magic, he can cast it, so why did he change his schedule in Lam Fa just to watch this academy's match? Does he know anything about Sinha's magic? The girl next to him asked. I just read an article about the prodigy returning, so I got curious and came here. The other person exclaimed, realizing they were just part of the crowd eager for gossip. However, if it got out that the master master of Lam Phi Fa, and an 8-circle magician came here to watch a second-year student's match. It would definitely cause a stir. That is right. This seemingly young man is Kim Kang-in, the master of the Blue Magic Tower and an 8-circle magician. He obviously knows he should not be conspicuously present, which is why he used the VIP room. Observe quiet. Just as the two were talking, the VIP room door opened. Kim Kang-in turned his head, a look of excitement on his. You are here too. Minhwa. Don at the stand. BCAC was starting to waver in his resolve. First, he was very confident, but after his magical attacks were neutralized, he began to feel anxious. Sin-Ha-do not only successfully defended with a single spell, but also cast spells at an unusually fast speed. So how could Buksa-Hayeki not be worried? What is it? Curious about my spellcasting speed? Sin-Ha-do asked smug. Under pressure from Sin-Ha-do's attack, Buksa-Hayeki became even more flustered. Just like before, he unleashed all 3 spells at once, their power even greater than before. But still enough, Sin-Ha-do remained unscathed. Dodging like that was enough. He then launched an attack with a wind-based strike. Although Buksa-Hayeki managed to dodge this time, the fact that his opponent was efficient in casting dual-element spells simultaneously only added to his confusion. Do you really think you can defeat me with just your first-level magic? Even so, Bihex remained extremely stubborn. Yeah, and of course, Sin-Ha would not back down either. His nonchalant retort nearly made Bihex face blood and anger. This time, Sin-Ha summoned the wind element once again. Bihex successfully created a shield to block the attack, but Sin-Ha's spell casting speed was so fast that when the first spear was neutralized, he created a second spear to attack from behind. This spear tore through Beast's sleeve. He was now panicking in a pitiful way, while the audience held their breath in silence, watching them fight. You jerk, what did you do? Buksa-Hayeki shouted. Still do not get it. Do you want me to show you again? A teasing smile reappeared on Buksa-Hayo's, and at his fingertips was a stream of wind magic waiting to be unleashed. What is that? Is that really a wind spear? A wind spear should not have a dual shooting attribute, right? Watching Sin-Ha attack like a storm, Buksa-Hayeki began to feel uncertain about what to do. It really should not be possible, but I can do it. This attack is going to be 4 hits this time. That is why Sin-Ha said from the beginning that he would beat his opponent just one magic circle. Because if your magic circle can hit in multiple directions like this, who can defend again? Buksa-Hayeki was still struggling by creating a shield, but he only blocked 3 of the wind spears, while the last one curved towards and stabbed straight into his back. Seeing his opponent struggle, Sin-Ha felt very pleased. The calculations were fine, but are you sure you just want to stand there in shock? Anyway, the match has only just begun. You definitely do not intend to let your opponent rest. The wind spears were continuously launched. Catching Buksa-Hayeki off guard, he began to retreat with the aim of creating distance, because the power of magic and its range are limited. Buksa-Hayeki believes that as long as she keeps her distance, that troublesome attack won't be able to reach her. But unfortunately, he miscalculated, because right after that, Sin-Ha-do gathered his small attack, creating a massive and fierce wind at Kim Kang in the VIP room. Could not help but marvel at this scene. Not only did he cast his magic in, the trajectories also changed and merged in the air. What kind of magic is this? Excuse me, is that Sin-Hiwu? The person who just entered the VIP room was the head of the Xin family, father of Sin-Ha, Wizard Sin-Ini, who is the head of the Madosin family. He is also an 8-circle wizard. Compared to the masters of the magic tower, his magical power is not lacking at all. Until now, Sin-Hik had been silent. Kim Kang-in, and the girl standing next to him whispering in amaze. The intricate magic that Sin-Ha-do was using clearly ignored the rules of open source magic. Speaking of what is called open source magic, for example, reverse attack if the target exceeds 38 meters, the magic cannot reach the target, and if the trajectory has been changed once, cannot be changed again. In other words, open source magic is only based on its defined effect. So in modern one-on-one magical duel, it is like a game of intelligence. Each person tries to predict their opponent's moves using known spell, and flexible responses are the key to victory. But the flying Tenyo magic that Shinzu is using is different. It bypasses the limits of modern open source magic, making it powerful enough to leave the opponent with no way out. Buksa-Hayeki was now knocked down to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to believe that he was actually struggling against the opponent's first spell. Did he really underestimate the mage's first spell? Sin-Ha-do slowly approached, then sat down to bring his gaze level with his opponent. Even if he pushed himself to the limit, 3rd circle magic, just a small move would be enough to take a life. What do you mean? Buksa-Hayeki felt his hair stand on end, but he had no strength left to run away. At this moment, Sin-Ha-do summoned water magic again. Floating water orbs looked harmless, but then they wrapped around Buksa-Hayeki's head, making it impossible for him to breathe. Watching Buksa-Hayeki struggle to breathe on dry land like this, the audience fell completely silent. Even though he was wearing the Academy's combat uniform protected by a safety barrier spell, it was of no use now, because Sin-Ha-do's attack, though simple, was aimed straight at his head. The outcome of this battle was already clear. The referee immediately blew the whistle to end the match and declared Shinzu the winner. Only then did he retract his magic, and Buksa-Hayeki, unconscious, was helped inside. Sin-Ha knew that every gaze in the audience was fixed on him, and it had been a long time since he felt this way. Feels amazing to become a true mage once again. After this battle, Kim Kang-in and his assistant also left. Indeed, that last fight was totally worth his anticipation, and Sin-Ha-do successfully piqued the curiosity of this young mage. Sin-Ha also gets a chance to rest. Jun is so excited he almost wants to jump on, even though he treats him sincerely. He is already used to Sin-Ha-do's lackluster performance. He never expected to see him turn things around so strongly. Your magic was awesome just now. How did you practice it? He excitedly spoke, waving his hands to describe the previous battle. Your wind spear flew here, then there. The magic combined and then separated. It was truly surreal. Do you want to know why? But my magic is a secret. Sin-Ha-do playfully replied, feeling he should not reveal to anyone what he had learned. Then Sin-Ha-do took out his phone to show his best friend the article that was on the front page titled The Return of the Genius. The article also included an interview video right after he finished the battle. In the video, the reporter asked about the curiosity of many people. What kind of magic did Sin-Ha just use in the battle, and how could he cast it so quick? You are asking about changing, or combining the trajectory of the wind spear. Right, I will answer those questions for you. Before Sin-Ha could even respond, another voice interrupted. It was Kim Kang-in. He was so excited that he even showed up in public for this interview. Then Kim Kang-in came over and casually put his arm around Sin-Ha-do. I have been following your recent battle, and I am really excited. I believe you used the 4th magic circle. Right. Sin-Ha did not respond. Meanwhile, Kim Kang-in demonstrated that magic in front of all the reporters. The inscription he mentioned is a spell that wizard used to prepare before casting the main spell instantly when needed. So as long as there is an inscription, casting magic immediately becomes possible. So why is not such a useful spell used widely? The reporter continued to ask. Well, because inscriptions have their drawbacks too. They can only be used to activate spells that are 3 levels lower than the user's level. I right. That is correct, Sinha replied, even though what Kim Kang-in said was completely wrong. You do not know how to explain the flying magic system Tenia, and he just happened to show up right when you needed, so just go with the flow. So that means your current skill level is level 4 magic. The reporter asked again. That is right. Kim Kang-in was so excited that he answered before the main character, and Xin did not even refute it. This news became the hottest topic of the day, especially since Sin Hadu, at such a young age, had opened up the 4th magic circle. That level can be said to be on par with the records of the Tower Master, and this information was confirmed by the Master of the Blue Tower, so the press had no doubt. Thus, everyone believed prodigy Xin had re-emerged 4 magic circles, while in reality, he only had 1 new circle opened in his mind. After watching that interview video, Jun Chansli asked, "Are you really a level 4 wizard?" Sin Hadu did not answer right away, because the interview was still ongoing. The reporter was still curious about how he bypassed the rules of open source magic, being able to attack outside the allowed range, while simultaneously changing the direction of the attack twice. This time, Kim Kang-in was at a loss. Seeing that he did not know how to explain, Sin Hadu stepped in himself. Let me explain. Bypassing the rules of open source magic is actually very simple. I have improved the magic formula. Upon hearing this, Kim Kang-in was so shocked his eyes widened. Proved the magic formula. He felt this was impossible. Proving the magic formula was like adding flying capabilities to a car. This was not something that could be easily done, especially by a young man like Shin Hazu. So he felt the guy was just talking nonsense. But right after that, Sinho demonstrated that skill in front of everyone, leaving them in awe. Kim Kang-in was no exception. As the master of the Blue Magic Tower, he was extremely curious about this young man. He was not someone compatible with A, so no one could be sure what his future would hold. And if the improvements in magic Sinho mentioned were true, then this would definitely be a revolution in magic. From today onward, the entire community of wizards would be shaken by this. Jizan Chan, after hearing this, had an even more skeptical expression. Improving magic. Should I trust this or not? Well, just believe it. Sinadu responded. Well, anyway, congratulations on your win. Now I am heading back to the dorm. I need to adjust my mindset a bit, because tomorrow I will face a tough opponent. The next day, Sinha met the tough opponent that Jizan Chan mentioned. He was indeed a talented magician, but when faced with this person, he struggled and ultimately lost, because that person is Adela Star, a genius born from the Starrett family in France and the Hyen-Si family in South Korea. Adela's magic is very special, mainly due to the Hyen-Fi-Fop Nungadit He secret technique, the Hyenesta family. She faced off against Jun Chan with ease. The match ended without Adela even breaking a sweat. Sinha sat in the stand, intently observing her beautiful figure and long blonde hair. Power is a secret technique, combines light and dark, creating a brilliant moonlight that shines in the quiet night. This secret magic is not registered within the open source magic domain. Regardless of power or technique, it remains a big question mark. You know that encountering her will be very difficult. Just then, Adela turned to look directly at Dan's. This cold gaze made Sinha truly doubt whether she was looking at him or not. Either way, the match had already ended. Sinhao just came to bring Jun Chan some water, trying to comfort him a bit since he had to face that female demon too soon, just when they were having a good time and not teasing each other. She suddenly appeared behind him like Caw Caw. Sinha, I heard you have recently returned to being a real wizard. The reason I enrolled in this academy is that I hope you can help me remember it. Sinha is no longer a stranger to this girl. They have known each other for a long time since enrolling in the Obilis Academy. The Xin family and the Hyen-Su family have a very good relationship, which is why you and Adela had the chance to meet at many events. But if I had to describe their relationship in one word, it would be rivals. Adela even gave up studying in France to enroll in the Obilis Academy just to surpass you. But since you were deemed unsuitable for A, she became so disappointed that she stopped talking to you. The fact that Sinha was labeled as incompatible A not only marked an important event in his life, but also came as a huge shock to Adela as she lost her rival to strive again. This time, just after your return, she showed this fierce demeanor already. Adela, I am not worthy of being your target. Sinha scratched his head. It had been a long time since they last talked, so he felt awkward facing Adela. We will have to wait until we compete against each other to find out. Adela replied coldly, then turned to leave, but Jun Chan started to worry. Are you sure you are ready? Ready for what? Sinha replied vaguely. Are you really asking that? Your next opponent is Adela Star. Sinha was momentarily stunned. The Oberyd Academy is ruthless, assigning you to fight the top seed in just the second match. They have 1 day to rest. The next day, Adela appeared in the arena with completely expressionless. Meanwhile, Sinha was nowhere to be seen. In the stand, a few guys were impatiently targeting malicious. They assumed Sinha was too scared and had vanished, and his stats from the previous match were just fake number. In yesterday's interview, he only talked about his transformed magic, but in the end, it was just talk. He must have realized he could not win against Adela, so he withdrew early. They were smugly chatting about it. In the arena, the referee kept glancing at the clock, looking anxious the moment he announced the end of the waiting time and declared Adela the winner by default. Sinha finally rushed in. Sorry for being late, he said, panting heavily, looking like he had just sprinted from the dorm after oversleep. The referee was not lenient at all. He did not care about the reasons for Sinha's tardiness and did not give him time to catch his breath, immediately blowing the whistle to start the match as a penalty being late. Onyx Sinha's side quickly stabilized his breathing, calmly faced Adela, but she was very curious to know why he was late. It was not anything important, just some last-minute preparations. Sinadu replied, then began to open his infinite circle. Since I am quite strong too, Adela, I had to prepare Chutone to defeat. Right, are you preparing it in 1 day? Adela asked, as she could feel that Sinha in front of her was completely different from yesterday. At the same time, Adela was also very eager. She wondered if she would witness true power person standing in front of as the starting whistle for the match sounded. Adela, like Beach Sahi, wanted to take advantage by attack, but compared to that clueless guy, she was much calmer and steadier. Adela's magic unleashed a 6-barreled firepower, all aimed at Shin Hao. In response, he used wind magic to block. Adela was not anxious anxious either. She then used earth spikes to attack. When she cast this spell, the ground began to swell, and sharp stakes shot up from below at an incredible speed. Sinha used his speed to retreat, then executed a graceful flip in the air, dodging all the stakes. Adela was busy continuing her aerial attack, making sure that her opponent would not be able to defend against this blow. Watching the aerial strike aimed at his vulnerable state, Sinha could not help but be amazed. This girl was indeed agile, and naturally, most people would think he could not avoid it. For him, it was different. Sinho created a defensive magic shield in midair to the astonishment of everyone. Adela was left speechless as she watched Sinha the shield and use it as a platform. Your tall and confident appearance, along with that unique use of magic, completely deserves the title of genius, and your fighting attitude has forced Adela to consider using the secret lunar magic of the Hyena Sezi clan. She wants to win this battle at all costs. As for Xinazu, you know that to face this girl, I must use everything I have, even if it means reaching for the sun to bring it into this. Sinha stands high, with his back to the sun, but Adela below wants to see her opponent clearly, and is blinded by this light. She realizes that an attack from Sinhazu is being initiated, and it forces her to defend very tight. Immediately, Adela uses magic to create a large shield. At that moment, Sinhazu jumps down from above, holding a wind-type sword. He strikes hard against the opponent's shield, but it does not budge because the opponent has been cautious enough to use a level 3 defensive spell. After the failed attack, Sinha temporarily retreats to widen the gap. At that moment, Adela takes the opportunity to counterattack. However, as she prepares to strike, she realizes that Sinhadu has tightly bound her legs without her notice. Panic evident on her face is unmistakable. She recalls just moments ago when Sinha landed, his left hand touched the ground. Could it be that he cast a binding spell on her at that moment? If so, then his speed is so quick that Adela can't keep up with her opponent's movements anymore. Unable to attack, she has no choice continue creating a large shield, but Sinhadu has no intention of attacking direct. You circle around to the opponent's side, then use water magic to create an arrow, shooting it toward Adela without hesitation. She is still busy using magic to destroy what is blinding, while Sinha is simultaneously launching several water arrows to attack. Fortunately for Adela, she managed to destroy the blinding magic in time, create a barrier to block this wave of water arrows. Despite struggling and sweating profusely, Adela still finds Sinha quite easy to deal with because she watched your interview yesterday and believes that Sinha is a level 4 mage. If you use magic recording to continuously cast spells, then you can only use level 1 spells to attack, and level 1 magic cannot her down. While Adela is lost in her triumphant thoughts and reinforcing her shield magic, an arrow comes straight down from above, right behind her. Adela gasped, her eyes wide open. Was not Sinha just creating 3 water arrows? So when did this wind spear get activated? Feeling the sunlight burning down on her, a hypothesis springs to mind for Adela. Could it be that Sinha hid the wind spear within the sunlight? Just like many years ago, Adela had fallen before Sinha's haughty gaze from above. You forgot who you are, Adela Star. Today, Kim Kang-in and his secretary went to the arena to observe Sinu's match, and your sharp combat instinct them on their toes. Seems that from the moment you dodged Adela's earthbound attack, everything was already clearly planned. By flipping into the air to avoid the attack, Sinha legitimized his ability to stand tall by turning the shield into a standing platform, then concealed his presence in the sunlight, maximizing his opponent's limited vision. Then he set up a multi-layered wind attack before landing to grab Adela's attention. Finally, when he made Adela believe the actual move was in the earthbound strike, he unleashed the wind attack. He had thoroughly prepared to annihilate his enemy. The entire process was smooth and flawless, without a hit, and now Kim Kang-in understood why Sinha was awarded the title of first-level Grand Sorcerer. Simply using a magic circle and first-level magic, he was still able to defeat a stronger opponent. However, with this performance, his father, Sinhe, still was not satisfied, but in the end, it was still just first-level magic. Look, no matter how meticulously he plans or uses advantageous position, he still can't deliver a finishing blow. Just as he said, first-level magic cannot completely take down Adela, and at this moment, she has stood up once again. Sinhe's gaze was filled with disappointment. In front of outsiders like Kim Kang-in, he bluntly criticized his son. He can't win because Adela has not used that magic yet. In the arena, Adela's feelings are very complex. Sindu's impressive performance reminded her of the time before the Xinzu conduit was incompatible with the A, and they had a very tense confrontation. Because of that impressive display, Adela decided to use all her power. Sinha does not seem surprised by the current situation. Finally, it has the ultimate lunar magic, the secret technique of the Haiyan Estrogwite Kwang family. Foot of the shattered ground, Adela summoned countless magical circles. Adu was also forced back by this terrifying power, and those circles radiated blinding light. At the same time, in the room, Kang Yin was observing the match with another person. He asked and he, who had just left his seat, "Are you going?" He replied casually, "The match is over. No need to watch anymore." At that moment, unexpected noises outside made both of them turn their head, their eyes wide open in disbelief. No way. Kwang looked down, his face filled with shock. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open by Xu-chan. He hurriedly stepped inside. Adela, standing in the arena, was also stunned. This can't be happening. In front of her stood Adu, still intact, with the magical circle behind him. He raised his hand slowly and uttered, "Fire mount." Adela's face was full of disbelief as she watched the approaching flame. Level 2 magic? Adu's gaze was confident. "Told you. I was late because I had to prepare to defeat you," Adela replied. "The limit of engraving only reaches level 1 magic." She frowned and asked, "Have you surpassed magical circle already?" Hearing this, did not answer but looked directly at Adela and smiled. The memory rewound. The night before, at the Obelis Academy dormitory, Ha was sitting cross-legged on the bed, intently focused on a book. He frowned, seriously contemplating that Adela was not someone he could defeat, just level 1 magic. His fighting style did not match the moon magic system's scene. He opened the book with a frustrated expression. "First, I thought I would wait until I completely mastered it before overpowering." Adu read the content written inside, and realized it was on the latest page of iDress. If I could really control to men, flip through each page of the book. It said to channel energy into the magic circle of the next page. Following the instruction, Adu turned to the next, which had a drawing of a type of magic along with the content. This magic circle would take you to a new level. He thought to himself, is it some kind of mechanism? Adu decisively raised his finger. "I will give it a try." No hesitation. As soon as he touched the book, emitted a blinding light. Adu looked at the glowing object in his hand, exclaiming in surprise. The light grew strong, forcing him to pull his hand away. "Damn, it is glowing again." Adu raised his hand to shield his eyes and yelled. A moment moment later, the light gradually dimmed, but he disappeared without a trace. Hadu frowned and slowly opened his eyes again. You are now in a space that looks like a library. Hadu looks up at Kim Kwang above him, where a clear voice suddenly calls out, "Welcome to the first trial page." A girl in a black and white dress appears in midair and introduces herself. "I, the guide for managing the first trial page." Hadu questions her back. "The first trial page?" Alpha replies, "That is right." After saying that, she spreads her arms out. "This is the first trial page inside the book address." Hadu is astonished to hear that. Inside the book, thinks it is not a teleportation to a distant place, but actually being inside the book. Hadu gives a forced smile, unable to believe it. Alpha begins to explain. "In this trial, I will check if your Timun is truly complete." She gestures with both hands towards him, saying the trial guide will be given when it starts. Alpha continues. "If you pass pages 18 to 31 will update information about level 2 magic." Hadu strokes his chin, pondering. "So I have to pass the trial, get information about the next spell circle?" She asks. "Now that I have explained, shall we start the trial?" He firmly clenches his, "Of course, let us start right away." Alpha places her hand on her chest in a salute. "Understood." In an instant, her whole body rises high. "Then let us begin the first trial." Alpha closes her eye, and her whole body radiates golden light. Hadu below bites his lip tightly in tension. He watches as her body gradually dissolves. "I do not think this is humanity, but I did not expect her to be a magical entity." Then a voice spoke up. "Now I will explain the trial." Hadu's eyes showed clear surprise. This is the voice of S. A stone with countless colors flew into Kam's hand. "The name of this crystal is mana light. It is an unfinished crystal with 4 uneven attributes mixed together." Hadu stared up in confusion. "Your task is to completely refine this crystal." He lowered his head, lost in thought. "Completely refine this crystal." Hadu inspected the crystal in his hand. Mana light system is an extremely fragile crystal that requires very careful control of mana. Contemplated that within this crystal exist 4 types of mana in a chaotic state, and now he has to refine it. Hadu thought to himself, as if asking him to separate sand, salt, sugar, and pepper from a fine mixture. Then he analyzed the situation. This is not simple at all. Usually, only those who have mastered their mind can refine it. Hadu smirked, his eyes filled with confidence. "But this will be quite interesting." Suddenly, his pupils gleamed with a source of blue mental light. Hadu looked down at the multicolored crystal. In an instant, those colors separated into distinct. Crystal emitted a circle of light surrounding it. He shut his eyes tightly and reminded himself to focus. The boundaries between the rays of light became clearer. Hadu gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into the stone. Immediately, the crystal lit up, emitting a surge of energy that knocked him back. Hadu leaned against the bookshelf. "Think the mana fluctuates even slightly. It will create shockwave. They are sending out a warning signal." He took the book off his head to shield himself and began to analyze. Even though he tried to separate the mana, they had fused together to the point where it was hard to separate. Hadu placed his hand on the floor and smiled mysteriously. "But I have come up with an idea. I will keep trying no matter how long it." He recalled the next experiment, and not knowing how much time had passed, continued to refine it. Time and again. "Just a small lapse would make me start all over again. I have repeated this countless times." After a long while, he held the refined crystal in his hand, and finally, he succeeded. Mana connection. That sound echoed once again. "Congratulations on passing the trial." The hair, Hadu, drenched in sweat, looked at his palm with joy as that voice continued. He had mastered his thoughts. "I will update the address book, the tier 2 technique, creating the resonance." A few seconds later, he was lying on his beloved bed. Hadu's face showed clear astonishment. The magic circle on the book also disappeared. The book. "Alright, I finally get to learn the method for weaving tier 2 magic circle." And Hadu's face became serious. "Before the next match starts, I definitely need to master the 2nd level magic circle." Thinking that, you glance at the book. The next day, the venue of the match. Adela is waving her hands to summon the moonlight. Beams of light descending from above. She swings her arm vigorously, controlling the spell, and the magic circle immediately emits a strong light straight towards Hadu. Sachan, watching the match, is very worried. "Damn it, Hao is going to lose." Adela closes her eyes and calmly gathers her hair. The match is already over. She thinks to herself, "I did not expect him to become that strong in such a short time." Adela slowly opens her eye, lost in thought. "What kind of person are you really?" But it is over now. The genius I once looked up to is no longer here. But at that moment, strange sounds unexpectedly come from behind Adela. She turns around in confusion. What is that sound? Hadu's pupils, 2nd level circle, activating resonance. A blazing red magic circle appears behind him along with 2 flames in his hand. The darkness obscures his vision, and Hadu raises the purple flame, combining 2 infinite magic circles. His hands come together, revealing sharp claws appearing behind him. Ho extends both hands in front of him with a will of freedom. He opens his eyes wide. "Become my arms and legs." The expressions of Kangin and Ini, standing high above, become stiff. Suhan and the host gasp in surprise. Adela is also stunned. What is happening? For her eyes is the scene of Hadu controlling both hands to block the light Adela creating. "You are just pointing straight ahead at Hakawe-sen." She immediately steps back a few paces. Defensive magic. A huge gun appears above Hadu's head. First resonant version. Adela witnesses this, and her eyes widen in disbelief. She watches the fireballs being continuously shot out. "I can't block it." Adela raised her hand to let the beams of light flow into her body, then smiled gently. Her eyes softly declare, "You are back. Once again, you are my target." The gun, at Hadu's command, firing at her position. Dust flew up from the arena, making others cover their noses. The dust began to settle. Adela, after taking that hit, still stood in heaven. Kangin had not taken their eyes off the mat. A few seconds passed, and she collapsed helpless. Hadu watched her lie unconscious on the ground. He too exhausted to resist. Squatting down, the referee's voice rang out. "The match is over. The winner." Hadu in the room. Kangin asked Inheek, who was striding away, "Are you leaving?" He replied in a deep voice, "I have another meeting." He glanced as if realizing, then casually put his hands in his pocket. "You are really not good at lying, are you?" With that, Kangin's gaze swept over Hadu, who was happily celebrating. A moment later, when the match was over, everyone gradually left. He took off his jacket and sighed. "I am so." Then he remembered the 2nd infinite magic, synchronizing with the mind circle to amplify spell. With the moon magic being a hybrid magic, Hadu thought by combining the range of light magic and the potential of dark magic, by adjusting the intensity of dark element, I can narrow the attack range and deal with Ngayat Kwang using enhanced dark magic. Anyway, the moon magic system is the unique secret technique of the Haiyan Su clan. Not everyone can use it, but by observing and summarizing the magic structure, I successfully controlled pure mana. The resonance ring allows me to analyze magic with a more unique perspective. Process of refining related mana also trains my mana control ability. Think you raised your hand to your. Without these facts, defeating Adela would be nearly impossible. Hadu suddenly noticed everyone chatting excited. Kangin smiled while pushing up his glass, making his way over. Kangin stopped in front of you and spoke. "Hadu, you looked up at him in confusion and responded with a sound. Hadu was shocked and stood up abruptly. The master of the magic law. Kang Wai looked straight at him. Came because I wanted to talk to you. Hadu. A moment later, Hadu and Kang In were sitting in the private room. His demeanor was friendly. Sorry to disturb you when you needed to rest. I watched your match. It was truly amazing. Hadu politely replied. Kang In pushed his glasses and got straight to the point. I will ask directly. Hadu, have you reached the 5th level magic sir? Hadu was stunned to hear Kang In say that. You are thinking about it. Looking back, I used level 2 magic in the battle. The tower master of the blue tower must have thought I was using engraving. If I used level 2 magic, then of course I would be a level 3 wizard or higher. They would mistake it for me having reached level 5 magic. Hadu waved his hand and hurriedly explained. I have not reached level 5 yet. Kang In suddenly raised his voice with excitement. Got it. So how did you manage to use level 2 magic then? Hadu, you can see the excitement clearly on his, which is awkward. If I said it was visual magic, probably would not believe it, right? Kang In stroked his chin. If it is visual magic, then it is the transformation magic you mentioned in the previous interview, right? In his mind flashed the image of Hadu confidently demonstrating laughter, and he immediately agreed with Kang In's thought. That is right. It is transformation magic. Hadu thought. Let us leave it at that. You are smiling awkwardly. Still, reaching level 5 at 18 is hard to believe. This will have the whole world buzzing. Later, when I use level 3 magic, it will definitely cause trouble. Hadu told himself, I need to hide this for now. Kang In was curious again. Visual magic is indeed amazing. But what about level 2 magic? His gaze was on you as if trying to see through everything. Hadu was also caught off guard by this unexpected question. I have improved the engraving spell. Kang Wai was surprised and exclaimed. Improved the engraving spell. Then he stood up. This is indeed the only way. Kang In sighed and walked over, striking a cool pose. It was really amazing. Your eyes suddenly turned red and reached out, as if you wanted to attack the opponent. But then you turned 181 degrees and smiled eagerly, placing your hand on Ha's shoulder. I am really impressed. I never thought you could even improve on your weaknesses in engraving. Your voice sounds a bit nervous. Hadu looked up and suddenly realized his red eyes' intense expression had now become serious. His red eyes were fixed on you. Hadu bit his lip, nervously watching as if he was afraid the tension would reveal something. The whole room fell into silence, filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Few seconds passed, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. His red eyes and the hand that was pressing on Hadu also relaxed. It is certain now. Kang In turned away, trying to glance back at you to finish his sentence. There is no trace of man of a level 5, so now I am sure. He smiled. But you, Hadu, said you were not at level 5 yet, so if you will excuse. Kang In's fingers went up to gently push his glass, along with the announcement. I will explain everything to the press. The ruby eye has confirmed it. After hearing that, Hadu hurriedly stood up. He bowed to say goodbye until his figure disappeared behind the door. Hadu remained in the same position, silent for a long time. He stood up straight and then brushed his hair. Careful on your way back. Hadu still finds it hard to believe. I never thought the Tower Master would use the ruby eye verification. You are thinking the crimson eye of the Tower Master. The green tower's eye from the printed fabric penetrate the essence of mana, which is considered the strongest penetrating eye in the world. Hadu wonders if he escaped because he was not caught by the Tower Master. Right. Your steadfast thought about Bayer-style magic is my biggest secret. I can't recklessly reveal it. The next day, in the arena, you lead the program loud. The match ends. The announcement of the results rings out. You win. Hadu, your expression does not waver at all, as if you just passed the match effortlessly. Hadu turns to leave when a voice suddenly calls out from behind. Wait. You reflexively turn to look at Adela. Hadu curiously asks, I thought you had to be out for about 4 hours, but you are back already. She gently replies, yeah, I am fine now. You place your hand on your hip. So what is up? Adela hesitates for a moment. Nothing major. I want you to review our match. Her cheeks flush. Her gaze becomes shy. Anyway, there is still the final, so if you are tired, we can talk later. Hadu happily agreed. No need to talk right now. You continue. Your feedback would be helpful for me. Follow me to the waiting room. Adela, receiving the consent, suddenly lights up with excitement in her eyes. She looks at the person walking ahead, reflecting that the previous match had little in terms of strategy and magic used to learn. Someday, I too. Adela tightens her grip with determination. One day, I want to be like that too. Hadu shyly pats his head. I can feel a strong wave behind. The same time, in a skyscraper, in an extremely spacious and luxurious room, a girl is observing Hadu's image on the screen and talking to herself. Hadu, I thought it was over. Kara angrily turns around. Are you just going to leave Hadu alone? Jihan chuckles dryly. What could we do? She became even more panicked upon hearing that. What if they take Hadu home? Do you remember what happened a year ago? You know better than anyone. Kara's voice is filled with reluctance. Having to taste that kind of treatment again. He sees her intense reaction inside. Don't worry, Kara. Dihawa looks at the screen showing Hadu receiving the trophy. He says dismissive. A year ago that kid could have been a genius, but now he is just trash. Only able to use level 2 magic in a real match. Jan smirks and glances at Kara beside. You have watched his match too, right? I yells angrily. But hey, everyone is going crazy over him being so amazing. He steps closer and puts his arm around Kara's shoulder. Listen carefully. Kara. Jan begins to reassure. All of his recent opponents are just high school students. Against a level 4 magician, he could easily take them down. But Hadu has a critical weakness. He does not match with any magic. He just barely manages to compensate for that. By using tricks and low-level magic, his gaze showed clear disdain. In the end, Hadu is still far behind an ordinary level 4 magician. Anyway, the skill level is too low. C also tried to convince himself of those words. Is that really true? I think so too. Jan is determined to drown you completely. It is, no matter how hard he tries, he will still end up rolling on the ground. He calmly raised his glass of water to drink. Someone incompatible will always be incompatible. She nervously bit her nail, worried that it might threaten the next head of the family. Us words caused Jihan's gaze to waver slightly. Immediately, the cough in his hand shattered, and his face showed a dangerous glint. Can deal with it later. It won't be too late. The sky gradually turned red as the sunset fell. At the contest venue, few people were still standing on the stage when a contestant suddenly fell and fainted right on the ground. The referee saw this and immediately blew the whistle. The match ended, and the loudspeaker announced that the champion of this year's second exam is Hadu. Right after that, the entire audience erupted in praise. The genius returned. Amazing. So cool. Everyone there turned their gaze to Ha. Indeed, family is truly astonishing. He smiled bright, standing on the stage and waving to the audience, enjoying all the cheer. The forbidden magic surpassing even Du's magic is truly genius. Then Swan quickly ran down. Hadu, you are so cool. He grabbed Hadu's shoulder and shook it vigorously. You really did it. Everyone recognizes your skill. Congratulations. Hadu could not handle the excitement. Shouted. Swan, calm down. A few meters away, some people still could not hold back and started mocking. What is wrong with that guy? Without forbidden tech, he is nothing. Trangshu also happily stepped forward. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hadu is the homeroom teacher. I am very proud of Suchen asked enthusiastically. Teacher, are you going to treat us to celebrate Hadu's victory? He sighed in frustration. Suwon, come on. He laughed loud. I have already planned to invite all of you. No need to ask. Hearing this, he threw his arm around Hadu and jumped up in joy. Awesome. Great. Come with us. Wait, your face looks like you have no choice. Sorry, I really want to go, but I have an important meeting. Su Cheng stepped back in shock. Oh man, come on. His voice carried a sense of regret. Without a guest of honor, what is the party for? Hadu waved goodbye. Sorry, it is really a moment later. He hurriedly left. Sorry, Su Cheng. Hadu rushed out to the main road. I have a very important promise to keep. He maintained a determined look and stared straight ahead. Hadu walked to the car parked nearby, and the driver spoke. We have been waiting for you, he said. Respect, young master. The driver slightly bowed and gestured towards the inside of the car. The owner is waiting for you. I will escort you to the main house. When the car arrived at the villa, it was already dark. Hadu got out of the car, standing in front of the large door. You have been facing this house for a year now. Hadu remembered when he was deemed incompatible with magic. After opposing his cold father and moving to the academy dormitory, I have not been allowed to set foot in the house. Pushed the door open and walked into the main hall. Hadu looked around. Nothing had changed. Everything was just as I remembered. Quietly stepped on the cold floor. Hall suddenly stopped in front of a room. Thought of Inhai's distant expression, feeling tense and clenching his hand. His father's reason. Hadu stared straight into the room. Finally, I am back here. He lightly knocked on the wooden door. Inhai was sitting at his desk. He frowned, his gaze still cold. Inhai's icy voice came through. Come in. Hadu entered the room and bowed. Long time no see. He slightly raised his head to meet his gaze. Father. Inhai closed the book he was reading and spoke. Sit down. His tone was indifferent. I used to think you were just a useless child. Inhai said this while walking past Hadu, casting a spell at a speed 20 times slower than average, and with just a small miss, he would fail to cast magic. He stopped behind him, an epitome of a worthless person who could not fight. Inhai placed his hand on the armor. But everyone still believed that you would have some special talent. So I told you to switch to studying magic, fully develop potential. He did not look at Hadu and said, of course, I do not expect much from this. I only see it as the last choice of a desperate person. You responded clearly. I understand. Father. Inhai recalled some recent news. You have returned. The one once called the genius Hadu, but due to incompatibility with magic. Many people are skeptical about your return. With your recent performance in the midterm exam at a Bellic Academy, it seems Hadu is on the brink of a comeback. The whole country is starting to pay attention to you. As the youngest son of the prestigious Medosan family, 5 years old, you had mastered level 1 magic. By the age of 7, you had mastered casting spells. Hadu was no longer seen as the pride of a famous family with a long history and a giant magical stone business of the Xin Corporation. Expected to inherit the position of the family head, failed and disappointed both his father and the public. He turned his back on Ha. Furthermore, I have read the art of Ega. I see it as a good opportunity for you to regain your honor, your last time's failure. However, Inhai's voice carried a hint of pride. You exceeded my expectations. Despite that incompatibility in his mind, the image of you creating transformation magic emerged. Inhai extended his hand toward Hadu, emphasizing every word. This time you won. Hadu, his mouth curved into a smile, so different from his usual cold demeanor. You truly deserve to be called a real wizard now. Upon hearing this, he widened his eyes in disbelief at receiving such recognition from his father. Immediately after, Hadu stood up straight. Thank father. Inhai declared, from now on, family will do everything to nurture you. Continue to instruct. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will approve your return to the Madosan family. Inhai pointed, his voice filled with trust as the rightful heir. Make our family name proud. He smiled bright, his eyes showing determination. Inhai raised his index finger. And I want to remind you of one thing. He warned. If I find out that you are procrastinating or being lazy in your training. Inhai placed his hand on Hadu's forehead, his tone serious mixed with overwhelming pressure. I will destroy your magic circle. Clenched his hands tightly in tension. So this is indeed the overwhelming presence of an 8-circle wizard. It is really frightening, but this is also my last chance. Hadu tried to maintain his composure and looked directly at father. Inho returned to his seat, asking in a deep voice, so what is your goal? He asked back. Did you ask about my goal? He repeated once more. I once wanted to become the head of the Madosan family. Isn't that right? Inuk's expression was serious. Jansi, Jinhai, Minji. Right now I'm the weakest compared to my sibling. Hadu placed his hand on his chest, replied firmly. I already told my dad. My only goal is to become the head of the family. That is it. First, I will make sure everyone remembers my name. He wondered, how are you going to do that? The boy's hand touched a newspaper on the table. By participating, Hadu said decisively. The World Academy Olympic competition will take place in 2 months. Contestants from all over the world come to participate. He smirked confident, and I will bring home the gold medal. Hadu thought to himself, the Olympic competition for mages is held annually and always welcomes mages under 20 years old, also known as the Magic Olympics. It draws attention from all over the world. Comparable professional tournament. Inhai suddenly spoke up, but the best performer from our country, Master Lam Mat, only got a silver medal. He reminisced about the tense moment of receiving the award that year. Inhai's voice was doubtful. You still plan to win a gold medal? That sounds unrealistic. I see it that way too. Right, Hadu replied. Yep. So I want to set a condition. He was curious. One condition you set it in the next 2 months. The others from interfering with. Hearing this, Inhai sighed. That is bold. Using something almost impossible to gain temporary protection. He thought to himself, normally, he would refuse such unreasonable request, but he smiled hopefully this time. The next, the academy's dormitory, in a room with many books scattered messily on the floor. Sunlight outside filters through the window, shining on Hadu, who is sound asleep. The rays wake him up. Hadu rubs his eyes and wonders, did I oversleep again? He sits up against the bed, reflecting that after returning from the tea plate, he started reviewing the criteria for the second test. Passed the first test, but to reach the third stage, he has to pass the second. Right now, I do not know where to start. The only thing I know is resonance, which means I have to increase my compatibility with magic. The toughest stage of the second circle. Hadu opens the book, pass the test. I have to touch here and control the mana. According to the principle of resonance, places his hand on the page filled with spells. A little trick I know is that I need the judgment ring and the resonance ring to connect most effect. My handwriting is terrible. Hadu reaches out to start practice. Is it like this? 2 magic rings are created in an instant. Few minutes go by, and Hadu is focused on studying again. He suddenly sighed, thinking he should go for a walk. A little later, in the city center, Ha has changed into another out. Strolling by the lake is so relaxing. It is walking a bit every now and then really helps you unwind. Close your eye, take a deep breath, and feel the fresh air. After having breath and taking a relaxing walk, I feel like I understand the resonance better now. While Hadu was relaxed, suddenly a loud scream. Be careful. You instinctively turned your head that way, but something white was flying straight toward. Hadu got hit in in the face by a plastic bag. The girl ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" You were on the ground, holding your face and crying out, "It hurts too much." Hadu looked up at the girl, who was worried in front of surprised. A little while later, the two of them were walking together. Hadu asked in confusion, "Anyway, why did that plastic ball fly towards?" Adela hesitated a bit. "About that, imagine what happened earlier. I was happily spinning it, because I was about to drink banana milk. Then it flew away. I get it now." You replied. Adela shyly looked down. Hadu lightly shook the bottle of milk he was holding. "It is thanks to you. I also got to drink banana milk, but you only drank." She opened the plastic bag full of milk for you to see. "Of course, it is the best drink humans have ever made." Hadu found it hard to believe. "That is way too much. The sky is now incredibly clear." Adela spoke up. "I heard you went home." Hadu smiled and replied honestly, "Yeah, I returned to the magic tower yesterday." When she heard that, her face bright. "Thank good. Do you still want to become the tower master?" Hadu looked a bit taken aback by Adela's question. "Did I say that?" She reminisced about the two of when they were little. "Yeah, we talked about that. You are still thinking about it." "I do not dream of that anymore." Adela was shocked by the denial. "The heck? Have you accepted reality?" She murmured with sympathy. Considering that the tower master has many outstanding siblings, becoming the head of the family is not easy at all. Hadu saw Adela talking to herself and asked, "What are you talking about?" He smiled light, his determined demeanor hard to sway. "My dream is to become a master of magic and stand at the pinnacle of all sorcery." Ambition sparkled in Hadu's eye. "The entire magic tower," he emphasized strongly. "That is my goal." Adela sighed. "Pinnacle of all sorcery. What an incredible goal. Beyond imagination." She smiled, following his lead, feeling a strong sense of intensity. Night. Countless stars twinkled across the sky at the vast magic tower. O was nervously biting her nail, her hands trembling as she slammed the table. "I asked, are not you worried at all?" Jihan remained calm with his arms crossed. He must have his own reason. Right after that, he frowned in thought, unable to believe that he set such conditions. Daihan recalled early, in Hika's office, he had asked, "Father, is there a reason we were called here?" His expression was serious. "I know your nature, so I command you not to touch Ha for the next 2 months." Jihan and Si were struck by this word as if by light, and he shouted, "Father." Despite that impatience, he managed to stay calm to stop her. "Can you tell us the reason?" Inhaije explained. "Both of you know that Hadu officially returned to the magic tower yesterday. He is still a minor and has been away from family for a year, so I think giving him 2 months to adapt to the family is necessary." The other two were very dissatisfied, did not dare to oppose. Inhayofi rubbed his temple, especially since you two would surely observe him close, finding a way to compete for the position of the head of the family. Daihan pressed his lips tightly to try to suppress the fire burning inside, forced a gentle smile. "I understand now. Father, is there anything else?" He turned to look out the window. "That is it. You two must be tired, so rest." Back to the present. Kar saw the brother silent for a long time and urged, "Why have not you said anything?" She seemed to see something. Her face quickly changed color. Words caught in her throat, and the veins on Jihan's forehead bulged. He looked extremely fierce at that moment. "Damn, I can't accept." Jan analyzed. Jin Hek and Minji Jai are not interested in competing for the host position, so I understand why they were not called to the meeting. But just leaving Hadu alone after a year away from home, if it were the father from before, he would insist that we must endure, saying that a 1-year difference is insufficient to be the heir, and the protection for the young only applies until they turn 16 before the marking process begins. That means 17 is already beyond that scope. He frowned in anger. Why would he say that? X's expression was one of shock. Could it be the father? Jan quickly dismissed that thought. That is not it. Hadu has not proven himself enough to the father yet. Sia wondered. Then why? He thought to himself, maybe he sees some potential. Jan speculated. Either the father is interested in the mysterious system that Hadu commands, or perhaps the father and Hadu made a deal. After hearing that, Sia became even more anxious. A deal? What kind of deal? He was furious. Right. Father would not make a decision like that. It is too complicated. Sia asked irritably whether they should recall everyone who was sent to Mana. Jan sighed. Probably, unless they believe they won't be discovered by the secret guard. He thought the secret guards are the intelligence unit under the father, operating as the tower's covered force, an elite team responsible for infiltration, information gather, and escort mission. There is nothing they can't do. Jan reported to the car. To clarify, he withdrew all the surveillance to follow Ha. The girl quietly asked, her eyes filled with worry, "What are you planning to do?" He glanced at her without answer. He stepped outside. Jan strode away, gritting his teeth, his face betraying a sinister look. Even if Kar agreed, sitting idle for 2 months is not his style. If Hadu made some kind of deal with his father, it would be risky. "I will have to visit the Black Tower on a warm morning at Obelis Academy," Trangsu proudly told the class. "The midterm exam has ended, and you all did very well. First of all, our class is honored to have a top student. Let us give a round of applause." Amid everyone's cheer, Hadu slowly stood up. Ha approached and handed him the prestigious certificate. "You ranked first in the whole country. Congratulations." Politely bowed his head in response. "Thank teacher." He looked at him with a warm gaze, and then sternly reminded, "Since you have achieved first place, you will have to maintain that position for 2 months. Participate in the Academy's Olymp." Hadu was undaunted, determination shining in his eye. "That is what I plan." As Hadu returned to his seat, a few classmates began to mock him, denying his achievement, claiming he won through illusion magic and loud bragging. The two of them huddled close and whispered harsh words. "To win, he will probably drop in rank in a week." Exact. A lost soul can only go so far. Hadu ignored the sarcastic remarks and slowly sat down on the chair, looking calm as if nothing happened. Suwon stretched his shoulders in exhaustion. Finally done, and he sighed irritably at Hao. "Why do we have to sit through 8 theory classes? At least tomorrow is just all practical lessons." Suchan was about to say more, but before he could finish complaining, Hadu lightly punched him in the chest. "I told you to exercise." Suchan fell to the ground, pretending to be hurt. Hadu just shot him a glare. "Are you really a magician or what, you weak?" Suchan's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He chased after Hadu intending to tease, but only received cold waves of the hand. "You lousy magician. Can't even tease me with magic anymore. If you are mad, just try to surpass me." Suchan gritted his teeth in anger, "And then I will be stronger than you," and punched. Hadu quickly turned around with a sneer. "Really? If so, come to the training room after dinner to change things up." Suchan was stunned, showing no reaction. Hadu glanced at him with indifference. "What is with that attitude?" Suchan avoided that gaze and hesitated. "Well, I want to, but right now I can't." Hadu crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking a bit annoyed. "If you do not like, just say it." Suchan stepped closer and placed a hand on Hadu's shoulder. "Let me be clear. It is not that I hate training. I just hate training with." "Got it." That statement left Hadu speechless. Suchan hung his head, exhaling in frustration. "To be honest, I feel a bit scared." Your voice echoes in the blue sky. "The way everyone is looking at you in the student training room is wild." Hadu is training frantically, while everyone is focused on you with amazed expression. Hadu is cursing silently as he trains. "What the hell are you doing? Come on, I told you training is more important." Everyone in the training room is shocked by Hadu's impressive stamina. Who is that? Can a person lift that much weight? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. It is the second year who topped the midterm exam. Right. Hadu pays no mind to the chatter. He calmly puts down the barbell and slowly leaves the training room. His mind is still wandering with thoughts about balancing magic, physical strength. He has neglected his physical training too much while focusing on mastering his magic. Almost forgot about it. Hadu takes a sip of water, suddenly remembering the lines of knowledge from the book. Even addresses book states clearly. That book mentions that the infinite magic circle flows throughout the body, connecting with the physical body. A strong body combined with a powerful spell will create synchronization to improve efficiency. After that, he moves on to other exercises like running and weight. Each time he trains, he reminds himself that he has to master both magic and training to optimize his physical strength. Back at the Obelisk Academy, Fierce Black Panther is staring at Hao as if it is looking at prey. Hao is facing a real combat challenge that is not easy at all. You are surrounded by 3 huge, fierce black leaps. They are baring their teeth and rushing at you like light. Hadu skillfully backs up, dodging those dangerous attacks. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. Immediately, Hadu uses his spell to counterattack. However, the leopards are not easily fooled. Quickly coordinate to avoid his counterattack. In a life or death moment, Hadu lowers his body, causing 2 leopards to crash into each other painfully without having time to stop. Then, Hadu gathers his energy, and a fireball appears in his hand. Fire mount flames quickly engulf the unfortunate black leap, while the other tries to escape, cannot evade its destined fate. The battle ends, and an announcement from the auditorium X in Ha. You have completed the monster combat training. Trangsu slowly observes and analyzes the result, and after a thorough check, he nods in satisfaction. Perfect. Maximum score. Hadu smiles with satisfaction. Thank teacher. While sitting and rest, he intently looks at his hand. Hadu begins to think aimlessly. Thanks to the infinite ring, his physical abilities have improved by 1.5 times. Clenches his fist slightly, calculating in his heart that if he can reach the 3rd ring, he will become even stronger. He must quickly enhance the infinite ring. Then Hadu closes his eyes, slowly feeling the energy gradually surrounding. This moment, he is in a state of intense concentration. The surrounding energy grows stronger. The will ring, the resonance ring, pushing both types of mana circulating throughout his body. Hao not only senses but is also controlling the energy ring. Here, adjust the frequency of vibration and the rotation speed of each ring to 12.25%, 4.6%. The will ring and the resonance ring begin to change angle. They gradually come closer together and increase the purity of the mana in the will ring to 89%. As the 2 energy rings close each other, Hadu silently encourages himself just a little more. But at that moment, the process seems to come to a halt. He is panicked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Hadu's eyes are filled with fatigue and a sense of disappointment. A synchronization rate of 99%. Even after trying hundreds of thousands of times, can't reach that 1%. But then he quickly regains his spirit, his hand gently tightening. And however, I will succeed in taming the magic ring at all costs. Playing in the night, clouds drift with the winds everywhere. As Hadu quietly walks down the street, he suddenly feels a faint trace of murderous intent lurking behind him. First, he thinks it is just an illusion, feeling of being watched eating. So Hadu decides to take action, picking up speed as he runs forward. A dark figure in front is silently observing. As the distance closes, that shadow suddenly lunges forward, delivering a malicious. Hadu reflexively dodges to the side. His eyes flash with suspicion and caution. Who is it? Seeing a familiar, Hadu is momentarily stunned. He is surprised and calls out the person's name. Bixa Sahai. Without saying a word, rushes in to attack Hadu. But Ha, with his sharp reflexes and inherent calm, continuously dodged those attacks. This flexibility only made Sahai XD more infuriated. You are good at dodging. A mouse, not bothering with the opponent's attack. Hadu sat, took off his head and spoke soft. What is it? Aren't you going home this week? Then you looked up, your eyes revealing pity, with a hint of sarcasm in your tone. It is not that you are not going home, but that you can tee. Right. Each word felt like daggers piercing Sahiki's heart. He was under restriction, so even if he wanted to go home, could not. Hearing that, he trembled with anger, biting his tongue before I kill you. But Hadu just smiled, maintaining a nonchalant expression as if teasing. Ha, you wield your family's power to that extent, and that is the result. Even if I were not restricted, I still would not go home. How embarrassed. Ha. Hadu's actions at that moment were just like the way he teased Sahiki earlier. Then got so angry that he unleashed his firepower to attack Hadu. Shut up, you useless jerk. Hadu could not believe he dared to do that. That jerk really intends to use that to attack me, using magic right in the street. Sahik rushed at the bastard with just a glance. Hadu figured out his attack rope, so he quickly grabbed Sahik's arm, using his other hand to hit hard on the back of his shoulder. Sahide's body instantly stiffened. Hadu let out a small click of his tongue. Then he turned and pinned Sahiki to the ground. Hadu looked at him with a dangerously cold gaze, and even though he was pressed to the ground, Sahik continued to kill me. You bastard. At that moment, thought flashed in his mind. This was also an opportunity. Police immediately arrived at the scene. Sahik still refused to give up and continued to struggle. Today I am going to kill that bastard. Police officers were still trying to maintain control over. We will talk later. Just let me go. Hadu approached to report the situation. I need to stop him because he attacked me with magic. Then he glanced at the surveillance camera hanging on the wall. Hadu cleared his throat slightly, pretending he could not believe he used magic here. That guy. Police officer nodded in agreement. We will discuss it in more detail tomorrow at the academy. Is late. You should go back to your dorm. Sahik still would not get in the car and continue to argue. Police off. At that moment, a thought crossed Hadu's mind. Keep it up, Sahik. The next morning, at Ober Academy, many people were gathered in front of the notice board in the lobby. Everyone was focused on the disciplinary notice about Sahik. Did you hear? Big Sahik used magic on the street last weekend. It is really chaotic. Below is the detailed notice from the academy off. Bitch Sahyuk was deducted 10 points for using magic off camp. They looked at each other in confusion. But why only 10 points? Is it over? Exact. Isn't that enough to get expelled? Hadu happened to walk by and heard their conversation. Feeling troubled, he thought to himself, bitch Sahyuk caused so much trouble and only got 10 points deducted. It really is like that. Sahyuk is famous for being a playboy. Thanks to the timely intervention of the B family, a rising family, donated a huge sum to the academy to gain prestige, so the academy could not punish him too harshly. Hadu walked while thinking, maybe bitch Sahyuk is getting a beating right now, just as Hadu predicted. In a secluded corner, as soon as Sahayuk up the phone, he was immediately immediately scolded. "You crazy kid." He cautiously admitted his mistake. Dad. However, person on the other end continued to blame. "I told you to quiet until you graduate." Frustrated voice continued to echo from the other end of the line. "Is it that hard?" He struggled to hold back his anger in response. The scolding made Sahyuk gradually lose his patience, but he still tried to endure. "If this family does not get the title, it is all your fault. You understand?" Sahyuk was about to say, "I will remember." The other side quickly hung up. He stared at the phone, bitterly hissing. "Damn it." Sahyuk roared like a madman and violently threw his phone to the ground. Then he gritted his teeth, called out Hadu's name, his eyes filled with rage and fury. Hadu's anger surged. Sahyuk stomped on the phone, cursing non-stop. That bastard. He frantically blamed Hadu for everything. It was all that jerk's fault. Lost in his frenzy, Sahyuk had no idea someone was standing right behind him. Only when Smith's deep voice rang out did he snap back to reality. "Looks like you have a grudge against Hadu." Caught in a chaotic state, he did not bother to hide his rude, "What about Teacher Smith?" "Not allowed," the old man replied with a delighted laugh. "Of course not. Liking or hating someone is your right." But Sahyuk Smith closer, the smile on his face growing colder. "Don't you want to get revenge on Hadu?" Sahyuk was quite surprised by the question, but it was not just a simple question. It was an invitation that crept into his mind, stirring the desire for revenge buried deep within. "Don't you want that?" The outside of the dorm was eerily quiet. In his clean and tidy room, Hadu was sitting pensively at his desk. He was now lost in thought. After the incident with Beehite, can fight back. But actually, I also gained something from this. A new message notification popped up on Hadu's phone. The sender was his father. The main content is that the negotiations with the Bai family have ended. In exchange for keeping this matter quiet, they received 3% of the mining right family B. In the end, he did not forget to praise Hadu, saying, "Well done. If you want a reward, just let me know." Hadu smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He began to think more deep. For the Butch family to gain their title, they could not just focus on the academy. They also had to maintain good relationships with other prestigious families. That is, they would need to use special measures. The Bitch family is right to do this. After a rational analysis, he came to a conclusion. After all, the victim in this matter is no one other than himself, the direct descendant of the Xin family. Hadu continued to scroll through his phone. His thoughts were still swirling like a tide. At all costs, the Bitch family wants to handle this mess. These conditions really emphasize the importance of the title family. The title is a symbol of a family's status, regarded as a representation of the family, like the Mage of the Mage family or the Mystic of the Mystic family. This title differentiates a family's status. The impulsive actions of Sahi came to Hadu's mind. Beek Sahi was basically expelled from the Baich family. Because of this, with his skill, he would not be able to harm me. He picked up the book and then sighed in relief. Now everything is fine. Forget about becoming an old man. Let us focus on improving our farming technique and get back to the Obelis Academy. Crowd is bustling in the schoolyard. Hadu walks quietly while observing. Has the control over the teachers become stricter due to the incident? Sahi. Suddenly, Hadu hears someone calling. Sinha. He turns around and forces a smile. "Hello, Smith." The old man grunted in response, then narrowed his eyes dangerously at Hadu. Meets his gaze with a calm expression. Suddenly, Smith's attitude shifts to strangely cheerful. He must have noticed for a while. "Hadu, it seems like you really do not like me." Hadu politely responds. "That is right, not really." Smith tilts his head looking at his eyes watering, pretending to understand. "I understand. I used to say harsh things to you. They were all sincere advice, so do not misunderstand me." "Okay." Hadu keeps a relaxed smile, though he remains alert inside. "Yeah, why is he acting like this all of a sudden?" Smith's smile is a mask of deceit. He reaches out toward Hadu. "So from now on, why do not we start over?" Hadu smiles lightly and straightforwardly declines. "Thank you." Suddenly, a strange feeling rises within him. "Smith, do not." Surrounded by an invisible dark aura, Hadu senses something unusual. What is this uncomfortable feeling? He still smiles. His tone is sweet but unnaturally creepy. "Though late, congratulations on being top of your midterm exam, and I sincerely hope you find your own path." Hadu clenches his jaw, trying to resist the invisible pressure weighing down on Anna. Right, but now Smith's entire body is covered by dark magic, and the hesitation in Hadu's heart grows stronger. This dark magic is concerning. Looking at the smile and those vicious probing eyes, a sudden thought strikes Hadu's mind. It is the Black Tower. Thinking of this situation, Hadu's face quickly turns pale, sweat pouring down. An image of the high, ominous Black Tower appears in his mind. Unlike the 12 recognized towers, this tower is unofficial and follows a different path. A group of corrupt criminals was formed by a self-claimed dark wizard king. Hadu's tense expression curses inward. "Damn it, Smith is connected to the Black." "In your eyes?" Smith looks like a spider monster setting a trap. Thousands of questions keep racing through your mind. "It means there are other wizards in the school from the Black Tower." "How? Since when?" Hadu looked at the old man warily, internally denying it. "That is not important right now." Your gaze suddenly flashed with a cold light, and you silently made a decision. "First, I need to understand the magic formula to assess the situation." Right after that, a series of different formulas abruptly appeared around the two of them. Hadu's eyes lit up, astonished to realize this magic formula looked so familiar. "This is the mind control spell." You furrowed your brow in worry. "Wait a minute. Mind control is like my brain resisting all external interference. Smith's mind control spell 1T work on me." Hadu breathed a sigh of relief, reassuring himself, "That way, I will survive this time." Looking around at the people in the academy still chatting animated, you squinted and assessed. They still have not realized. So the next step should be for Hadu to close his eyes and mumble, pretend to be affected by this spell, and dig for more information about the Black Tower. After opening your eyes again, your usually lively eyes instantly became vacant. Smith waved his hand back and forth, evaluating for a moment before clicking his tongue in comment. "Very good." The old man raised his hand to stroke his chin with disdain. "A stupid disabled chip can't be used, yet it can make me apologize." Then Smith stepped closer to you and whispered your name. "Hadu, listen carefully." The old man dropped a strange chip into your hand and gave you orders. "From now on, you must always carry this, and do not ask why you have." "That is it." Hadu, like a clueless pup, looked up and replied. "Yep." Deep down, he was filled with doubt. "Is that all?" Just then, Smith suddenly turned and coldly asked, "And explain your transformation magic." He jolted in shock. "This can't be said." Hadu immediately clutched his head, showing pain in front of the old man's startled gaze as he groaned in front of him. Smith coldly remarked that there seemed to be a strong subconscious desire, the secret of his mind control magic. In the end, the old man could not hold back an order. "All right, stop it." Seeing this, Hadu immediately broke into a mischievous grin, pleased with himself. Even so, he could not stop thinking about mind control magic. It intervenes in the target's brain, amplifying emotions or controlling them at will, a magic that symbolizes the Black Tower. If a high-level sorcerer uses this magic, it could even cause the target's mind to collapse, turning it into an extremely dangerous forbidden spell. Adu bent down, deep in thought, and as I just saw, a person affected by the magic has a strong will regarding specific memory. Trying to extract them could cause their mind to collapse. Look at how easily he gave up. It seems that transformation magic is not the goal he is pursuing. Smith gritted his teeth in anger at this sight. Then the old man rubbed his forehead in frustration, his mouth continuously lamenting that your skills were not suitable for your position. So I tried to sell you off cheap. Yeah, we can't let this mission fail. After some hesitation, Smith snapped his fingers. Well then, to the mission end. I will take your skills away. Adu, after being released from the spell, pretended to be shocked, not knowing what just happened. Seeing that, the old man immediately called Adu. Smith smiled gently and asked Han, are you okay? You seemed distracted while we were talking. You must be really tired, so I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. The guy just stared blankly in response. I understand. Watching the old man's back slowly walk away, Adu's expression immediately became more serious than ever. It was now lunchtime at the academy, and there were many groups of students walking around the yard. They chatted as they walked. I am so hungry. Let us go get coffee. Yesterday passed by them with a heavy heart in some corner of the academy yard. Now, Adu was sitting silent, staring at the object in his. He raised the chip up, his gaze full of doubt. This is Adu. He frowned and muttered, an illegal A chip, a creative upgrade chip. Giving this to me means their goal is to frame me as an illegal A user. Thinking about the possibility of becoming a target for attack, he angrily realized that in the end, he would sink into a wicked smile along with scandalous headlines. Adu sat in the chair, resting his chin on his hand in confusion. They wanted to tarnish his image. Professor Smith has no reason to harm me. Of course, there are some bad things between me and my teacher. He whispered, but someone must have asked the Black Tower to do this. After saying that, Adu frowned, calculating silent. It might be possible to roughly estimate the scale of the situation. Recalling what Sahake had shouted, I will kill you, thought to himself, this mess is way beyond the ability of someone under house arrest. So it seems to be one of his two brothers or two sisters. Adu pondered gloomily. They want to tarnish my image and completely exclude me from the competition for the hair. 4 people with clear motive. First, there is Minji, who is not actively participating in the inheritance struggle. She would not be the one to do this. Older brother Jin Hai is actively participating in the inheritance competition, but he does not have the courage to do something bold like after eliminating. Thought suddenly crossed Adu's mind. So it must be one of the other two, or both. He clenched his fist, wondering if he should confront Smith and ask him, remembering the powers behind it. Adu suddenly hesitated. Black Tower is very sensitive information. Smith probably does not even know who the master. If he confronts, the information will be cut off. Right now, being trapped by the Black Tower is not good, so he stood up, his gaze becoming sharp. A little later, in a tall building in the center, Adu stood silently behind the elevator door. Kangin did not turn around but spoke up. Hello, Adu, he said, then turned around to question. So what do you want to say to me? Kangin's narrow eyes immediately narrowed, secretly assessing the other person. On the other side, Adu was quietly observing the main tower. Kangin looked colder than usual, exuding confidence as he faced. Adu made a silent resolution, but at that moment, under the hopeful gaze, Kangin suddenly covered his face and hesitantly spoke. My uncle told me not to think of myself as a bird. Seeing that expression, Adu's thoughts became even more resolute. It was now or never, and he narrowed his eye, continuously assessing. Just as the rumors said, what was he studying that made him this worried? Without hesitation, Adu stepped forward and asked, what are you researching? Kangin did not hide it and gestured beside him. I am studying a strange magical stone. It is taking more time than I expect. Hearing this, Adu expressed some doubt and repeated the question. Magical stone. While thinking, Adu was drawn to something beside it. Looking at the shimmering rainbow-colored stone on the table, he blankly wondered. That is elemental manhwa. Adu gasped, then cast a calculating glance person in front of him. It was truly a rare opportunity. The Kangin plopped down in his chair and calmly spoke. Since we are both busy, let us get to the point. He raised his hand to support his head, looking at and assessing the importance of what Adu wanted to say. Something that could not be delayed. What do you want to tell me in person? Adu had a blank expression, deep in thought. You seem a bit too excited. This rate. Whatever I say, you won't listen anyway. Still, he silently reminded him. Then let us negotiate. After thinking about it, Adu straightened up and seriously began. Before we get into the main matter, I have something to discuss with you. You did not hesitate to speak. The magical stone that the Tower Master is researching is the elemental manhwa. Kangin was shocked by that information. He gave a fierce glare, questioning, how do you know this name has not been revealed outside, let alone its existence? Kangin seemed angry as he pressed on. You need to be careful with your words. Adu hurriedly waved his hands to explain. I am not planting a spy in the Green Tower or leaking information. He squinted suspiciously, asking, then how do you know? Adu rummaged through his bag as he replied. The reason is very simple. From inside, pulled out a shimmering manhwa stone. I have one too. As soon as he saw it, Kangin stood up in shock, exclaiming, here. Adu raised the stone high, affirming in a deep voice. Exact. This is the perfectly crafted elemental manhwa stone. After hearing this, he could not believe it and stuttered out, Adu, could it be that you crafted it yourself to this level? Adu did not hide it and emphasized, it must be me. Kangin paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, mumbling that it is ridiculous. He frowned, recalling the top magical engineer of the Red Tower, J. Pillar, known as the best magical craftsman in the world. Even the elite artisans of our Green Tower, those with renowned skill, and I, are in the top 3 craftsmen in the world. Looking at that sparkling manhwa stone, Kangin helplessly realized even he himself could not craft this precious stone, while an ordinary high school student could. He still could not believe it and asked again, Adu, is it just a coincidence that you two own this magical stone? Adu tightened his grip on the stone in his hand and calmly replied, I discovered that the Green Tower is the only place that processed this kind of magical stone. I just happened to bring it. Kangin swallowed nervously and asked, can I ask how you got it? He looked at the stone and casually said, I have nothing to tell. I just happened to see it and was lucky to craft. Just as he finished speaking, he leaned in closer with sparkling eye. Excited, I told you, your luck is really amazing. Adu could only respond with an awkward smile. Kangin slammed his hand on the table and declared, all right, wizards have the right to see. Put on a righteous face and emphasize, I won't pressure you anymore. Adu answered happily. Right after that, Kangin took out the glasses and glove. Just, can I take a closer look? He did not hesitate to present the stone. He gently lifted the stone for a thorough examination. This is the only magical stone in the world. Contains all 4 elements. After examining it, Kangin returned it, while not forgetting to ask, so what is the purpose of bringing it? Adu casually replied, all right, I want to use it to create an item. He looked at him suspiciously and asked, an item? What kind of item do you want? Then Stangin began to list clothes, decoration, or weapon. Adu nodded in agreement and stated his request. As long as it enhances elemental magic form, anything is fine. Looking at the glowing manhwa stone, pondered, I understand, but high-level magical stones also require high-level material. Crafting cost will be quite expensive. Do you think it is a problem? Hadu looked naive, not knowing what was going on. Seeing that expression, a king laughed off. Sorry, you must be a descendant of a magical family, so your family should be able to cover it. However, Hadu quickly denied his statement. No way. Put his finger to his lip, looking mysterious. I want to keep this artifact a secret from my family and everyone. He was intrigued by that. Hadu, you are really clever. But what about the crafting fee? Dangian raised his hand to write down the amount he would have to pay. Probably around this number. He curiously asked, can you pay without your family's help? Hadu smiled and replied, but in return, he suddenly wore a very confident smile and muttered, I have another way. Hadu excitedly shared his plan. I will craft the elemental manhwa right here in front of you, in front of the head of the magic tower. Dangian was equally excited. So that means you will teach me how to craft it right now. He excitedly threw his head back and shouted, great, this way I can definitely cover the fee. We even get a good deal. A moment later, Hadu hesitated to speak. Can I ask one more thing? At this point, Dangian, very pleased with that proposal, generously asked back, what is it? Is it related to today's event? After a moment, once he sat down, Hadu hesitated to present something. This is Trungian, holding the chip in his hand and thoughtfully saying, this is a new generation upgrade chip, a type of illegal chip. Where did you get this? Confirming it again, Hadu immediately tightened his hand resting on his thigh. Spoke in a low voice, a sorcerer from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. There are Black Tower sorcerers mingling in Obelic Academy. Please help me deal with. Their conversation stretched on until the full moon. Hadu stood straight in front of a white car. He leaned in to look at the window, smiling lightly as he reminded, careful inside. Bio truthing. Su just glanced over and replied, yeah, we will meet again soon. Quietly watched the car leave, and after a while, in the empty hallway, he returned to his room after showering and changing. Hadu comfortably sank into his soft bed. Remembering today's event, he cheerfully told himself, little did he know that Sangin was studying elemental manhwa. Hadu propped his hands behind his head, feeling pleased that he see from his father, while still crafting the item. Suddenly, frowning face of Sahai Oc flashed in his mind along with scolding words. Hadu, this kid can let it go. He raised an eyebrow. Analyzed. Originally, I intended to propose a 3% share from Ba's mining right, but now thinking this, Hadu's eyes gradually closed. If all goes well. On the other side, Dangian was still suspicious after receiving a series of information. Hard to believe. I heard the security at Obelic Academy is extremely strict. He recalled the Black Tower and mumbled, yet there are Black Tower sorcerers hiding there. Back to the conversation this afternoon, Kangyu raised the chip and said, and the only evidence this printed chip. Hadu asked a little anxious, is it that? He did not respond but flashed a knowing smile. Then Kang Wai confidently winked and declared, normally, our green tower would not act solely based on a student's suspicions or unreliable clues, but it is fine. Let us take the risk and see. Hadu weaved through the crowd, talking on the phone. The other end asked, are you here yet? He replied, I will rely on you to execute the plan. Hadu's backed like a powerful boss as he entered the elevator. The voice on the phone reassured, you do not have to worry. As long as the information is accurate, our green magic tower won't make any mistake. Hadu replied firmly, I believe you. You promised the person on the phone. I will get in touch again later. Then Hadu stepped into the luxurious restaurant he had arranged beforehand for his family member. Politely said, hi. In front of Hadu now were the young lady and young master of the Xin family wait for him to have a meal together. Hadu showed respect. Ladies and gentlemen, family secretary request. Minjae warmly welcomes his beloved younger brother after days of absence. Oh my, it has been a while since I last saw you. Hadu runs over to her younger brother. You really complimented your sister. It has been so long. You look exactly the same. Hearing her younger brother's praise, Min feels uplifted. Are you complimenting your sister? Hadu's sweet talk keeps flattering without any shame. Of course. Minji eagerly expresses her joy, playfully ruffling her younger brother's hair. Hadu, you have grown a lot. Soon, you will be taller than Jin Hek, the younger master of the family. Jin Hek hears his younger sibling's words home and rushes to fix Minjae. Do not say such things. He pats the youngest sibling on the shoulder. Glad to have you back. Hadu, it is hard to be completely happy. But anyway, welcome back. He smiles awkwardly. Thank brother. But inside he, brother, you are still as blunt as ever. Min frowns a bit, annoyed. Brother, why do you keep saying unnecessary things? Dean Haide asks back fusion. Did I say something wrong? Hadu stands still for a while, then looks at the others and finally manages to say something. It has been a while since we last met. He looks over at the two unpleasant people sitting corner of the table. Brother Jan, I will introduce you to the young master of the family. Jan finally speaks up. I am no longer chubby like a child. Instead, I am the young lady of the family asks to meet me after all these days and still wears to read face. It has been a long time since I have seen you. Little brother, even though Hadu meets people like, he still always wears a polite smile. The two of them are just smiling on the surface. Clearly, they want to devour me whole. He thinks to himself, culprit is here for sure. Diane laughs through tears, raises a glass of red wine to invite. Let us sit down and eat, then chat. I am curious why you called us. Little brother. He looks at Hadu with half an eye. Nothing special at all. You politely respond to the jab from your opponent very naturally. I just wanted to see you all after a long time, so I arranged this gathering. Little brother is already getting impatient. Why did you call us all here just for that trivial matter? You are not one to back down either. Throwing shade right back. Even if I did not do it, Jahan or Sister Xia would. Right. Just one sentence and she is already furious. Xian Tit leans over the table and starts shouting loudly. I can't stand this kid. Xia points at Hadu and scolds it. Alright, spill it out. What is your plan? Little Hadu, taken aback, asks back with a silly look. What do you mean by plan? She screams angrily. Don't play dumb. Do you intend to participate in the hair competition or not? Hadu, feeling feast, throws out a few jabs. If I say I am not interested, would you believe me? Xia immediately gets worked up after hearing this. Who would believe you would provoke him more? Then why are you asking? She is going crazy, you little brat. Daihan gently reminded her sitting next to her. You should not say that. With an issue like this, words are not enough. You have to prove it through action. He used his fake caring tone to probe. By the way, Hadu, I heard you just achieved a pretty impressive skill. It is called transformation magic, right? Can you share that magic with your family? He felt startled at being scrutinized by him. Hadu carefully analyzed the hidden meanings in the other person's word. Very well said. By sharing the skill, it would prove she is giving up the power struggle. But you look back at the Iskar, where Jihan is being praised. That sounds great. Then thought about it, but it is not a scam. Hadu stood up ready to speak. He put on a pitiful face to call out to those cunning guys. This skill is my only hope. Hadu's eyes were pleading. Adinin chose a role in this play. For someone unsuitable to be a wizard like me, it is the only chance I have to live. I can't share it. Okay, Hadu continued. This is not even related to the succession rate. Minji felt touched as she saw her younger brother's eyes, welling up with tears. It is, and no need to say anything. It is my youngest's only hope. Even the Kar and Jinhu have to give up performance of these two sisters. Minji takes a cloth cloth to wipe Ha's crocodile tears. And you whisper, "Thank you for understanding me. Sis, I witnessed this drama and sprayed hairspray stiff, rushing in to break the comedy. Let us set aside this meaningless competition. Why do not we chat and relax a bit?" She turned to talk privately with just wanting to hear Adu talk more. Even the piece of cake on the table was ignored. They did not want to eat. Z and Jan separated to talk privately. Meanwhile, the three of Adu still laughed and chatted happily, as if nothing had happened. And that is how the young ladies and gentlemen of the family awkwardly ended their meal together. Suddenly, you looked around for a moment. Maybe we should. At that moment, someone's phone announced an emergency message. Everyone stood up in confusion. They could only stare at each other. Minji was panicking. What is going on? Jinho was also stunned. This is an emergency message. A person holding the phone was sweating profusely. I can't believe what is happening right now. At this hour, the young master Jan bit his lip, staring at the emergency message on his phone. He had a face scrunched up like a monkey, unable to take his eyes off the screen. The message read, "Emergency alert. Breaking news. An employee of Obelisk Academy has been identified as a criminal sorcerer linked to the Lang-Smith Black Tower. The second son of the prestigious family in France been arrested." The arrest was carried out by Zhang Ra, a level 6 sorcerer and secretary of the Green Tower. Everyone's eyes were glued to Jihan, who was calmly sitting at the head of the table. Adu smiled smugly. "Got you." He recalled the unpleasant look on his face when he was caught right at the heart of the matter, then looked directly at the face that was trying to appear calm. "Jan is my brother, right?" The final night fell. The bright moonlight shone against the black sky. Adu, while wearing head, pondered the message from earlier in the day, and at the same time, a sound rang out. It seems Adu was right. You can't take your eyes off this urgent mess. 31. A 6th level sorcerer and his assistant from the Green Tower discovered suspicious activities of Lang Smith at the supply room of the Obelisk Academy. Lang Smith is accused of tampering with the materials used for the survival test, and if it were not for the sorcerer's chance visit to the supply room, who knows what disaster could have happened during the test on Friday for the South Korean government. The Korean Sorcerers Association and the International Sorcerers Association declared that they would not overlook the intrusion of this Black Tower. Suddenly, paw, but the assistant next to him was react. "How did you know Smith would get involved with the training supplies?" Adu calmly replied, "I just made a reasonable deduction based on the intelligence I have." You recount the process of how Smith infiltrated the Black Tower. The image of the old man smiling mysteriously appears in your mind. Considering that Smith has infiltrated the academy, it is highly likely he will act within the premise. Every piece of evidence Adu presented is very convincing, and I think about the moment he uses mind control on me. This week's schedule and the day he could act will be as certain as a nailed-down post. Friday, the day of the survival. Adu's reasoning becomes more and more valid. If he wants to uncover something during the survival test, he will have to get his hands on the training materials. The usual supply check will happen in the afternoon before so the only time to intervene without being noticed will be when you recount that you unexpectedly discovered old man Smith. Adu for sure tonight. Thursday night, you recount your exploration process from the moment Smith was discovered until you set up a meeting to expose the mastermind. I already have the Green Tower monitoring the supply room. We just need to gather everyone to find out who is behind the Black Tower. Sure enough, Adu came to a solid conclusion. We caught Professor Smith, confirming there is a spy from the Black Tower at a Barrack Academy. Professor Lang Smith. You remember his evasive attitude before leaving. I also suspect the connection between Jihan and the Black Tower. I executed the plan perfectly, gathering information without revealing myself. Adu was self-satisfied. It was a perfect execution. Pondered. The only regret is that the relationship between Jihan and Professor Smith could not be caught with decisive evidence. But in the end, I will find out if I continue to dig deep. Kanye sat assertively in the chair, sharing a gesture of assistance. This time I intended to help you, but ended up being the one receiving help. The reputation of the Green Tower has skyrocketed thanks to resolving this. Adu smiled kindly. I will definitely return this favor. I won refused. He kept talking non-stop. Suddenly there was a call from the head of the tower for Adu. I appreciate your honesty. Alright, I will conclude everything. You took my headphones off politely. Be careful. Suddenly, Adu got ambushed. You jumped and looked over, and right in front of you was a blurry figure constantly shouting your name. Adu, Adu, Adu. Turns out it is that crazy guy. Clutching his chest and growling. That loser. You panicked and fell for Haya. Adu was so startled that sweat streamed down his face. This brainless idiot wildly unleashing terrifying magic, attacking at full speed. Adu could not react in time. Was too fast. Then quickly activated his magic stream. He controlled the flow of magic to swirl in front of him, enhancing the water shield. Adu gritted his teeth, pushed into a disadvantageous position, leaving him only to worry. It is too strong. This water shield won't hold. Adu immediately used his right hand to control his left arm, which was acting hastily, and ordered his brain to adjust the water shield. Panicked and dodged that attack when he accidentally made the magical water strike its owner. Adu's magic loaded, shaking heaven and earth, and he was thrown far away. Adu stared at his glowing red hand, realizing he could not dodge at all. Saho was also back several meters, but he was not harmed at all. This is the gap between our ability. This crazy guy is drooling, looking like a wild beast. You just crawling, even if it is just useless trash. Look at the reality. Adu is sitting in a corner by the pole, just being cautious. Say, you notice something unusual about this crazy guy. Wait, there is something very strange about his eyes bloodshot. He sticks out his tongue like a bloodthirsty beast. Adu analyzes every move of his opponent, her skin turning red. This reaction, illegal stimulant, madman. He breaks down each flaw of this drug. The property of this drug is to force a mana explosion that ruptures blood vessels, turning a person's appearance into that of a madman, a blood-soaked warrior. But more importantly, the user will fight to the death. Adu screams in fear. Are you crazy? Sahiyu, the speed of the wind, darts like an arrow to attack. I am perfectly fine. He struggles to get up to cast the 3rd level fire magic spell. In that life and death moment, Adu is tightly held by his arm, fearfully cursing. The madman, he drools continuously, constantly denying Hadu's, saying, "Toad, I am normal. Actually, I just became normal again." Sahi laughs loud, brawling. You are about to die. Then he violently uses magic to suppress Adu with fire magic. A cloud of dust rises from the park where they stand. Sahi revels in seeing Adu being defeated. Look at this jerk. Painfully holds his face, and he threatens in a mocking tone. You are still alive. Sahi shouts. You have blocked my magic twice. He started cursing at Adu, who was sprawled out on the ground. Punk like you. How dare you? Suddenly, Hayuk growled like a dog that broke free from its leash. Then he quickly changed his expression like flipping a pang, letting out a sigh. It is. Adu struggled to sit up, thinking to himself, just as I suspect, that erratic mood must be a bird. berserker. His eyes were glued to the berserker standing right in front of him. But the absurd thing was that Hadu recalled the spell that had just been cast. That magical power. No matter how many berserker pills he took, he should not be this strong. Could it be that Hadu hesitated about whether he should check the spell? He hunched over like a zombie. Provoking. What are you looking at, punk? He launched a wind ball attack. The guy stood there, staring at the magical force in the shape of a dove rushing toward him, while continuously cursing the feeling satisfied, but immediately counterattacked with magical firepower. How dare you use that trash magic? Hadu said calmly. I should have used it carefully. He quickly dashed down to control his leg, seizing the opportunity to throw in a few sarcastic remarks, but he did not expect to end up in this situation. Sahayuk was ambushed, only able to fly high up in panic. It is right below. Hadu calmly created a stream of spiritual energy. He was terrified by the light of this energy stream. You look tense as a guitar string. That is right. Sahay. Australia suddenly unleashed a powerful fire magic, preparing to suppress the mana fire. This distance. He yelled out fire gun. Hadu could only widen his eye, watching Sahai curse him to death again, but he managed to dodge his attack just in time. Hadu carefully analyzed that the fire gun's characteristic is strong firepower at close, but its range is only 7.74 meters. If he runs, he can easily avoid it. He looked up at the opponent, who was laughing gleefully in the air, unable to believe his eye. No way. Frantically launched attack, but none hit. Hadu remained highly alert. You hate me so much that you have to use chip why? So who did not dare admit to his dirty tact, only able to hide behind a smile. Chip, what nonsense are you saying? Hadu said calmly. It is understandable if you do not remember. He then said something shameless. While the chip-in is clearly attached, right behind your neck. Why would I use it with a useless guy like you? If you are going to keep talking nonsense, just shut up and die. Hadu easily dodged each magical attack and then dissected the issue. The effect of the chip-in is to enhance the user's physical ability, boost their magical structure, and change both their power and range of magic. Sahai, caught off guard, can only scream, what now, you jerk? Hadu calmly explained. The funny thing is, I am also studying the structural changes of spells and mana, as well as the transformation of magical structures. Thanks to that, I am very sensitive to magical changes caused by mana enhance and spell explosion. Then he thinks to himself whether it is luck or unluck, but he has also found a clue thanks to the chip-in, and this berserker potion. He shouts loud, what the hell are you talking about, you jerk? Finally, Hadu makes his move and shout, I do not feel grateful to you at all. The fact that I can solve it is just a matter of resonant time. Hadu breaks down the problem for the other person to see. Anyone who reaches this level will surpass their current realm. However, these past few days, I have been thinking while reading the book address. It is these things that give me a headache. The issue is the punishment increases when combining spell, putting pressure on both the body and the mind. His stance, both authoritative and charming, makes Hadu look more impressive. The outcome of the punishment is the duration. If you reach the second level spell and use resonance, the duration is 3 minutes. After that, for the next 12 hours, the mana circle cannot move, so I have to think carefully before using it. Sahai sees Hadu just standing there without attack, so he taunts him. You are scared because you are alone. You fool. Close your eyes and talk to yourself. The resonance time is 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Right then, powerfully awake. Hadu's eyes sparkled as two streams of magic twisted behind him. He smirked. That is enough time. The town. Hadu's quake split the ground open. The aftershock spread endless. When the guy was stabbed straight in the thigh by your leader, he was stunned and yelled out loud. Sahai was stunned by the sight, drooling uncontrollably. This is third level magic. How can a trash like you use third level magic? Hadu saw this guy's panic and put on a shout. What? Can I use it? The outburst reached its peak. He unleashed his anger on you with wild spells and crude insults. You little brat. I hope you die already. Hadu calmly created a shimmering butterfly to provoke him. I always thought this. Can't even heal properly, let alone use magic. How boring. Then you lowered your head to read the water shield incantation, and it immediately became a solid defense to withstand the opponent's attack. Sahai was furious, cursing everywhere. Damn it. You could not stop it just now, and now you are using it. Go die. Hadu was proving step by step that he was not easy to mess with for this guy. Created a vortex around the tip of his magic fire power. Sahai did not expect Hadu to be this strong. Panicked complete. What? You controlled the magic to fly around, then demanded, if you understand, open your mouth. If it were me, after seeing the town, I would realize that this water shield is different from the one earlier. Your magic can't touch me anymore. Suddenly he darted. His clothes were torn up by Hadu, his body trembling as he tried to stand firm to shout one more word. Hadu, like a starving wild beast for 1,000 years. Sahai rushed forward, torrent of water attack, causing his eyes to explode with fury. He charged straight in to strike. Now I understand. Why are you strong? You are using some kind of stimulant. Right. That is why you are so strong. You announced it like it is. A magical vortex appeared where Hadu stood. I want to feel sorry for you. It is all because of you. Hadu was like a DJ dancing on a beat, and that beat expanding and spreading into the murky dark. He panicked. What is this? Are you crazy? If you hesitated to kill me, it would not be like this. Now Hadu's face was surrounded by mysterious magical currents. Sahai screamed wild. Come out. Do not hide anymore. Hadu, do not hide anymore. Hadu, you cast the blinding magic. Hadu was determined not to give the opponent a chance to counterattack. He was immediately bound tightly by your chain. This kind of binding magic, even the scrawny legs of an addict like Sahai could not escape from those chains. Hadu coldly uttered a final word. Prepare this guy a one-way ticket out. It is too late. The only mercy I can give you is to send you off quiet. He screamed. Stop messing around. It is not over yet. If you had not shown up, my life would have been different. Hadu stood calmly beside and taught him a lesson. You think your life will change? I do not think so. At that, you would probably just blame someone else. This guy, controlled by the chip implanted in, can only scream in madness. Where are you? Where are you? You jerk. Hadu glanced back and asked, by the way, do you know why people do not use anyone illegally except for its side effects on the body? He was caught off guard and yelled, what did you say? Hadu kept his cool and immediately used magic to suppress the chip implanted behind Sahioki's neck, causing him to scream in pain. Hadu gleefully pulled his hand away and mocked, I just infused mana into your chip's frequency. How about that? Even with the berserker, it still hurt, right? He was in so much pain that he could not spit anymore and had to plead. Stop. Hadu was amused to see this crazy guy lose his composure like that. Just a light flick and his opponent lurched forward. Anyone in a body pushed beyond the limits of endurance collapse at any moment, even with a light. Then Hadu opened his eyes wide and expressed his final sincerity. In the end, I will thank. Hadu looked down at Sahiosi with disdain. Because of your crazy act. And what do you think you are going to get from dad that is good? Hadu's words cut like a knife into my heart. This scale can't compare to before. 30% of the magical stone mining rights. Oh no, it is probably 40%. He was just writhing in pain from from that punch, and also getting infuriated by the mocking word. Hadu mocked the torment of Sahai's body. Goodbye. Sahik thanks you for being so generous. You suppressed the magic on the chip behind his neck. This made Sahayoshi feel pain deep into the sky. Waves of magical energy from Hadu pierced inside his body, sending him off the world's map. Just like that, you easily took down this crazy guy. Then Hadu picked up his phone from the ground. Seeing a call from Dad, he answered immediately. Hadu happily chatted. Dad, it is Ha here. And Hayoshi is worried about his youngest son. Yeah. Why are you calling so late? He said sternly. You know everything already. From the bushes. Figure was quietly eavesdropping on the entire conversation. No matter how late it was very unusual that no students or police showed up while something big was happening in the dorm. Hadu talked to his dad casually, not paying attention to his surroundings. The students must have evacuated already. And who warned his son? You can't conclude that it is Dad just because he can stop the police. Calmly replied. Many can stop the police, but only Dad would stay till the end of the game. If it were someone else, they would jump in halfway and even stab you in the back. Hadu subtly reminded his father about the two young ladies and the young master of their clan. Because of the guardianship, can't supervise him. Eku eventually had to agree with his son. You are right. Keep going. Hadu suddenly stopped as he noticed something in the bushes in the distance. Someone's footsteps were approaching unexpectedly. A guy in a demon mask and armor stood there with a mysterious smile. He was not phased at all. Dad needs to send Hien with. The masked man's group was moving closer to the distance. RC was unconscious while being checked. In Hyek on the other end asked, you know I am watching you, so why not ask for my help? Hadu glanced at him and replied clearly, I want to show Dad the third level magic. He does not believe in what I have shown before. I did not think you would achieve it in such a short, meaning you have hidden the fact that you can use the third level magic. Hadu's expression did not change as he answered the question. That is right. I lied. Actually, I only used the amplification effect from a second level magician. But being self-absorbed like that, Hadu still remained humble standing alongside C, and that cunning Jan. I am still not strong enough. They knew I used third level magic. He winked, hinting that it would be hard to imagine interference from other siblings. Here Hien is using soundproofing magic and illusion magic to conceal the surrounding. In-ho had to acknowledge the talent of this self-absorbed son. Yeah, not bad. I will drive the car home and stay for the night. Just as you finish, he decisively hung up the phone. Thank Dad. I will see you when I get back. In-Heyochi suddenly smiled and then burst into laughter. I do not know what you have been up to this past year, but your confidence is impressive. I cheerfully greeted. Long time no see. Finally took off that weird mask. Behind that mask was a fierce look. The serious Hien said, long time no see. Young Master Ha, please allow me a moment. He stood up and gently used magic to heal you. Your wound is serious. Then Son carefully placed his hand on the injury. I will do basic first aid. The rest will be handled by the family doc. Du felt shy. Thank you. Walk to the car calmly. Then I will let you handle it. Axtu Hien received the order from the young master and immediately put the mask back. I won T let this get out. The night fell, sprinkled with a few twinkling stars. The Inhek family's headquarters loomed against the mysterious sky. Jan cursed angrily. Damn it. He walked heavily to his death. Why is this happening? Suddenly Jan froze in place when he saw Tis casually sitting on the sofa, chatting without a care. Finally done with that. Thought I would be waiting forever. By the way, I really like this sofa. He was suspicious. You came from the Black Tower. Tis bowed his head, wearing a mysterious smile. Just move aside. You are really unlucky. I did not expect the guys from the Green Tower to mess everything up. There is nothing more to say since you got caught before you could act. Jan did something bad and got hit right where it hurt, which made him furious and yell. Is this really the time to joke around? Didn't you brag about never failing? He said. What more do you want from me? Tis remained nonchalant as if nothing happened. He even laughed loud. I tend to laugh a lot. Anyway, the mission has failed, so I will refund you. Or I will handle the consequences. He stood up, walked over to Jihan, and pretended to be generous. Since he is a VIP customer, there is no need to worry about the information leaking out. As for Lang Smith, who knows where Turkus is so sure that he won't make tomorrow morning. Jihan quickly brushed aside Smith's issue. His life is not my concern. That guy, Sahai, used the Inchip and Burke charged into Hazu. How do you plan to handle it? He replied firmly. Don't worry about that. That kid is brain dead already. Jan was taken aback. Brain dead? What do you mean? Tis recounted the time Sahayose was fighting you mindlessly. It seems he only attacked Adu. He was gloating at Sahai's wild ant. Now Saheki is dying from the sight of. Jan was sweating profusely. Feng only cares about the damn youngest brother of the family. I do not care. So what about Adu? Tis recounted the incident. He got hurt but left already. Jan's hot temper was evident in his tone. Are you playing word game? The other party replied casually. Of course not. I am just saying what I saw. He was not satisfied, grinding his teeth in frustration. So that means Ha defeated Sahai, the one using Inchip and Burke. Tis burst out laughing. That is right. Well, not entirely accurate. When ex-Hayosi it was unclear whether it was to protect or monitor Ha. But Kides Hien was there. He even set up soundproofing magic and magic barrier. Reacting quite quick, could not follow the match to the end. It was really interesting. Jian heard this and wondered, could it be the bodyguard? Since when did Sek Hien start watching Hazu? Tis was not sure. I only saw Xhan after Hazu finished with our VIP client, so I do not know for sure. Jan frowned. Hien, the leader of the bodyguard, takes orders directly from his father. But why was that person there? Then he lowered his head, staying alert. If it is a bodyguard on the move, I have to be more careful. It seems I need to avoid Hadu for a while. Jen finally calmed down enough to talk to Ki. What are you planning to do with in that Hadu hat? He firmly refused to answer. You do not need to worry about this. The bird in me brings a virus to delete itself. It will be destroyed and soon turn into air. Takis piqued Jan's curiosity. Is there another question? He still holds on to his dignity, just replying curtly. The conversation is over, and Takis left. Well, if you will excuse me, I need to deal with Lang Smith. He jumped down to the family's headquarters like a bat in the night. Dear client. Jihan stood watching that figure leave in silence, unable to say a word. He walked into the room and began to plan. He must ensure that Hyens leaves no trace. I will erase anything that could serve as evidence. To do that, breaking the security system of my house will be an easy task. Tikis flew down, urging himself. He had to hurry. A few days later, the luxurious building where Hall lived shone in the morning sunlight. He was in his room hastily closing his address book, then stretched out tired. Then Adu recalled the shocking scene when he saw Smith lying on the floor, frothing at the mouth. Today, Greenlaw Tower informed. Pondered for a long time. Lang Smith suddenly clutched his chest and died while being taken away. Suddenly, Adu frowned. He had been quite expectant, but he did not expect the situation to turn out so helpless. There was nothing else to say. Axbean had also handled the Hayos. A notification sounded, breaking his train of thought. Hadu picked up his phone screen. It was a message from Minhate sent to her precious son. The negotiations with Ba had been completed. In exchange for keeping quiet about, I have received 43% of the rights to extract magical stone. Well done. Thanks to that, we won't have to face any financial shortfalls for our projects abroad. You want some? Think really carefully. He smirked. Dad sent it all at once. He must be very pleased. Right. Then Hadu took pride in himself. Alright, anyway, I am just glad everything is going smoothly. He shifted to another topic. Now, on to the remaining map. Immediately, Hadu switched to the news about the Grand Sorcerer's map. The great battle of the top sorcerers is gathering at the highest level. The competition will take place in 3 days. The Academy Olympi is getting the whole world excited. The Academy Olympi is a prestigious event where the strongest students from Magical Academy around the world gathered. This year, fierce contest is about to begin. After finishing reading the information, Paul looked up with a victorious smirk. The only thing left is the Academy Olympics. Suddenly, a wave of magic surrounded him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hadu clenched his fist to break through the magical wave, thinking to himself that the 12-hour penalty resonance is over now. You tightly closed your eyes, standing firm to absorb the essence of magic from the book address Jip Mein San Va. Level 3. Then, Hadu quietly instructed the book, create 2 streams of fire and ice magic through your body, flipping the pages to start the test. The Edger book emitted a powerful stream of spiritual energy. Hadu was dazzled by that energy, squinting and letting out a grimace. Suddenly, you appeared in a monochrome world that left you stunned. What is this? Is this blank space another world inside the book? Hadu turned around in shock upon realizing there was a figure standing behind him. Beta, dressed in a dark blue outfit, looked quite captivating. Her deep voice resonated. Welcome to test number 2. She smiled and introduced herself. I'm the evaluator for this test. Hadu hesitated. Test number 2. I wonder if it is like the last time. You stared wide-eyed at Beta floating in mid-air, still wondering if it was the same as before. Perfectly crafting elemental manalai stone. She explained the procedure for the test. In this test, the successor will be evaluated based on their ability to handle the spell circle as they wish. Beta's soulless eyes stared directly into Hazu's face. Details will be announced when the test begins. Pages 32 to 81 containing information about level 3 spells will be updated. Hearing about this challenging test made your heart race mad. Fortunate, Hadu's delusional superiority helped calm the panic. The update is from page 32 to 81. I thought this time I would only read an additional 10 pages, but I guess not. You are still a bit cautious, but is not the 3rd level spell at a different realm. It might even be a higher level than the harmonious quality ring. Hadu is half wanting to advance and half wanting to feels both exciting and fright. From the Beta, a stream of transparent spiritual energy shine, then gently declared, so we will start the test right now. Then she vanished into the air, leaving you stunned, and a voice echoed in the air. My disciple, I will now announce the content of the second test. Hadu, polite. This voice, a magic circle slowly appeared, and the voice continued. From now on, 100 spells will appear one by one. Activate all of them. Quickly reached out to control the magic circle. The magic circle was suppressed by Hadu's magic, and it flew away 1,000 meters. 30 is not the new year yet. The magic circle began to emit a huge stream of spiritual energy, and then changed shape. Once the circle merges with the spell, it will activate naturally. You were startled and shouted out loud, why did it change? The magic circle returned to its original shape. That voice warned. The activation time for each spell is 3 seconds, during which if you fail, you will have to start over, so be careful. Hadu looked down smug, so I just need to remember, right? Seeing the triumphant expression on your face, that voice reminded, moreover, the order of the spells will change each time. Don't use tricks like memorizing. Hadu immediately dismissed those thoughts. That is right. It is not that easy. You have to go in with determination. Okay, then immediately raised his hand to control the magic circle, his eyes shining with iron will. Just give it a try. The blue, white cloud, golden sun. The daylight filters through every house. The neighborhood where Hadu lived, completely silent. Only his house always made noise. The book Idra was left behind on the table. After spending time casting the magic circle, he felt completely exhausted. Hadu helplessly leaned his hands on the desk. 8 hours. 8 hours and I could only activate a maximum of 10. He gently the book address. Well, the good news is I am starting to understand, but just relying on tricks won't get me far. I guess I need to find more clues. Hadu put aside the unfinished test, calmly read the book. He twirled the pen in his hand, looking thought. Suddenly, the master's voice rang out, and the book I wrote is not just Idris's. If you encounter ops, read my other book. They will definitely help you. Hadu was taken aback, so Idris's book was not the only one. Then there must be times when I need to find other books. I do not even know what they are called or where to find them. The sky was a deep blue with wispy clouds intermingling over the tall building, creating a refreshing scene. The magnificent urban area appeared before him. Hadu abruptly stopped in the middle of. He dashed out to the convenience store. Just need to go outside and breathe. Need a change of scenery a bit. You unexpectedly ran into Adela. They both stood in silence for a long time, not paying attention to the staff calling me to pay. Paul was in a daze. Adela was wide-eyed looking up too. After shopping at the store, they sat together chatting on the sidewalk. You smiled and asked, we keep running into each other. Hadu looked into the panda like dark circles of the other person and teased, you look like you just pulled an all-nighter. She immediately denied. You too. Adela changed the subject by introducing a book. I am reading this thesis. It is really good. Do you want to read it? She mentioned the book titled The Theory of Space-Time Magic. Hadu immediately pointed at that. This one looks like a bootleg document. Adela looked at her friend with bright eye, asking him, I know, but just try reading. Do listen to his friend's advice and open the book. You were struggling to read the book while turning to Adela and saw her happily drinking milk. Hadu looked at his milk cart and realized he was missing one. After a while, you finished reading the book and smiled as you returned it to Adela. Not bad. You seem to enjoy it. They both said in unison, but it did not have a conclusion. Hadu suddenly froze. You stared at the author's name on the book. This thesis is based on a book left by Jabel Bit, because I analyzed it myself. Suddenly, Hadu's expression changed, causing Adela sitting next to him to feel confused as well. Jabel Bit. Then you scanned each line in the book and exclaimed, I knew right away that the structure of this one was a bit different. The details between the two books that Ha brought up Paris still had Bittner's style. A lot of parts have similarities to Bittner's basic theory, quite superficial and hollow, but Ha asked unexpectedly, catching her off guard. Adela, who is the author of this? She hesitated to answer. Go-sung rushed home immediately to jump on the computer to look it up. Hadu pondered the mysterious identity of the author Go-sung, a researcher of magic who was not affiliated with any organization, with age and gender very much unknown. The only document he published was what she just saw. Maybe he faced heavy criticism and disappeared. You really do not believe you found so little about about his identity. Is it possible that an ordinary student can only know this much? Hadu gently picked up the phone, thinking to himself, but when the other end, he greeted, "Hello, this is the Green Magic Tower." Hadu was bragging again. "I am not just any ordinary student." Green Magic Tower appeared like a gigantic iceberg piercing the sky. Chuang-in fumbled to grab the ringing phone on the table. His voice rang out, "Hello, this is Hadu. I just got some rest after researching all night, and you show up bothering me, so I am annoyed. What is going on?" Hadu smirked and made a suggestion. "There is something here that benefits both of us." Hearing this, Chuang-in was fully awake. He was serious. "Can you help me find someone?" The scene shifts to the Abelic Academy, appearing solemn in the morning sunlight. He was already in the training room, decisively unleashing one of his magic. Suchin did not have time to react, and had to use his shield to protect himself. Hadu controlled the magic, making it strike directly at his opponent. "He is so foolish," shouting out before even getting hit. "That guy Hadu, you are cheating like this." Hadu narrowed his eyes provocative. "Cheating? What do you mean? What is wrong? It is just a level 1 spell. Is there a problem?" Suchen barely managed to dodge a few hits. "Why just curse that heartless jerk? It is just a level 1 spell." He suddenly looked up, seeing a magical bolt aimed straight at his face. It had come to this. Jen could only grit his teeth and endure. Seeing this, Hadu stood there smugly. He looked at Suchan, who was struggling to use his defense to withstand those magical attacks. Hadu was pleased. "You can block everything now." Suchan could barely catch his breath. "I almost died there," but he was still determined to fight to the end. "All right, let us go hand to hand." Hadu grinned approvingly. "But do you really think you can beat me in close combat?" Suhan found this amusing and cheered. He lashed with the speed of a prince of the wind. He lunged to grab his opponent's collar. In an instant, Hadu pushed him to the ground and easily took him down. "Your hit made the floor shake." Hadu smiled triumph. "What? You look at your friend sprawled on the floor, one hand over here, one leg over there, and is not a bad feeling." Hadu winks seductively and shows off that know-it-all face in the one-on-one battle. The advantage from the magical variables is gone. Now it is just the strength of the level 2 circle fighting against the level 3. That is a smart strategy. Suchan is furious. "Are you complimenting or insult? That is really unfair." The two of them walk into the locker room. He takes off his shirt, revealing his perfect back muscle. This moment, Suchan has to admit Hadu's ability. His magic is like a hack, and his close combat skills are impressive too. But deep down, Suchan is still bitter. Truly a warrior who plays rough. Hadu happily slaps a pain relief patch onto his back. "If you do not like, then practice more." Suchan changes the subject. "Do you have any plans yet?" Hadu is surprised by this question. He smiles as he speaks. "Isn't your goal to win the Academy Olympic Championship?" Hadu is taken aback. "What? How do you know?" Suhan hits the nail on the head. "I know you too well. You can't hide anything from me. That is why you went crazy during the mana shield test." "Right." Suacha remembers the moment Hadu quickly dodged the attack. A normal student can block 27, but he managed to block 74. He is proud of his friend. With this level of training, he should come in first in all categories. Suchin glances affectionately at Ha. "If you want to fight against the senior, might just be the best choice for you right now." But he still reminds him, "Anyway, with your current condition, do you think it is hard to win the Olympic champ?" Suan looks cheerful. "Right, you said that, and then suddenly you got hit. And the most popular one this year is a level 5 wizard. With your level 2 magic, that is impossible." Hadu immediately feels shaken upon hearing that philosophical advice. Suan is right. To win the Olympic court with some resonance, you can still use level 3 magic, but it won't make much to compete with. You need to be at least level. You are determined to find out the identity of the author of that book, and to do that, you need to find Go Sung Run. Transitioning, Hadu quickly follows the map that Kang-in sent. The map leads you to a strange. Hadu is confused. "Where is this?" Kang-in is casually lounging on the sofa. "First of all, I apologize for taking so long to find you. I did not expect it would take a whole week to find one person. This is my first time too." His words resonate with all of Ha's hope. Getting to the main point, the current location of Go Sang-jun is surprising. "Wait, is not at that old bookstore I often visit." He is. Hadu starts to doubt right in front of. Who could imagine this person would be at a store right near the academy? You remember the process of fumbling through ancient spell. After realizing that a magic was not, Min was always seeking knowledge about magic from spellbooks and old. He is still curious about the origin of Idris's secret language, but could it really come from this place? Following the address that Kang-in sent, you quickly walked into the bookstore where Sang-jun was. You found Bi-hun busy fixing something. Interrupted by Hadu's call, picked up a book from the shelf and approached to greet. "Hadu, long time no see. You are polite. Are you doing well?" Bi-hun asked calmly. "Court, I heard you have learned to use magic now." Praised, looking healthier than before. "You were happy too. It is all thanks to you." Bi-hun was modest. "I have not done much, just selling books to you." Hadu was always grateful to the one who helped him reach today. "Which were those books that helped?" Bi-hun joked along with, "I thought you were being sincere. Why are you here today?" Hadu immediately expressed his desire firmly. "Can I meet Sung-jun, your son?" Bi-hun asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for Sung? How do you know Sung is nervous?" "You were sincere. I have read the thesis he wrote. I have something I need to ask, so I did a little research." Hadu felt a bit shy. "I heard he is here. I am sorry if I am being nosy." Bi-hun scratched his head. It is true that exists, but he still gently accepted the "All right, we will let you meet it." Hadu was extremely excited after hearing that, bowing his head to thank him repeatedly. "Thank Bi-hun paused, but his words cut into the boy's heart. Even if he meets it, he still won't have any answer. Hadu was stunned and asked back, "What does that mean?" Bi-hun immediately led him to his brother's room. "Follow me." Sang was trembling in here. He gently opened the door to the room. Bi-hun coldly said, "Go in. This is his room." Looking at the person inside made him freeze in shock. He was lying gasping on the hospital bed, only able to use a breathing machine to stay alive. His skinny arms were connected with dangling chains. Sang-jun could hardly move, lying still on the hospital bed, his eyes tightly shut without even a hint of opening. Seeing Sang-jun hanging by a thread, Hadu was stunned. "This man," Bi-hun replied sadly, "My son is trembling." The atmosphere gradually became silent. The two of them stood still, staring at, and the boy hesitantly asked, "Can I ask what happened?" Bi-hun replied emotionally, "Sure." He looked at his unfortunate son who was no longer reacting to the surrounding. His sadness trembling had broken the greatest taboo of a sorcerer. Bi-hun's gaze began to grow heavy. Hadu turned back with a puzzled expression. "What is the taboo?" He calmly explained. "When transferring mana, it violates the greatest taboo of a mage, which is transferring mana and one's own brain." After hearing the explanation, you jumped in shock and recalled the moment you had accidentally done this taboo. "What? Transferring mana into the brain? That is what you did?" Hadu clenched his fist and pressed for more. "Why did he do that?" Bi-hun's eyes were tight closed in pain. "It was necessary." He explained slowly to establish the theory of the argument, which had completely collapsed in the middle. But Bi-hun always remembered what Sang-jun had told him. It said there was no other way but to transfer mana to the brain. He fell silent in late regret. "I should have stopped it at all costs." Hearing this, Hadu could not take his his eyes off. Curious. How close has this person come to high-level magic? Ichi-hun polite line. Still, I can satisfy your curiosity. Sang-jun would be very happy to talk to you. Upon hearing this, you could only bow your head to avoid his gaze, feeling very guilty. It is, I am sorry for bringing this up. I brought back your unpleasant feeling. Seeing Hadu like that, Ichi-hun patted his shoulder reassuring. It is, do not worry. I know you are very hardworking and truly care about book. He always cherished every moment witnessing you act like his son, always seeking out magic. Reminds me of Sang-jun, making me very happy. A few hours later, the light of dusk began to fall. The golden clouds drift quietly like Bun's thoughts about his son. I was about to leave, but there was still one wish unfulfilled. Excuse, if possible, can I take a look at the book your son used for his study? Baki-hun, hearing this, reluctantly accepted the request. I mean Sang-jun's book. Alright, better to let it be in the hands of someone who needs it than to rot away. You made a suggestion, but I have two requests. Bitch-hun asked if, after reading his book and writing an article about spatial magic, could you write Sang-jun's name? Just one. Hadu nodded firmly in agreement. I definitely will. But you have not finished speaking. Good. The second is that Bitch-hun, being kind, does not want others to fall into the same trap as his son, and warned this kid. Under no circumstances should you recklessly channel mana into your brain, because it could hit you hard and make you feel like your heart is going to fall out. Promise I will do that. Immediately, he led Du into the familiar study. Alright, here's the book that Sang-jun studied. Bik-hun quickly went to find the book for him. While the book you need, Hadu began to closely examine the red book on the shelf. What is with that book? It suddenly detached from the shelf and unexpectedly fell to the floor with a thud, surprising him. The shape of this book reminded Hadu of a dress. He hurriedly picked it up. Grant, this book is the one that Bi-hun calmly replied. It is the one that Sang-jun always carries, as if it is very important. Grandpa gently said to read it. Things that I am curious about are probably all in there. Hadu slowly politely replied. Just flipping through the first few pages, and you are already complaining. The handwriting is indeed this bad. Suddenly, Hadu panicked, realizing it was his master's handwriting. Once he recognized, he looked at Bun with big, sparkling eyes like a grandpa. Can I take home to read? I will borrow this. Grandpa is quite easygoing. Just take, you need any other book. Just feel free to take them too. Hadu hugged the book tightly. Thank you so much, Grand, but you know what they say. You give an inch and they take a mile. He was determined to dig through every single magic. Is there any other book written like this one? Grandpa hesitated at that question. I am not sure either. Hadu kept asking all the things he was curious about. Have you ever seen a red-covered book? Looks very expensive. These questions really puzzled Bi-hun. I do not remember seeing any book like that. My little bookstore rarely has books like that. He began to hesitate. So how on earth did Sang-jun get that book? Clearly, Hadu still had not found the answer to his question after a whole day of searching, but now he was willing to let Bi-hun go. I understand now. Thank Hadu is pondering the origin of address. So what the hell happened? How did the book Adred end up in my bag? After a long day, you finally made it home. It was late at night, but Hadu was not asleep. He sat silently reflecting on some magic. I searched Sang-jun's research, but there was only one book. Adred. You are still half-heartedly optimistic, but it is better than finding nothing. Suddenly, the two books started to connect with magical thread. Hadu's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Both books are glowing. The book you just borrowed from Bitch-hun this afternoon suddenly shot out a flurry of rose petals into your. Suddenly, a voice from the master echoed. I leave this book to the worthy hearer of the book Adred. Those objects pulled Hadu inside before he could react, and I got dragged in too. The master spoke again. This book is called Maya's. Hearing the master's voice, Hadu did not dare to say a word. The master's voice pulled me into the book again. The master advised, enjoy the blessings from the bottom of your heart. In just a few seconds, you completely shifted into the world inside the book, leaving only gentle beams of light in the air. Hadu lay sprawled in a strange room. He looked around in confusion, wondering where he was. The owner of this book was busy by the bookshelf. She lightly poked Hadu, who was stunned, sitting silently in the corner of the room. You suddenly turned around. The mischievous girl pointed at your face. Found it. Welcome to the book, my Maya. Hadu was stunned to see the strange girl talking to she. Maya calmly puffed out her chest and boldly introduced herself. Then she proudly spread her arm, showing off her library. The manager here is my Maya. She took the initiative to get to know how. Nice to meet you. Hair. Hadu stood up, looking around Maya's library. She immediately explained that it was the name of this library. Maya held her head high and introduced. This is Jibelbi Library. Prepared for the future hair. Hearing her say this made Hadu stand there like a lost soul. A library exclusively for the hair name M. You quietly observed the room. Calling it a library seems a bit small. Maya immediately replied. That is because your achievements are still few. In Maya's library, the scale will change depending on the level of the hair. She looked at your face and guessed the pro. Judging by this size, it seems you have not passed the second trial yet. I right. Hadu calmly answered. That is right. After saying a few words, the awkwardness made Maya start to feel shy. So she stepped back. May I ask if we can talk normally now? You were surprised by her question. Even though I am half the height of Hadu, Maya still carries herself like an older sister, always keeping an eye on her junior. Since we will be seeing each other often, it would be weird to keep things too formal. Let us just be comfortable with each other. You smirked in agreement with this. Alright, let us do that. Nini looked up with admiration. Nice. This successor of yours is quite talented. You have already reached the second circle. Found me so even the narcissist, Hadu, has to concede to this level of confidence. I do not understand why finding you is a good thing. Maya laughed loudly. Because it means you can progress smoothly without any issues up to level 5. Her words caught Hadu by surprise. How could it possibly be level 5 without making you wait long? Maya immediately unleashed her first magical move. The exclusive book of this manager began to detach from the shelf. She controlled the flow of magic, making the book hover in midair. Then, Maya handed the book to Ha. Read this, and you will understand. Hadu hesitated, flipping through the first few pages. This is a detailed theory on resonance. She gently explained. This place is filled with information not included in the address code. Just like the book you are reading. Hadu was unfazed, wondering why none of this was in the address code. Maya was quite pleased with this question. That is a great question. She elaborated. The overload from the test page. Too much content to verify successors for many reasons. Only essential information is kept in the address book, so the supplement to Maya's well was created. Hadu stared intensely at that mysterious. So what you are saying is that the master recorded more detailed content in Maya's well. She replied. Exactly. If the address book is a summary guide, then this place can be seen as a textbook or reference. Hadu finally understood the issue. Got it. You looked around the entire library and were puzzled. So all the books here are filled with this dense information. And as I achieve more, the number of books increases. Maya was playful. Exactly. What is next? Have you figured out how to reach the fifth circle yet? yet. Hadu was daydreaming again. Of course, this can easily pass the second trial. Just as he finished speaking, he was sucked into that book. Hadu floated helplessly in the air, gasping for breath. Before he could fully open his eyes, he was already contemplating the 79 circle. At the same time, a magic circle appeared in front of him. Hadu thought to himself about synchronizing 100 magic circles in the second trial. First took 8 hours complete. Just thinking about this made him quite confident about this test. But since encountering Maya as well, he could handle 79 circles in one go. Hadu sat down, thought, recently everything he did was really difficult. After that turmoil, he finally gathered enough determination to complete the test. At this point, he was confident he could finish all 100 circles as soon as tonight or at the latest by tomorrow. Hadu feels great for this coincidence. Getting the Maya book or the Olympic exam is truly luck. Quiet evening gently gives way to the mysterious night. Returning to reality, family estate. He had arrived at the family castle. Walking thought, why did father call me? Is it to reward me for that incident? His delusion of superiority always makes him proud of having taken down that crazy guy. Hadu starts to feel annoyed by the interruption. I had planned to spend the whole day in the Maya well after school. Why now? But it is still important. The maid announces in height. Master Hadu has arrived. He coldly replies, come in. The young man recently greets the head of the family. Father. Zeus. Facing his father's displeased expression, in Hicks says tersely, sit down. Let us get straight to the point. He acknowledges that his son is not like before. This time, while he did not contribute 100%, it is undeniable contributed more than half. Combined with last time, his share of the mana stone mining right, 26%. He sits quiet, obediently listening to his father. In FT appreciates his son's contributions. You have brought us a large profit, so you deserve a reward. The situation may be, but he remains gentle with Hadu. Is there anything you want? Furrows his brow in reply. There is, and he clearly states what he wants. I want the ancient relic to be stored deep in the family vault. Ino felt this request was easy to fulfill as eating right. The ancient relic. Alright, you do not believe in those silly illusion stories about hidden secrets in that ancient relic. Do you? They are just artifacts. Hadu firmly replied. I do not think that way. I am not that interested in the ancient relic. I believe that even legends hold some truth. He sees his son so assertive. It has to be a bit much. You are still too young to believe in those fanciful stories. In effect, felt help still accepted this request. If that is your choice, I will respect it. But you can only take one item. He achieved his goal and smiled cheerfully. Thank Dad. He still maintained his very displeased expression while asked, so which ancient relic do you want? Hadu answered without hesitation. I want it. He showed no signs of hesitation. The one in the family treasure vault. Hadu wanted to be given the magic cloak that was secretly stored in the display case. Firmly stated. Cloak of Jebel. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them moved to the Mage family's treasure. Iniki's butler had arranged cloak as requested, handed it to him in front of Hao. He handed the box containing the family's precious treasure to his youngest son and advised him kindly, I hope you won't regret this choice. He held the box in his hands with determination. Thank you, father. Dear father. Still, Hai is worried about the immaturity of his son to believe in such nonsense. You are really still too young. He keeps reminding me, dedicate yourself to training so you won't regret it later. If you want to come back. Hadu smiled lightly with a steady gaze. It is. His car sped away like a flash on the road after leaving the estate. Hadu was as certain as a rock. Almost all the ancient artifacts that our family possesses are real. Then he stared intently at the treasure he just received from T. Cloak of Jebel B named Nem. But it seems Hadu still has some doubt. This is really my teacher's cloak. A 30% share of the magical stone mining is nothing at all. He suddenly felt something was off. Wait a minute. But is this really my teacher's cloak? Hadu immediately opened the box to take a look. What if it is a fake? The blinding light from the cloak startled him. Hadu was stunned. This is the cloak he holds in his hand. His soul lost in thought. Isn't this pure magical thread? Perhaps the theories about this magical thread. A mage like him could understand thoroughly. The magical thread, a superior technique where magical stones are refined and drawn into threads. Crafting technology. In the whole world, there are less than 30 artisans who can handle magical threads. Hadu was taken aback by what made the cloak. This is not just made from a portion of simple magic thread. The entire cloak is made from complete magical thread. Moreover, could such advanced technology exist in that era? Compared to this, the artifacts made from mana fiber produced recently can't compare at all. I have never seen anything like that. That cloak has left you speechless this whole time. A little while later, Hadu had moved back to his home. He sat on the bed, lost in thought, staring at the cloak without letting it go. Hadu suddenly noticed the writing on the edge of the cloak. The signature here, and this terrible handwriting. You can be sure it is from my teacher. I see it every day, so I am used to it. Hadu wants to find out whatever it is. He lifts the cloak again and wonders, but what is this? The structure. He pays close attention to the fluorescent part inside the cloak. Is the inner and outer layer reversed? Hadu begins to reason like a clever child. Another reason why mana fibers are to handle is that the inner and outer layer must be constructed. The inner layer is designed to enhance mana transmission and efficiency. The outer layer is designed to block mana transmission to minimize damage. He pieces the logic together. The structure of this cloak is completely the opposite. That means the outer layer enhances the efficiency of mana operation and takes on more damage, while the inner layer prevents mana depletion, reducing the wearer's mana loss. Of course, those inferences are absurd. Can't believe teacher mine would make such a mistake. Hadu can only accept it. So it is designed to be worn backward. You spread the cape out on the bed and examine it closely. You stared at the holographic layer for a while, but Hadu did not see anything different from the outside. Even reversing the structure of the outer and inner layers looks the same. Pondered for a long time, so it was intentionally designed this way. But for what purpose? Hadu had doubts all around. Could this really be an ancient artifact? Now I understand why Dad left it to rot in the storage. Suddenly, you were drawn back into the book my mind. She was casually sitting and reading when Hadu suddenly appeared in front of her and called out loudly, Maya. She smiled. Is your successor here? Maya was surprised to see the cloak in Hadu's hand. What is that? She quickly ran over to take a look. What is it? Isn't he that the cloak hoard? Her eyes lit up. Successor. Have you found this? Your luck is unbelievable. Hadu was half convinced. This cloak seemed a bit strange. You handed the cloak to Maya, making her ponder for a long time. What? Suddenly, Maya shouted, startling Hadu, who was standing in front of. She continued to recall the question from when she first met you. Successor. You are still in the second round, right? Hadu felt confused. Yeah, that is right. Maya started to throw out some teasing remark. Well, if you do not know, that is pretty normal. This time, you are being humble. So stop overthinking. How will you use this? She immediately gave a secretive look at the question. Sorry, inherit, but I can explain anything about this cloak. Hadu was surprised. What? Are you going to give him the cloak back right away? I will return it. Then Maya stood with her arms arms crossed, explaining, white magic has a special spell. Suddenly her face went pale, and the next moment she seemed hearing this clue. Adu immediately asked if it was a special spell. Maya started holding her head, acting panicked. Looking back, can I not mention the name of that spell? Forget it, but you have to answer his question. Let me repeat. White magic has a special spell, a magical technique called foot technique. Adu was baffled and stuttered. Maya asserted with her hand, that is right, it is different from the magic you are using. This is the real foot technique. You still seem what? The magic I am using is not real. She remained unfazed. Well, unfortunate, that is the correct way to say it. About the foot technique, I can reveal anything until you the inheritor reach a certain level. But Adu kept asking, is it some kind of limitation? Nia explained without hesitation. This cloak is a material existence to support the magic. Adu sighed. So I can't explain anything about this cloak. That is all. You locked it in. Super cool. Exact. You are quick to understand. Hair. You turn around and look, then hesitate. So what level do I need to reach to get an explanation about this cloak? Mia started hesitating and looked up at Adu, then answered clearly. Fifth spell, sir. Hearing that, you froze in place. She explained in detail. You need to master the spell, sir, and overcome many challenges. White magic actually starts with mastering the fifth spell, sir. First, Adu began practicing the second test. You tried to change this magic, sir. 98. Finally, completely broke the magic, sir. 99. 100. You sighed with pride. Finally succeeded. When suddenly you heard your master's voice from above. Congratulations. Adu jumped and turned around. This voice. The master encouraged. It was really tough to pass this second. You did great. Now I will teach you how to cast the third spell. Adu had not even processed previous spell, for he had to get ready to fight again. The third spell, sir. Shimmering spells began to appear. Level 3. Banner magic. The third infinite spell, sir. You were stunned. The interference spell returned to reality. Adu has finished studying the book by Maya. Quietly sat in a corner thinking that he had mastered the second test. Then encouraged himself. Now it is time to practice the fusion spell. Adu held two powerful books in his hands and smiled. Without the cloak and Maya's book, this test would take much longer. The night before at Maya as well, her words had etched themselves in his mind. He can only use it once he has mastered the level 5 spell. Past test. Technique B. True magic only appears after mastering the level 5 spell. Being newly proficient in the level 2 spell, Adu had to accept that. Well, there is no other way. He considered that once he reached level 5, he would have this cloak away. And Maya, seeing Adu's decision, panicked and asked, wait, success? What are you talking about? Why would you waste something so precious in the story? Adu, with a goldfish memory, could not understand. Then what am I supposed to use it for? The inner and outer layers of the mana fab are messed up, so it can't be used anymore. Maya angrily snatched the cloak. Then give it to me. Her tone changed like a pang. This cloak has the ability to hold mana inside, preventing it from leaking out, helping you achieve a state of mana saturation. That explanation successfully enlightened Adu. She switched to big brain mode. When mana is saturated, the infinite spell will spin faster than usual. The mana transmitted to the brain will increase. Right. In other words, you will inherit this excess mana, which helps you recover your spirit faster. It is just like the fatigue that builds up in your body. This is when you start to see the usefulness of the cloak. I get it now. If I wear this cloak, I can cut down on my sleep time. Right. Maya returned the cloak, and while casually kicking it, she said she understood. She winked and emphasized one. You won't need to sleep anymore. Adu panicked and held the cloak up. You mean I do not need to sleep at all? Maya confidently spoke up. Exact. Just wear it for about 5 hours a day, and you will stay in top shape. She noted. Plus this is just its side effect. It is okay to tell the success because this is not through power of the cloak. Adu felt anxious knowing how valuable the cloak was. I want to quickly master the level 4 spell. Maya warned. But you know this only works for you, right? For others, it is poisonous, so do not lend it to anyone. Adu happily replied. Of course I know. With an item like this, the upcoming test will be easier. 2 days later, you would always wear the cloak. Since understanding its value, Adu frowned because he still had not figured out the explanation for the fusion spell. Pondered for a long time. I have tried many times, but something is still missing. Feels like I am about to understand the fusion spell. But Adu's eyes were glued to the Maya, not looking away from fusion. The text in that page talks about a level 3 spell, manipulates the mana of others. To do so, it needs to be 100% in sync with that person's mana. You find it confusing. Is this the definition of a crossover spell that can affect someone else's mana? Adu is intrigued. Sounds cool, right? Then quite casually reflects on the recent test. Honest, I was not expecting much. I never thought the second test was just a stepping stone. Practice the crossover spell. You continue reading the notes in the magic book. To achieve a level 3 spell, you need to resonate with the resonant spell and sync with the surrounding mana. Adu's eyes light up with hope. Just keep resonating and the level 3 spell will form. You feel a surge of determination. Alright, this time I will definitely succeed. Adu immediately closes his eye, controlling the surging mana within his body. With everything aligned, the mana swirls in the air and sat within his body. Streams of magic begin to flow into him. Feels like building a new house. Adu focuses on creating little streams of mana around himself. Those playful shapes of mana run in circles around the magic circle, and he realizes he is creating a house right inside his body. Mana is being absorbed. The sound of mana directly affects Ha's hearing. Let us play together. Over here, I can hear the sound of mana. You really love planning ideas in your head. Then you start to dive into the enjoyment flow of mana. It is so warm. I do not want to leave at all. Adu is going all out. This is so fresh. If we are here, I will master it soon. Just keep flowing like this. You turn and tell them to play the new game. They immediately ask back, what are we playing? The shapes of mana twist into a dance, creating a sky, holding hands in a circle, singing and moving as one. This makes Adu's body start to sweat like a flood. It is so hot. Even if the mana amplification rate is only 1% diff, my body still would not absorb it. But you have the ability to control this flow of mana by managing that 1%. The mana has stabilized in Adu's body. Gradually, you have reduced the amplification rate to 0.01%. The mana quietly begins to create a magic circle without anyone noticing. Night recedes to make way for dawn. Adu has finally completed mana control after a long night. You are exhausted and unconsciously open your eyes wide, soaking in a pool of sweat all night. Finally, Adu feels relieved. You start casting the first level spell. Calm down. This time Adu has excellently controlled 2 different second level magic. You enjoy it, and now you are clenching your fist. Ready for this decisive move. Adu shouts. Third level ultimate spell. Adu feels satisfied after all the effort. Finally completing the third spell, the interruption spell. Flame of determination in your heart is smoke. I need to get stronger as quickly as possible to reach the master level of 5 rounds. The bright sunlight stretches over the lush green forest and weaves through the branches. vanishes. Ho is lying on a tree stump while Tramingame thinks about the test. He has his legs stretched out and is lying back. The survival combat right. The system displays information from Ho's watch. It is a large-scale test in a vast training area on the mountains in Gangwon Province. The length of the test is 32 hours. All students are equipped with a special artifact. The system provides detailed data, a simple test where you just need to survive as long as possible in an increasingly shrinking area. 32 hours. Hadu's face remains expressionless until it is time to move. However, this time the test is much tougher than before. If there is a difference, it is that you not only have to survive the attacks from monsters, but also deal with other students. 4. You need to survive while scoring points. Brown birds suddenly fly across your path, signaling the challenges of this test. D-Hack and his barriers suddenly ambush from behind the tree stump, sneaking up from behind. This is trouble for Hadu, but he is not one to fall easily. Quickly dodges that one blow without a care. Then Hadu jumps down, taunting J-Hack. He challenged me. Really good at dodging, but I have got your rhythm now. You did not hesitate to punch him right in the face. But before you could do anything, Howard had already used his defensive wall. What a fool. What can you do with a fist like that? Hadu is calmer than ever, immediately using the 3 spell he just acquired to break through Jay's interrupted wall. In just a moment, the barrier started to crack. He was scared and started to panic. What? The old tricks of Daihachi were initially countered by Hadu against the barrier. He and the debris were slammed face down to the ground. Daihachi, furious, shot a bullet-like glare at his opponent. Is his barrier losing to something like a ground spike? After finishing, Hadu threw out a couple of taunts. What a fool to sneak attack and feel proud about it. You are 1E and still shouting while attacking. Hadu tightly held the interwoven spells in his hand, wearing a victorious smile. Is this the power of a ground spike? You recalled the moment Hai-Hong weakened the core of the 2-circle barrier and pierced through it. The 1-circle ground spike spell. Daihachi was sent flying 1,000 meters when Hadu unleashed the interrupted shot. He was still unconscious, lying flat on the floor when the announcement sounded that the student had been eliminated. After that, Hadu leisurely walked away because it was careless. It worked perfectly natural. The notification system informed Hadu that he received 10 points. This victory made him even more narcissistic. A smooth start. Hadu thought to himself, I think I have got the interruption down. At this pace, the interruption could be not just for the 2-round spell, but also for the 3-round spell. Suddenly, a strange shadow zipped by behind Ha. He glanced at the gust of wind brushing past his cheek with a wary look. Out of nowhere, the forest behind burst into flame, leaving him no time to react. Fireball. Hadu was completely stunned by the fire. A pack of wolves, bloody, emerged from the flames and moved toward him like a tide green forest. The bloodied wolves surrounded him, but Hadu remained very calm. It seemed they were attracted by the sounds of the earlier fight. He warmed up a bit before attacking them, flexing his hands while taunting. If I were an ordinary student, I would be gasping at having to fight constantly. Hadu boasted, but for him, needing to dominate the top spot in a stunning way made him truly grateful for this situation. The alpha wolf began a howl to signal the pack to attack. Seeing them charge, Hadu immediately used the interruption technique and mocked. Come on, charge in, you mangy dog. In the real world, Zihai was watching him fight and she called out the names of Jesus, Adela, Sohan. Zihai smiled proudly. Thank you. These students are truly outstanding. Lihan recognized his talent. Things continued this way until the end. They would easily make it into the top. The guy named Backrun with the red head sitting over there still has to throw out a few sarcastic comments. But is not it really not that hard to hold on until the end? Zihai calmly observed, and it seems that no one doubts Hadu's skills anymore. This moment, through the screen, he is still in a dominant position. Then she turns to ask him what is happening while watching the match. The mentor smiled. That is right. Baek-Yun sitting over there also chimed in to join the conversation. He clearly does not look like someone who could be dismissed as not competitive enough. This forces Seohai to immediately refute it. Dismiss. He has excelled in the top position in all previous exercise. She shows him the rank, and even now, he is still leading with a significant score gap. It is just that Seohai is hesitant about Hazu's ability. What is even more astonishing is how he knows the blood wolf habit and deliberately does not kill it until it calls the whole pack. That guy is also remarkable when a blood wolf howls, and the whole pack rushes even from 5 kilometers away, using that habit to rack kill point. Baek-Yun starts with his usual sarcasm. This bun. We can hope for a victory at the Olympia. At the same time in the forest, where Ha was fighting 7 bloodthirsty wolves, he began to feel exhausted after a long battle. Here, Ha was pleased to check the system while the wolves under few started collapsing in. I scored about 60 points. Right. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, and he could not react in time. Hadu was unexpectedly jolted by an ice block from below that launched him into the air. What is this? An earthquake? It can't be. Ground is moving. You were in a state of panic. Hadu was now standing on a massive ice block, huge body like an elephant, and an emerald on its back. The small iceberg you were standing on was actually a giant emerald turtle with a long tongue. This time, the emerald turtle Hadu was more cautious. How could such a rare monster? Hadu quickly regained his composure to land safely on the ground. You were on guard against this terrifying creature. This was the first time I got to see it up close. Hadu is already in position. Ready. Back to reality at Oberic Academy. At the evaluation tower in the outdoor training ground, Zihai feels anxious as Hadu, and the emerald turtle Lihan gently explain the process of this battle. The first step is to escape danger, and the purpose of this is to expand the range of available options. For example, the trainees cooperate with each other. It is a rare type of monster introduced into the main training ground. She fidget. No matter how talented Hadu is, can't face that alone in the battle. Hadu is mentally analyzing the turtle's psychology. The emerald turtle is a reptilian monster equivalent to a level 4 of class C, characterized by its strong defense. It is the nemesis of Mage, the emerald turtle girl. Its long tongue splashes water everywhere, and it angrily stomps down where he stands, causing the ground to crack. Hadu is thrown far away. Even standing in a life or death moment, he still dreams of grandeur. If I catch this monster, I will earn a huge amount of kill. The turtle uses its claw to stab at the back of Hadu's neck. He jumps in shock and uses his defense to brace against the barrier. Hadu's barrier is still intact for now, but of course, that barrier is just a shrimp for the claws of this turtle. The claw shatters the barrier and knocks him off the mat. Zihai still believes in Hadu's strength, dodging attacks by using the barrier as a springboard. The Ki-Yun's face was tense like a taut string, but the wall was not sturdy enough. Even though Lossibro was not an easy opponent, even for a 6th level mage, he did not hesitate to use magic to set the turtle ablaze, then quickly landed and focused on the smoke in front of him. Not hearing any noise, Hadu became arrogant. Did it work? The turtle outside below was something else. It stood firm amidst smoke, remaining unharmed in front of him. Hadu was so shocked he dropped his jaw. There is no way. He had no choice but to run like crazy. It was not easy at all. Even a 5th level mage could not take down this monster alone. The turtle, seeing its opponent flee in panic, chased after him. Hadu was extremely confused as he saw death closing in. Is it because it has mana in it that it is faster than I thought? That subconscious thought made him freeze for a few seconds. Wait, does it have mana? But had, reckless as ever, dared to turn back on it. I think I have something to try now. He knelt down and channeled mana into his leg, boosting their strength. Yet before he could finish, Hadu was knocked far away by the turtle. All he could do was run for his life. Powerful force capable of taking down a giant tree with just one charge. If it got hit even one, it would not recover. The turtle relentlessly struck the spot where he was standing, leaving Hadu in such a panic that all he could do was scream. If I keep running like this, I won't be able to win. I have to fight back one more time. That turtle was about to unleash a final blow to finish you off when Hadu suddenly used a shield to attain its power. Barrier. Core. Huge foot of this creature still you at a disadvantage. What kind of power is this? Hadu started using all his energy to strengthen the barrier. I underestimated it. Can't even block this attack. You grit your teeth and hold your ground. The emerald turtle loses its cool and starts roaring fiercely. This is a direct confrontation. After that attack, it won't be able to move until it regains its strength. Hadu takes this opportunity to cast magic right now. The barrier disappears, and you swiftly run straight under the turtle's hard shell. Hadu uses all his willpower. I remember reading about this in a picture book when I was young. A double attack from the emerald turtle creates immense pressure on its joint. Right now, after attacking when it can't move until its joints regain their strength is the perfect moment. You leap into the air and prepare to strike the turtle. Then Hadu uses magic to create an ice spear that plunges straight down. This is my chance. Ice spear. People at the Obelisk Academy are shocked and they stand frozen, eyes glued to Hawk casting magic. Your ice spear pierces the back of the emerald turtle, making it spew blood from its mouth, triggering a critical hit. The emerald turtle writhes in pain, blood pouring from its mouth. Then this reptilian monster is knocked out by Hadu. You still have not caught your breath after that epic win. We won. The system started showing up on the clock. The system notified that Hadu has received 1,000. This makes you really pleased. Awesome. The bright sunlight filtered through the branch. At the same time, in the mansion of the magical family, the head of the family and Hyan were intently watching Hadu fight on TV. In Hiofi smiled contentedly. He was quite self-satisfied. Although the emerald turtle is weak against the ice element, I still do not understand how it managed to do that. Just 3rd level magic, you know, right? He was also caught off guard by this question. Sorry, I do not know either, but Hyan was confidently stating his understanding. It seems so. And of course there would be resistance. Food sources are very crucial in survival. He has very good judgment. Inheek was once again self-absorbed. I did not raise him to be that weak. That is right. At the same time, Hadu was bringing back a few pounds of emerald turtle meat. Hyan hesitated. Master, may I ask something? He does not understand what is going on. What is it? You are serious. Why is Hadu acting so bold? Clearly, if you think about Jihan and Kosi's surveillance act, you will realize those actions are quite harmful. Inhepsi confidently stated, as firm as a nail, those are all intentional actions. Hyan politely replied. He was telling proudly while looking at his youngest son grilling turtle meat. In the past, when magic was still restricted, Hadu naturally got excluded from the clan war, resulting in his recent miserable status within the family. Then Inhechi declared bold, but now it is different. Even he can't understand the strength of his son Hadu. I do not know how, but he has gained a powerful strength. He has also made significant progress in magic. Inhechi talked about the time he met 2 months before the Olympic competition. He requested protection from harassment by his older sibling. His story made Seth Hyan stand beside him, wide-eyed and amazed, trying to present himself in the best possible way, to do something extraordinary if possible. He had planned to attract the world's attention and elevate his status in the family, building his power as quickly as possible. With a smile on his face, after 2 months of protection, he was sure that Jihan and C's supervision was no longer a concern. Ha was happily cooking some level 4 grilled beef, sprinkling a bit of seasoning, still proudly standing over here, truly a decisive person. In the quiet night surrounded by mountains and forest, the bright moonlight glittered above. Hadu sat on a fallen tree trunk, with a piece of meat placed over the crackling fire nearby. On the first day of the survival training, from 11:0 p to 1:0 m, all confrontations were strictly prohibited. He held a piece of meat in his hand, frowning, thinking to himself that he understood the reason for this rule for safety. But if we made things easier for the trainees like this, it was different from the original rule. Their skills would not improve much. Hadu's serious gaze reflected that in some countries, outdoor training schools had stricter rules than those of the academy, and this needed to change. He glanced over, pulling his cloak, and smirked. This time we can bring magical tools. So it is great that I can regain my strength, the master's cloak. Not thinking any further, Hadu turned back to focus on his dinner. Alright, that is done. Moments later, he happily rubbed his belly, holding the clean bone. I am too. Suddenly noticing something, he turned his head sharply, alert. Behind the bushes, Suchan appeared walking beside him was Adela. I was equally surprised. Suchan and Adela, 3 people sat around the fire, and he asked, how did the two of you manage to get out of the woods together? Adela replied with a light chuckle. We fought until after 11 am. We did not argue at all. I was overwhelmingly defeated. Hadu rubbed his chin and glanced at Suchan. So the fight ended at 11 am. You must have headed towards the delicious smell, right? Suchan immediately snapped his fingers in appreciation. You are right. Both of them were drooling with hungry eyes. Suchan quickly asked, that aroma is so enticing. When will you share some with us? Hadu felt, aren't you going? Adela frowned and reminded, that is my meat. The two of them simultaneously displayed their sparkling eyes. That is not yours. It is not. He closed his eye, not wanting to look at the two's pouty. Hadu could only respond helpless. Fine, I will just throw it away. Maybe you should try some. Upon hearing this, the two jumped up joyfully, cheering. Suchan excitedly held a big chunk of meat in front of. The smell was truly enticing. Adela happily held a smaller piece placed on a leaf. Thank you for this meal. Suan smiled wide and took a big bite. She also savored it slowly. Hadu gently asked, isn't it really delicious? Praise immediately rang out. It is really delicious. Han proudly crossed his arms and looked up. Suddenly, Ala noticed the piece of meat in her hand, curiously asked, isn't this bear meat? Bear meat. It is a type of bear that lives in the forest. Tastes good when grilled. You might be a bit surprised, but you quickly responded. Adela looked straight ahead and said her guess. There are only 2 types of monsters in this training area that are edible. She frowned and spoke seriously. Honey bears and emerald turtles. Besides, the other monsters are either poisonous or tasteless, so they can't be eaten. Adela looked at the person in front of her with skepticism. No way. Did you hunt an emerald turtle? Hadu casually pointed and replied loudly. Yeah, during the day in West West Asia. Suk-chan puffed out his cheeks while chewing his food, eyes wide in astonishment. Really? I have only seen emerald turtles online. How did you hunt it? You leaned to the side to avoid. Just a reminder. Do not talk while eating. Su-chan continued to eat the meat enthusiastically. Just expect you are amazing. But Adela remained silent. Her voice turned a bit cold. I have never heard of it. A magician with less than 5 circles going to hunt an emerald turtle. You still smiled lightly and replied. It is. Adu raised his hand high and shouted loud, igniting fire. Suddenly, blazing red storm shot straight up in the middle of the quiet forest. Both were startled by the strong wind. Adela exclaimed in shock. 3 magical circles. The barrier and wind gradually disappeared. As they slowly shrank, she widened her eyes and shouted in disbelief. There is no way you can transform with 6 circles. Adu's expression did not change at all, calmly retracting his hand and glancing away, turning his head to avoid the admiring gaze of the other two. It is amazing. Can really eat. Adu thought to himself, with the master's magic, even with just 3 rounds, both were excited to come closer. Su-chan spoke curiosity. I have no choice. Keep it a secret. How did you win? Did you aim for the head of the emerald turtle? Adu said light. I just stabbed it from the shell. He stood close to his father. Is that reasonable? Adu crossed his arms and smiled awkwardly. That is what happened. His voice rang out. It is being live streamed from a drone belonging to the academy, so you can watch the footage after it is over. Adu smirked. Oh no. I think I will watch it. Right. Su-chan looked at you. Adela next to him had an excited expression. You raised your eyebrows at tomorrow we will fight. Fair and square. Su-chan cheered excited. Oh man. We can't beat you. Adela just smiled faint. Alright then. Good luck. She confidently let her hair flow in the wind. I also have something I want to show you. Around the forest, a barrier appeared, and quickly it was the second day of the survival test. In the large room, the group sat observing the situation. One of them spoke up. There are 2 hours left. The survival circle has shrunk, and now only 4 people are left. Who will stand on top of this survival battle? A new day has come. Beautiful morning with gentle sunlight over the boat and the mountain. Adu casually walks through the forest with his hands in his pocket when suddenly a wave of mana rushes toward. He senses the danger. He glances in the direction of that energy wave. Adu raises his hand and immediately unleashes a mana shield. 2 powerful forces collide, creating a massive explosion in the air. Corner of Sand's mouth curls up as his voice rings out calmly. So we have returned to the supernovas. Have we? In an instant, he leaps off the floating light and then jumps down from above, aiming directly at Adu below. He dodges the lethal strike coming down from above. Adu watches in shock as something rushes past so fast. You lean back to avoid the opponent's kick. Adu braced himself on the ground, gritting his teeth as he looked up bigger before him. You felt a wave of anxiety. This was just the beginning, and close combat was what you were truly worried about. A spinning kick came at lightning speed and with immense force. Sanjiichi stood confidently in the sunlight. Adu, running into me here is bad luck. Adu thought to himself, close combat mate. Sanjiichi smirked with interest and replied, sorry about that, but I think you are the lucky one. Flashing back to a time at a large academy, Sanjiichi turned to walk away, leaving a pained figure sprawled on the ground, who let out a groan. You looked up from behind a few girls who were cheering him on. Indeed, Sanjiichi, the body-enhancing mate, was the strongest. You could barely make eye contact. For 2 years, he was one of the 2 best fighters. Coming back to reality and standing directly in front of Sanjiichi made you feel awed. Just as expected from a body-enhancing mate, you changed your serious gaze to the excited one in front of you. He was not someone you could easily defeat. Adu clenched his fist, summoning a powerful surge of mana. That is the... Then I will also step back, prepare to throw, enhance my body, and go into close combat. Seeing this scene, Sanki immediately summoned mana and laughed in delight. A direct fight, fair and square. That is cool. At this moment at the outdoor training ground of Obelic Academy, Seohai looked up big screen and assessed. It seems Hao and Sank both chose to fight using body-enhancing magic. Lihan rested his chin on his hand, looking a bit skeptical. This match clearly favors right. Over the past 2 years, his combat ability has obviously been top-notch. He even won the International Youth Body-Enhancing Magic Competition. Trang Su added in a serious tone. However, considering the turtle match lossy below yesterday, Adu's abilities are immeasurable. He was as nimble as someone dodging a punch from Sanjirek. Adu widened his eye, secretly activating his demon eye. Immediately, he started calculating. He saw his opponent's magic flow. The magic was focusing on enhancing them. Suddenly realizing something was off, Adu lowered his head to glance at the legs towards him. It was moving down to the knee. He quickly created a barrier to block, meaning he could break knee. Adu pursed his lips as he noticed the barrier had appeared. Just as predicted, the kick was strong, but if I use the magic barrier, I can push him back. Sanjik stepped back a bit, surprised to see the barrier in front of him shatter. Pause. Secretly amazed, thinking he destroyed the barrier, Sangiek looked at his opponent, who was summoning magic power. I have never seen this kind of magic before. Is this really the comeback of a genius magician? He smirks excited. It is. The rumors were not just hot air. Sangate leans back slightly to dodge Adu's attack. This is getting interesting, but I have my own pride too. He bares his teeth, exuding confidence. I won't lose in close combat. Sensing the moment he has been waiting for has arrived, Adu raises his hand, gathering a powerful surge of magic. Now it is my chance. His imposing fist rushes forward. Sanguinigle, raising his hand to block the strong. He is in disbelief. What? In the evaluation room, Seohai and Lihan gap, standing up in shock in unison. He managed to block that punch. Adu flips over to evade Sangeekis. He frowned, vicious, carefully observing the person in front of him. Did he see that technique? The fighting style is not bad. It is even excellent. If I pretend to attack fire-type magic, even using defensive magic, his hands would not avoid getting hurt in an instant. The image of Sanjikse with his arms burned flashes in his mind, thinking that Adu steps back to gather momentum and launches forward. Sangiesha startled, shocked to see him continue the attack so fast. He curls up, preparing to block the incoming strike like before. Adu raises his eyebrows and laughs mock. Are you planning to defend again? He kicks hard at Sangruff, shouting loudly to remind it. This side is open. He gritted his teeth, furrowed his brow in pain. The enhanced magic on his hands was a fake. Just a kick. Sangye could not believe his eyes seeing Adu smirk. Since when did he use enhanced magic on his feet so quickly? One hand wrapped around his injured side, feeling the sharp pain. It really seemed like his ribs were broke, but Sanjay showed no signs of worry, instead grinning with sweat soaked. But I am a warrior. No matter the pain, I can endure and let my instincts take over. He quickly regained his fighting stance, attacking as a warrior's instinct. Seeing that, Adu coldly reminded if he relied too much on strength, his body would shatter. Sanji paid no attention, jumping high to kick it, but with just one counterattack, he was sent flying back. It was not that he was too wrecked. Sangiek gritted his teeth in anger, trying to keep himself from falling. As soon as his feet landed, he suddenly sensed a strong force rush. Adu swung a powerful punch to the chine, sending his opponent crashing back, his body losing gravity and hitting the ground hard. He shook his hand, looking at Sanjiki lying on the ground with wide eye. Earlier, according to his calculation. In that moment, he focused all his mana under his chin to minimize damage. He lay motionless on the ground, letting out a few small groans. His chin having absorbed the red and smolder, Hadu laughed, pulling his shirt to wipe off a few drops of sweat from his. As he predicted, his fighting instincts were indeed impressive. You glance at the new notification on the digital watch. Not just the ability to attack, but also the ability to defend. He is definitely not easy to deal with. The sky is now late afternoon. The soft orange light is fading, and in an instant, it gradually turns to night. The barrier around the forest lights up again and starts to shrink. Hadu touches the watch on his wrist, thinking, there are only 3 people left. His gaze immediately becomes alert. Now there are only 2 people left. In front of him is Adela. She smiles gently, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Good evening. Is not tonight beautiful? In a moment, her expression has turned serious as she faces him. In the city on a beautiful morning, sunlight shines down on a luxurious skyscraper. In a dark room, a large screen is replaying the scene of Hadu skillfully using magic in the battle with sand. The incredible vehicle, no way. In a nationwide televised academic, something like that actually became the last survivor. Clenches her fist in anger and shouts, we won't let anyone touch. Clearly, it is increasingly out of control now. Vehicle bites its nails looking anxious. At this rate, Hadu will become the hair candidate again. This is absolutely unforgivable. Definitely not. It cannot happen. Right, brother. Person next to him just remains silent and does not respond. Not getting a response. Vehicle cautiously glances over. His voice drops. Say something. It took down the emerald turtle by itself. Thinking of the defeated emerald turtle, she feels unwilling and how did it manage to defeat the green turtle? It is a live broadcast, so not only the internet. Dad must have seen it too. Angrily slammed his hand on the table. Our whole family feels the same way. Daihan, sitting next to him, sighed helplessly and finally spoke up. Please calm down a bit. She held her sweat drenched, her expression twisted, and shouted, can I stay calm in this situation? Suddenly a stop, frowning tight. This is Jan, tilting his head on his hand, his voice low and threatening. I won't say it twice. She seemed to be touched by a haunting fear. Trembling soft, I will quiet. Please, do not punish. He burst out laugh. Punish. Daihan smiled gently and walked over to pat his head, showing concern. What did you say? Face turned pale, sweating profusely. Why would you punish? He smiled, but it was a creepy and frightening smile. Are we siblings? Asim bled, kneeling on the ground, her voice trembling. Thank brother. Jan turned around, looking soft. Hadu, that guy is always so cunning, seizing all the good opportunity. He covered his face with his hand, laughing maliciously. We're siblings, but if he keeps stirring things up like we can, he just let it go. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the forest. Adela summoned her magical power, Moonlight Bullet. This time I won. Tall fall for the trap again, because I have watched your battle dozens, even hundreds of times today. She recalled the last duel, thinking to herself, that day you brought the sun to your side, right? But tonight's battle will. Under the pale blue moonlight, the whole forest sparkled with mystical light. Adela pointed, creating a small magic circle, her determination unwavering. I won't give you a chance to counter it. Her magic circle blocked the immense mana from the explosion. Hadu quickly leaned to dodge the arrow, glanced at an arrow that just skimmed past his shoulder, causing it to bleed, and realized the barrage of moonlight arrows. The number of shots was different from the midterm evaluation. Hadu felt help. Dodging from this spot was impossible. On the other side, she was casting spells while speaking. A magic user focusing on control and skill would weaken against simple ranged attacks. Adela's sharp gaze was filled with calm. She raised her hand and shouted, this is your weak. I will surpass you. Skill. F everything. Another huge explosion erupted from Hadu's side. He gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow amid the dust. Hadu created a shield to block the incoming mana resource. Whatever weakness it was, his eyes lit up, corner of his mouth curling up. This was also using pure force to push himself into a weak spot. In the end, what analysis and decision did you come to? Adela raised an eyebrow, laughing with pride. Hadu continued to struggle against the successive strong blows from the arrows. He silently admired, of course. Even using all the resources he had in this battle was something not just anyone could do. The hair of the family asked, is the fruit priced? And this is Hadu raising his voice to ask Adela, since when have you reached the 4th spell circle? One hand hidden behind has summoned the accumulated mana to form ice. She stopped attacking, her hair flying in the mist. Indeed, he realized immediately. Hadu quietly released the mana, thinking about how he needed to conceal his attack. Fire mist. The source of mana slowly approached from behind Adela. She calmly replied without any vigilance, I reached the 4th spell circle 4 days ago. And not just that. Adela slowly closed her eyes. Furrowed brows gradually relaxed. She spread her arms to sense the air around her, hair blown by the wind. Behind the arrow of mana that sparkled like moonlight, Adela forward, now not even bothering to open her eyes, casually waving her hand. I won't fall for such an obvious trap again. With that, she gently leaned to avoid it, effortlessly destroying that source of magic. Adela opened her eyes wide, pupils slightly changing. Hadu was momentarily astonished. That is the mind's eye. Not only the 4th spell circle, but also the mastery of the mind's eye. Isn't he this a bit excessive? The mind's eye, a secret magic possessed by the prestigious Stia family on Adela's maternal side. It is a divine eye that detects, like the ruby red eye of the Tower Master. Adela of the present is a combination of the power and agility of the Sinwi family with the explosive power of the Stater family, making her incredibly formidable. Hadu covered his mouth in the dust, secretly lamented, this is what you call a monster in human form. Adela immediately summoned the magical ring. Now I will fight with everything I have. She shot a sharp, determined glance. I am not stupid enough to hold back against you. Adela unleashed her magic to attack Hadu, the spell you used to take down the green turtle. When are you going to use it? Hadu looked up at the large bright spots in the sky, calmly raised an eyebrow in challenge. I am planning to use it now. Quick. His eyes flashed with a glint of light in the deep red iris. The moonlight bullet of Adela. 27.74 light mana, 71.33 dark mana, 0.93 water mana. Casting consecutively 12 times using the X-Linpine formula and focused through the spiral of Dani equation. Hazu covered his face with one hand while waving forward with the other. Interrupt. Power had knocked away all the arrows in various directions in an instant. Adela stared in disbelief with wide eyes. The moonlight bullet veered off and slid right before hitting the target. What did you do? What the hell was that? How? Hadu just smirked slightly. Well, from your perspective, what do you think I did? Can you see it with your mind's eye? Below in the evening, the moonlight illuminated the entire council man. Someone holding a wine glass asked in panic. And he, what kind of magic is that? He stood up in disbelief. What kind of magic can interfere with seemingly absurd spell? Person who just spoke in shock is Sang Qian, the head of the council, and Adela's father. Both of them are watching the battle scene of Hadu on the big screen. And he quietly replied, yeah, I do not know either. He asked suspicious. Didn't Hadu say anything? And he calmly closed his eye. Said nothing. Zhang Qianan slowly sat back. It is surprising. Hadu actually hides things from you. Put on a smile, tilting his head against his hand. For more than a year now, he has not been afraid of anything anymore. While watching the big screen, he continued continued, well, he is hiding a lot of secrets. Sang Qian briefly looked serious and replied softly, I understand. After all those years away from home, Hadu has surely changed a lot. Inhep still kept his eyes closed. Troubled. He has changed so much. Placed one hand on the table, wondering, is not it true that men need to travel more to grow up? Then he rubbed his chin. For you to ponder. Honest, I thought that guy just got lucky in the recent midterm assessment. Hearing Enhiki's sharp gaze piercing in, Sang Qian awkwardly laughed it off. Well, saying this in front of you is a bit embarrassing. However, I thought that kid would lead magnificently for a moment and then fade away. He slowly rolled his eye. What you said is not wrong at all. I understand. After all, Hao is still a kid. Anyone can see her displaying her magic on the big screen and continue watching. In the past, the boy won against Aradella not entirely because his magic was strong. He won thanks to his strategic mind and his own skills. He observed the boy while also launching a counterattack. Soon, people will dissect all information about Hao, and once people find out about that, the boy's weaknesses will be exposed. He will soon face defeat. Inheku agreed, especially since Adela is a master at analyzing information. Hearing her daughter being praised, Sang Qian's voice was full of pride. My daughter's analytical skills are top-notch. But then he bowed his head and sighed, as on the big screen, she heavily avoided the counterattack from Hadu. I underestimated that kid. Sang Qian softly called the person next to him. In height, his gaze quietly drifted a bit. I have always been grateful to Hao. When my daughter first lost her direction about her goal, her eyes were vacant and soulless. But now her eyes are shining brighter than ever. Sang Qian smiled softly. I am truly grateful that Hao has come back. Adela has also started to regain her motivation. Inhik silently observed, then turned with a smile and replied, yeah, that is definitely something to cherish. Under the bright moonlight today, the announcement sounded. The survival battle was over. The survivors pleased to immediately stop fighting. Hadu stood in shock amidst smoke. He raised an arm to shield himself from the dust. With a wary gaze, the surroundings gradually revealed the ear of the opponent and the crack in the ground from the battle. Adela braced herself and sighed in relief. Hadu raised an eyebrow and confidently said, how could I be ashamed? If there was more time, I would have won. You would not give up either. Kimi Ingor replied, no way. No matter how you look at it, I am the one who is winning. The two exchanged silent, intense glance. Rangsu quickly smiled and ran over to Media. Alright, that is enough. You two calm down. Under the moonlight, everything around returned to its usual tranquility. He cheerfully spoke up. Let us head back. The next day, on a beautiful morning at the academy, Adela firmly asserted to the person in front of, I was the victor yesterday. Hadu crossed his arm, showing disagreement. Dream on as usual. I am the one who won. She retorted. Since when is that usual? Adela remained resolute. Bit by bit, I have finally figured out your magical trajectory shifting strategy. 5 minutes is enough. Hadu calmly responded to her. 5 minutes is enough for your spirit to be drained. You will lose. Suan sat in the middle, only knowing to stay silent and listen to the endless argument of those two. He frowned in frustration and spoke up. Really, if you want to argue, go do it in your room. Do you know how annoying it is to stir up trouble in my room? But immediately both of them turned and shouted in unison. What do you know to butt in? You 26-degree loser. Sohan wanted to cry and pointed to the video recorder in the distance. But this is my room. I just want us to peacefully watch the recording of the survival battle together. Cheers erupted with a pile of food on the table. Let us part. We can't miss the yogurt. I also prepared pizza, nacho, and drink. He cried and laughed excitedly just for those core. Both of them quickly sat up straight in their chair. Hadu crossed his arms and complained. Su-chan, you are blocking the whole screen. He stood frozen, deeply hurt, while playful sounds echoed throughout the room. The room was again filled with a lively atmosphere. Come on, hurry up. We have to start from the beginning. How can a son-in-law's story be 14 hours long like this? 14 hours later, it was getting dark outside. The dim light shone down on the brightly lit skyscraper, creating a beautiful night scene. In the room, Hao and Adela were still sitting upright in their chair, while Sohan had tiredly laid down on the floor. He was mumbling some incoherent words in a daze. The monster is analyzing information over there. In the silence, she suddenly let out a light laugh. Hadu, why are you looking so confused? What are you laughing at? Adela gently held the blanket and moved closer to Xiu-chan, who was fast asleep. I laughed because it was just too funny. She turned around gently and sat back in the chair, about to watch a 14-hour-long analysis video. Hadu chuckled helpless. This is just ridiculous. He glanced at Xiu-chan, who was sleeping peacefully. Honest, I thought halfway through that he would give up and run away. Adela smiled gently. You have a really good friend. Hadu proudly rested his chin on his hand and replied to me. He is the best friend in the world. Super good. Her gaze dropped a bit, and in a softer voice, she said. He looked a bit surprised and asked, why are you suddenly like? Adela replied, feeling down. For a whole year, pretended not to know him. I wanted to keep my distance while also holding on. But now I realize that all my previous decisions were wrong. He smiled lightly to her. Why do you have to apologize? I am the one who ignored your signal. Hadu softened his tone and looked down at the person on the floor. I was the one who chose my distance. Don't he worry about it. Well, I initially chose to keep my distance from him too. Su-chan exclaimed, sitting up in shock. What is what you said for real? Adela asked in surprise. Are you awake now? Since when? Hadu sighed helpless, answering for him. He has been awake for a little while now. It is. Hadu closed his eyes and rubbed his wrist. Right now, I am not the same person I was a year ago. I have new strength. Two of them looked a bit stunned. You tighten your hand and hold it out in front of, and there are trustworthy friends. I have something I want to show you too. Then I said, in just a moment, Hao summoned a huge amount of mana. Adela gasped in awe. That is it. Su-chan's eyes widened and mouth dropped. Speechless. No way. You smiled proudly, looking at the powerful source of magic in Dan Gayat Kwang's hand. Su-chan, in disbelief, walked closer. Yep, so that means your magic can target even the opponent's magic formula. Casually pointed to your eye and replied, that is right. I can see the entire magic formula. The two of them were in shock. Adela frowned and covered her mouth. The eye of the god. That is how you know my secret technique. Hadu adjusted the magic source in his hand, calmly explaining, yeah, usually the secret techniques are not allowed to be shared outside the family. This is what I analyzed and developed myself. You try the magic source. Then shrugged. Of course I had to observe it from close range multiple times to see if it could work. Adela hesitated to ask, so how did you penetrate the shell of the green turtle? Hadu pointed serious. It is also through magic manipulation. I intervened in its shell and reduced its durability. That shell is actually created from magic. Su-chan excitedly cheered. Indeed, you really are a monster. Next to Adela, Hao was still deep in thought, lazily rubbing his chin. No need to explain again how to bend the trajectory of the moonlight bullet. Right. Adela then spoke up. Condition to use the intervention spell is to fully understand the opponent's magic. Then it is not that you did not use the intervention from the start, but rather that you could not. Hadu nodded and laughed in praise. Exact. You catch on quickly. In this battle, you focused entirely on using the moonlight bullet, which allowed me to analyze the mana. Of course, you used it alongside others, I would run into trouble. She crossed her arms and sighed, not realizing that using the moonlight bullet was extremely dangerous. Thinking of something, Adela quickly asked, does that magic have another weak? Hadu, hands on hip, applied in a long well, the mana analysis calculations are quite common. You extend your hand to control a small amount of mana, so I can only intervene with the spells right in front of me. In real combat, there is not enough time to calculate, so I can only make slight adjustments to the trajectory. Adela looked at the small amount of mana flowing into her and continued, what about turning the opponent's magic 180 degrees, bouncing it back? Hadu closed his eyes and shrugged, saying there was not enough time, so that was impossible. Hearing that, she looked a bit down. Really? What a pity. If it were possible to bounce it back, the effect would be incredible. She lightly touched her chin. Right now it is still an incredibly powerful magic. Behind Chan raised his hand and said loud, wait a minute. His face was tense as he approached and grabbed Hadu's shoulder, yelling, you sit still and listen to me. Shut up. Why are you so comfortable revealing all this powerful magic? Hadu asked in surprise. You do not understand. Adela added. You do not know. Under the rapid-fire questioning, Su-chan was taken aback and asked back, what are you guys talking about? I do not understand any. Both of them spoke seriously in unison. Olympic. Suang exclaimed in shock, mouth agape. Hadu seriously placed a hand on his chest. I will take you guys to the Olymp. Just give me a hand. Su-chan felt emotion, wanting to tear up, loudly calling his name, but suddenly he raised a hand wanting to stop, but Hadu just pointed at him. Su-chan, go ahead. Su-chan rubbed his neck, shyly starting to speak. Adela seemed to understand better, but I do not have the skills to participate in a big tournament like that. Even the third-year students are involved. He worriedly raised three fingers. I mean, second-year students might still have a chance, but there are 7 classes of third year, so it is a bit tough for me to secure a spot. Hadu frowned in agreement and replied, don't worry, it is. He smiled mysteriously, quietly assuring him, no matter what happens, I will make sure you can participate. Su-chan jumped in fear, backing away. Adela looked at the two of smiling light. There are many risks, but the intervention will be like a joker card. She thought to herself, this is a match where this spell could be used. A decisive battle to protect her magical stone, while bombarding her opponent's magical stone with cannon, attacking their base and stealing their flag. A siege battle. Hadu turned to her, arms crossed, and replied, that is right. In decisive battles and siege battle, that magic is practically cheating. Adela was slightly taken aback, especially if that were the Did he have any hidden cards left? Corner of his mouth curled into a knowing smile, responding with a confident demeanor. Of course. Under the bright moonlight, every room in the academy was brightly lit. Hadu stood in his room, moonlight streaming in through the window. Wearing a magical cloak, he was flipping through the book in his hand. Finished. He reached out to channel magical energy into the page he had just found. Shall we? In no, Hadu had vanished from the room, leaving only a few rose petals floating in the wind. Maya was lounging on the couch reading a book, and when she saw him arrive, she spoke up. The hair. You slowly smiled under the pointed hat. Here I am. Maya lifted her face and pointed teasingly. You are later than I am. Don't tell me you did not come in first. Hadu immediately replied, I had to come in first. The score from the beginning of the match, the Emerald Turtle, was the deciding. He looked happily at the person in front of. Do you remember that I had to win a gold medal in a competition? She immediately replied, I remember. Was it the Olymp? Hadu raised his eyebrow. That is right. I also told you about that, and about the intervention too. You pointed and seemed to think in doubt. Really? But did not you say it would be better to master the intervention before talking to them? You are a bit early with that. Hadu crossed his arms and said casually, I timed it right. Maya stood up in shock from her chair. No way. Thinking about the scene of Hadu gently controlling the magic, she found it a bit hard to believe. Are you really skilled in the intervention? It shifted to an excited expression. You are really some hair. As if waiting for the right moment. He turned to her. Hadu reached out and suggested, can you find me a few books on the field of destruction? Quietly clenched his gaze determined. A level 3 destruction master. It is time to step into that field. The phone rang. It was a call from Blue Tower Law. By now, the sky was bright and Ha had returned to his room, one hand on his hip, the other answering the call. Power Matt. The voice on the other end could not hide its delight. I watched your test video. Quite surprised. I did not expect you to defeat the Emerald Turtle all by yourself. Hadu modestly smiled and replied, it is just eating tomorrow. On Sung inside. Seeing him so humble, he reminded, just think about it. You are fighting evenly with Adela, who has reached level 4. How did you break through the turtle's shell? He laughed heartily. Right. Also, I noticed Adela's moonlight bullet deviated project. Hadu helplessly looked person on the phone, who was speaking with a proud expression. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion field, but it actually is not. You can only awkwardly smile and reply, Master of the Tower. I am really sorry, but I can't share details about my magic. Kwang Yin laughed heartily. I am just too excited now. My fault. You do not need to answer that. A mage has the right there. Hearing this, Hadu's expression slight. Kwang Yin returned to a serious demeanor. Gently speak, but your magic is really impressive. I will look into it myself. While waiting for the research room door to open, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, I contacted you about the elemental magic item you requested earlier. Hadu was a bit solemn. Is it good news or bad news? The voice on the other side was still steady. The door gradually opened. Inside, the elemental magic items were neatly arranged in a large space. He proudly said it was good news. Right now, everything is ready. Now let us get serious. Seeing the scene on the other side, Hadu was stunned and hurriedly asked, really? Is everyone feeling overwhelmed? Take your time. It is. King Y winked and laughed, reassuring. Everyone here is a craftsman, dedicated and can't resist a new mana stone. He smirked, thinking to himself, just expect. He is probably pushing himself to the limit. He stretched out his arm, pointing the phone screen towards himself. And you do not need to worry about creating the item. From the other side, Hadu's voice echoed, thank you. I am really looking forward. Kang Yin seemed satisfied and was about to hang up. Alright, until next. Suddenly he spoke up to stop. Wait a minute. He hurriedly expressed his intention. I have a request. Chuang Yin glanced, calling Smith's sinister smile, and asked, a request? Is it about the compensation for that old man Lang Smith? Hadu replied seriously. That depends on how the Tower Master sees it. Hearing that, could not help but be intrigued, moving further inside while continuing. Hadu, is that how interesting? I wonder what proposal you will make this time. Tell me about it. You look straight into the person on the phone, seriously making a suggestion. For this year's Olympic exam, I need craftsmen to create artifacts from the Green Tower to be sent as engineers for the national team. Miya gasps in shock, exclaiming, how are you going to compete against a level 5 mage? Hadu, flipping through a book in his hand, sighs in frustration. That is the condition from the Tower Master. He grits his teeth, closes his eye, and thinks, did I underestimate this too much? Returning to the dialogue between the two after Hadu's suggestion, Kang Yin asks in a flat tone, do you want our craftsmen to become official engineers for the Olympic? Hadu firmly responds. Yes. He laughs brightly but harsh. I refuse. You raise your eyebrows helpless as you hear the crisp ladder coming from the phone. Indeed, this is not an easy request to accept. Kang Yin regains his calm demeanor, corners of his mouth curling up. I want to say that, but he still smiles calmly while making the request. You, Hadu, win in a one-on-one match against a level level 5 mate. Then we can talk more. Hadu is slightly surprised and immediately agrees to the request. Fine. His voice comes through from the other side. You know that among the students participating in this year's Olympic, there are 2 level 5 mate, right? It is not that I doubt Hadu's ability. Kangen's eyes become sharp when discussing the benefit. Mobilizing my craftsman requires a huge amount of money. Taking on such a commit just for honor is a bit difficult. You stand there silently listening to Kangen's words. Show us solid proof that you can win a gold medal at the Olympics. My Maya crossed her arm, looking at the person in front of her. So do you have a plan yet? No matter how you think about it, as the current heir, defeating a 5th level sorcerer is impossible. Hadu closed the book in his hands and glanced over. So now I have a grace period of about 10 days. Maya tilted her head, pointing curious. Are you planning to master a countermeasure and resolve the match within that time? He replied, well, if there is a countermeasure, somehow it might be possible. She teased. Mastering it in just 10 days is not easy. Her tone carried some skepticism. But do you really need to go this far just to make the Green Tower sorcerer send an engineer? Hadu searched through the stack of books on the ground, responding calmly, of course, otherwise it would not make any sense. Hadu smiled light, glancing at the only person in the country who could customize the artifact approved by the Olympic. You are carrying the entire stack of books from the Green Tower. Mai held her head high, adding, that place is really impressive. Ha. Do explain soft. 10% of the artifacts are made by ordinary craft, while those made by skilled crafts have at least 10% better performance. Moreover, the only ones currently able to adjust the elemental light magic artifacts are from the Green Tower. Mimia pointed and smiled, her eyes more intrigued. Therefore, performance difference of the artifact determines the winning odds in the tournament. If so, we really need their support. Hadu moved toward the other books on the ground and searched. Yeah, we should let them join in. This book and this one too. Maya hurried over to lift the hem of his cloak and asked, so when do we get to the 3rd challenge? Shouldn't we hurry up? He stood up holding a pile of books. Replied, plan to read all the books you prepared for me before we go. She put her hands on her hips and smiled light. Really, that is a great mindset. Maya closed her eyes as if she agreed. Alright, when you enter the 3rd training room, send my regards and tell them I am fine. Hadu wondered, looking at Maya's back. Do you know who is there? Maya did not turn around, just left behind 2 words and took her stuffed rabbit away. It is a secret. She hugged the stuffed rabbit in her arms, smiling soft, knowing it would not end well. It was nighttime in the city with brightly lit skies. On the silk banner bearing the emblem of the Madosinga group, the host voice echoed, today, dear esteemed guests at the Madoxa anniversary celebration, we hope you enjoy this wonderful event. In the banquet hall, guests raised their glasses in toast, a voice carrying praise. Indeed, it is the chairman. That young man spoke with respect. This could be said that the chairman is almost certain to become the next head of the Madosinga family. Jan smiled modestly, replying, you are too kind. I am just lucky. Put on a pious demeanor. Everything I have now is thanks to you all. The guests around raised their glasses in congratulation. Future of Madosinga is bright. Suddenly, a mocking voice from behind made the praising young man freeze in shock. Moreover, the young master is building his reputation. Jan shot a cold glance filled with killing intent. That guy raised his voice. Did everyone see that? Who would have thought he could actually defeat an emerald turtle by himself? Once you are a genius, you are always a genius, right? Jan briefly tightened his grip on the glass of wine. Did everyone see him fight against Adela, who reached the 4th level, facing off against Hyon Fapungai Land's secret technique, and holding his own? It was truly impressive. That guy's voice continued, after witnessing that. Who would dare to say he is not on par with anyone anymore? If his face were covered, everyone would think it was a real magical battle between adults. People around quietly whispered among themselves. They began to take an interest in someone named Hao. I am really looking forward to his participation in the tournament. Jan seemed to have been forgotten, only able to silently listen to the name being repeated over and over. The head of the family was also very pleased with Hadu's performance. Hadu is Hadu. His expression dark, eyes filled with killing intent. It seemed that the position of heir might be taken by his younger brother, and his mind was screaming. Too noisy. Dahan recalled moments from the past. That guy. They just spoke careless. He did not like it at all. Hadu's cheerful smile when controlling the magic. The thing I hate the most is you. Thought I had knocked you down, but now you are back. Suddenly someone questioned, looking around and asking, where did the chairman go? When did he disappear? No one knew. Only saw the glass on the ground, shattered long ago. He angrily walked towards the large door. Daihan, annoyed, reached up to loosen his tie. Not good. Can't do it. He stood on the windy roof shouting in anger, that guy. Then Jihan covered his mouth, his gaze dropping, a devilish smile creeping up the corners of his lip. It needs to die. In the spacious room, Hadu sat in a chair, intently reading a book, surrounded by towering stacks of piled high. He carefully threw each completely focused. The atmosphere in the room was extremely quiet. Only the rustling of the pages heard. After a while, Hadu slammed the book shut and exclaimed, done. My Maya was sitting on the floor drawing, and upon hearing the noise, turned to ask, did you finish reading? Quickly replied, if this is all there is, then I think we are done. My Maya stood up, spreading her arms wide in front of the towering stacks of books. So you have read all about the destruction magic. Do you understand more about the destruction magic now? Hadu replied firmly but without any harsh, not all. I do not understand yet. She helplessly whispered, at least you have surpassed the vague understanding state. Right, he pondered, examining the book in his hand. I can grasp part of the structure. Maya cheerfully held up painting to comfort Hao. It is normal that you do not understand. If you tell someone without wings to flap and fly, they would not be able to understand. Would they? She seriously explained that right now, because the necessary conditions are not met, you could never understand destruction magic. Hadu widened his eyes at her scribbled drawing. It looked a bit messy, but I could understand it. Maya frowned, pouting, clearly unhappy with that master. You are serious again, gently touching his chin in thought. Those conditions are to meet those requirements. I have no choice but to enter the 3rd challenge. Maya opened her arm, praising your guess. That is right. All the answers are in the 3rd page. Hadu stood up, hands on his hip, looking at her in confusion. Person you asked me to say hello to is the one who teaches about destruction. Right. Maya crossed her arm, rolling her eyes, deliberately avoiding. If you are curious, you should go see for yourself. You have read the book already, have not you? You frowned, trying to ask, so tell me this, is there some kind of restriction preventing you from talking about the 3rd challenge? Maya smirked faint. It is not a restriction. She closed her eye, remembering that friend of promise. We made a promise to each other. From the book, countless cute pink items gradually spilled out. Hadu approached the table, unable to understand. What did you promise? Can't say anything about 3rd challenge. You picked up a book from the table. The reason for that, the book you infused with magic slowly opened, emitting a powerful light. The pages with strange characters gradually revealed small branches in the 3rd challenge page. They grew quickly and large, reaching out toward Hao. Hadu looked in horror as branches tightly wrapped around his body. Realizing he would understand soon. He shut his eyes tight, feeling the transformation of the space around him. Hadu opened his eyes wide, astonished by the scene before him. This place made him doubt as he found himself standing in a large forest surrounded by lush canopy. He looked around in confusion, and it was not an ordinary forest. It was full of absurdly large trees. Where on earth is this? Hadu stood there, covering his mouth in disbelief. Thought he would get lost in a strange space like last time, but without any guide, he could not hear his masters. Hadu stood lost in the lush, dreamy forest. He decisively started walking through the woods. Could this whole forest be a trial? Hadu stood on the cliff, observing the bright blue sky with the dazzling sunlight. Below are the vast, towering canopy. Such a vast forest. Clenched your fists and turned excitedly to move forward. This truly is the absurd magic of the map. Beyond imagination. Hadu looked into the hazy forest ahead. No matter how far he went, there seemed to be no end. Quickly ventured deep into the forest, came upon a small river. What kind of test this? Suddenly, he felt a twitch, sensing a significant tremor around him. Hadu worriedly suspected an earthquake. This is Hadu quietly observing himself being obscured by a large figure behind him that was staring intently at him. He slowly turned his head back, found a gigantic monster staring at him. It gently swayed its tail, and slowly approached the tiny human in front of it. Hadu was briefly terrified, his eyes wide in disbelief. This is absurd. He watched as it came closer and roared loudly. It is so, yet I do not feel any. Hadu panicked and stepped back, accidentally slipping into the cold water below, soaking him completely as he surfaced in terror. Speechless, he scrutinized the features of the monster. Young eye, characteristics of a reptile. Then there is the thick layer of scales on its back, armor-like, as tough as a crocodile. Hadu sat on the ground watching that huge thing slowly approach, its claws and fangs sharp as swords. No doubt about it, this was an unranked disaster level. The drake was closed. Hadu looked up in disbelief. I thought it was just a myth creature. Defeating this would be the ultimate. You look at that thing glaring with cold eye, and your body just freezes. The impossible made me unable to move. Hadu felt helpless. Just a light breath. It even made the mana in the air tremble. This is a completely different level compared to any monster I have ever encountered. This thing sees me as nothing but a chunk of mana. The tasty bait. You frown, gritting your teeth, wondering if you could escape. My hand was in the water, trying to move. There was no sign of motion. The monster's sharp gaze seemed to have pinpointed the juicy bait. Hadu desperately looked up. Huge shadow. No way. Even with the speed I have, I can't run away from a drake. But the bigger problem is that my body won't budge. Hadu felt anxious, not daring to let his guard down for a second. If that thing charged at me now, it would be the end. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Wait, that drake. It had no intention of approaching. Just standing there staring at how. Why is not it coming closer? He swallowed, voicing his confusion in his mind. Is something stopping it? Suddenly a gentle voice rang out. Impressive? Hadu instantly grew alert, and swiftly turned his head to look over. That person walked close, lightly on the clear surface of the lake, their light blue hair fluttering in the wind, their voice carrying praise. Even when facing a formidable monster, he did not give up hope. His will was unyielding. The elf ears peeked out from beneath long hair. Even in a stressful situation, he remained calm and composed. Hadu turned his head to look at the girl approaching from behind. You have passed. Now you can move. Hadu snapped back to reality. Surprise. Quickly asked, who are you? She smiled softly, placing her hand on her chest, gently introducing herself. My name is Alina Lagrinu, once known as the Guardian of the Forest, a great sorcerer and an old friend of Day. Hadu stared in amazement, graceful figure behind him. A god. Alina turned her head slightly to look over. Let me handle this. Hadu looked cautiously at the person in front of. She spread her arms to reveal a barrier she had already set up, not forgetting to offer praise. While being tempted, you still did not enter my territory. That is commendable. Alina waved her hand gently. Since I see you mean no harm, even though you have disturbed my guard. Her voice was soft and calm. I will still forgive you. So she lightly blew a powerful source of mana from her hand. Return quietly to where you belong. The remnants of a fated clan. The source of magical power swirled with the leaf, creating a refreshing rustle. Hadu stood still, watching the scene around him transform. Forest is resonating together. Could not help but admire Alina as she seemed to merge forest. It is as if they are trying to say that she is the one in charge here. She reaches out toward the monster. If you do not understand my word, go back to dust. Alina slightly lifts her eyelids to reveal an indifferent gaze. Right after that, the monster screams in agony as if it just received a punishment. Hadu gasps in horror. Where did those wounds come? You are dumbfounded by the unbelievable scene before you. There is not even a sound. Just after image, as if something is slicing into the dragon's body at extreme speed. Hadu's face turns pale as she observes. What on earth did she just do? The monster is now covered in numerous large and small wounds. Quickly, its injuries start to heal. The monster bows low before Alina as a sign of gratitude. She closes her eyes gently and this is my final warning. Leave. As soon as Alina finishes her word, the monster obediently turns and leaves. Hadu raises her eyebrows as she receives one surprise after another, the wounds healing instantly. You look at Alina in admiration. She is a disaster level being, and this person can confront it so easily. Who on earth is she? Alina glances over at the person who has been silent this whole time. She turns to ask, are you okay? Hadu quickly replies. Then calmly reaches out her hand toward you. I see you are a bit surprised. She smiles gently, radiating a source of spiritual power. Now please follow me. The successor of the golden sunlight filled through the leaf, creating a picturesque scene around the treehouse. Steaming cup of tea, still steaming hot, is placed on the table. Alina softly introduced, and try it. This is the herbal tea that Day really likes. She gently adds, you will feel calmer after drinking it. Hadu takes the cup of tea, sincerely replies. Then closes his eyes and slowly takes a small sip. Suddenly, Hadu's eyes widen in amazement, as if he has just discovered the love of his life. He holds the cup of tea in his hand and exclaims, what is this? This tea instantly makes me feel clearer. Alina happily laughed, looking at Hadu with tea full of delight, glancing at the empty cup on the table. Alina asks, how did you find it? She tilts her head slightly. Does it suit your taste? Hadu hugs himself with a refreshing feeling and admires. It is the best tea I have ever had. Alina joyfully responds, asking him with care, I am glad you like. Do you feel calmer now? He hesitates a bit. I am sorry for being a bit rude. She smiles gently, saying there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Alina reassures, the fact that you did not back down in front of a dragon is already impressive. Hadu strokes his chin, pondering serious. So it really is a dragon. I can't escape from it. She calmly explained, even though it is the strongest creature in this forest, it would not dare come close to our territory. Alina lifts her chin and smiles gently. Perhaps it was attracted early. He tilts his head in confusion. Attracted to what? She points at him, responding, the pure, dense mana in your body is like a juicy bait for that dragon. Alina rests her chin on her hand and sighs helplessly. In its eye, you look like a wonderful delicacy. The hunger and craving overwhelmed its fear of us. Seeing Hadu silent all this time, she asked again, do you have any more questions? He seriously voiced his doubts. Is this really inside the address? Hadu thought, a very real place, not like being in a book at all. Taking 15 minutes to walk from from the dragon to Elena's house. The forest is so vast. The scale is completely different from the previous training page. But that question kept echoing in his mind. Where exactly is this place? Elena quietly looked seriously at the person across from her. This place, she gently explained, stretches from page 214 to page 232 in the third training book of Address. Hadu's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but spring up from his seat in surprise. Was that dragon an illusion created by magic? Elena tilted her head, pondering. Who knows? It is neither real nor fake. Hazu froze, not understanding what she meant. Elena promptly replied, this space is created by recreating things from the past. The world inside Address replicates the greenwood forest that once existed. Elena raised her hand and described it with an indifferent expression. You can understand this as a copy of the original world, so it is neither real nor fake. Hadu felt confused. So they built this world based on things from the past. You are still having a hard time accepting it and placing it in the book, right? But how? She just smiled light. I do not know either. The only one who understands can do that is Day and his hair. That is you. When you reach Day's level, you will understand how it works. Hadu wondered. So what is the reason you created this space? Elena gently replied, it is because I want to teach you a special kind of magic. Hearing this, Hadu started to be stunned. What kind of magic? Elena did not rush to explain and just answered briefly. Her eyelids suddenly felt heavy. When you noticed the change in the other person's expression, felt a bit uneasy. Elena clarified her doubt. The secret realm of a third-level magic master is an essential magic to grasp the destruction of the eye, perceive the essence of magic. This moment, her eyes shone bright, as if seeing through everything. Hadu was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this. That was the eye of a magical style. Elena gently pointed at her divine eye. That is right, but my divine eyes are not perfect yet. The only ones who can fully control the divine eyes are Day and you. The hare saw Hadu foolishly standing there, so she enlightened his mind. I was entrusted by Day with the task of awakening that magic, and that is why I exist, even if only as a memory left behind. At the same time, in the city where the clan resides, the car carrying in Hai was slowly rolling away. He is sitting in the car, and the conductor tells Seo Hyan to report. Lich He, I will report on the issue you mentioned earlier. Hyan seriously brings up the situation between the young master Jin Haya's kids and Miss Mage, who seems less interested in young master Hazu. He dives deep into the core issue regarding this formidable older son, and surprisingly, Misa also seems not very interested. Hyan glances over at Hai. It seems your command has had a significant impact. Indeed, Misa has become a bit gentle, but I do not think she will simply ignore Ha. Maybe she is just being cautious because she knows your shadows are watching Ha. His expression began to darken. And what about Jan? Of course, the Hollywood actor demeanor of this young master did not escape behind. Young master Jihan also seems a bit cautious, but that is as far as it goes. Even the party held earlier showed no signs of anything suspicious. He listens to his words with skepticism. Really? Then his tone became soft. It seems both have learned to separate personal emotion from the common interest. Yet he remains vigilant. Anyway, do not let your guard down until the protection deadline is over. Close watch. Scar-faced Hyan does not dare to slack off. I understand. And he cautiously remains silent. There is top secret information, so I will keep it under wraps for now. Haide agrees with proposal. Alright. Hyan's face was as cold as a brick wall. This is a report on whether anyone in the family is colluding with the Black Tower or not. You presented your report clearly. First, among the elders dissatisfied with the return of young master, along with the senior officials from each branch, we investigated a total of 32. Just hearing this, Hai's face was tense like a guitar string. Hyan's car continued. As for the Black Tower, they are clean. He began to worry. That means if it is not related to the Black Tower, they may not be innocent. He then showed and have the individuals listed as sus. Indeed, among the 32 people, 5 were extremely suspicious. If things get noisy, the Line CU group might catch wind of it. He examined these people carefully for a moment. Then he frowned and declared, I will handle them myself. Return to where Alina and Ha are practicing magic. Her voice was gentle. Then from now on both of you need to be ready. We will begin the training to master the Holy Eye. Although he was a bit scared, he was still very resolute. You do whatever you think is best. Alina looked at Ha affectionate, just as expected from Jai's hair. He was just like him in this regard. Then she covered his eyes and whispered in his ear, now close your eyes. Hadu found it hard to understand. Like Alina was gentle. That is right. From now on, I will transfer my mana to you. The hair. She starts activating the magic for it to move into Ha's body, slowly and gradually, and we will explain about the Holy Eye. Alina explains in detail while doing it. Normally, information about the Holy Eye can only be obtained after reaching the 4th. You can find it in another book. Hadu is stunned. From the 4th circle, you start to think about the spell books that have helped. Even when I have read the books on destruction in the texts of Idret and the texts of Mimia, there is no information about the Holy Eye at all. So that means unless you reach the 4th circle, you won't be able to see any information about the Holy Eye. Hadu presses for Anne. Perhaps the other book that Miss Alina mentioned is the text Mimmai. Elena also appears surprised. Oh my, you know about the text of Mimmaya. Hadu seizes the opportunity and becomes overly confident. That is right. I also have a message from Maya. Elena recalls Mimmaya's instruction. You reach the 3rd challenge page. He asked me to convey his message. He is still well. That must be a private promise between the two of them. This conversation has distracted her, prompting Hadu to remind Miss Alina, you are rushing. I apologize. You feel something is off in your word. For a moment, Miss Alina's magic wave. Did I accidentally say something I should not have? After a while, she finally completed the process of transferring man into Ha. At this point, Alina let out a sigh of relief. So you have met Mimmaya already. That is great. But then she smoothly transitioned to the main topic like a pro. Let us talk about Mimmaya at a more convenient time. For now, let us get back to the topic of the Holy Eye. Alina politely stated that the reason the Holy Eye was revealed in the 4th circle is not that important. That is also why we are on the 3rd challenge page of the Idris manuscript. Even Hadu can believe what he is hearing. Miss Alina, her voice began to sound sad. That is right, because Jay left me. He entrusted me with the task explaining everything. She helplessly recounted. Of course, there is also the issue of the amount of information be recorded in the book. Honestly, he really knows how to make others work to the bone. Just sitting and listening makes you feel overwhelmed. The amount of information that can be recorded. Mimmaya said the same thing. Hadu began to analyze like Detect Conan. Just adding a challenge page and a spell formula confirmed the hair required a massive amount of mana. It exceeded the capacity of a normal magic book. The address manuscript only contains essential information. The rest has been compiled into a separate book. The manuscript of Mimmaya. Her eyes became sad when she mentioned the story between us, and then continued to channel mana mana into your body. Process of mastering the holy eye. Alina encouraged Hazu. Now everything is ready. Open your eyes. The hair. You were shocked by the similarity between the two mana. Miss Alina's mana completely synchronized with my endless circle. I could not even tell which mana was mine and which was hers. This strange, bright gaze made Hadu break out in a sweat. Miss Alina, is something wrong? It feels really strange. She gently replied. It is a bit unfamiliar, isn't it? I have blocked the optic nerve with mana. Hadu was shocked to the point of fusion. You blocked my optic nerve. She gently reassured him. It is still too early to be surprised. The holy eye is the sixth, completely separate from the 5 ordinary senses. Alina advised to train that sixth sense. The other senses are just unnecessary distractions. She placed her hand on Hadu's shoulder, causing his whole body to tremble. Touch, smell, and taste. They gradually faded away, and eventually, even your hearing began to disappear. Hadu was not accustomed to the strange power that the holy eye brought. That is right. I started. I can no longer feel any. Suddenly, you collapsed onto the floor, while Alina stood tall and casually said, "The hair. I invite you to step into the world of death." You just lay sprawled on the floor without moving, then began to reflect. A world where the 5 senses have disappeared. Without sight, there is nothing to see, and without hearing, there is nothing to listen to. Hadu's nerves are overactive, imagining the scene of losing all 5 senses. Without touch, he can't even tell if he is standing or sitting. You are overthinking it. The loss of smell and taste. My body has become numb to any external stimuli. Hadu turns a small issue into a big deal. My body is still functioning normally. It is not like I am not alive from the very beginning. Right. The more you exaggerate your thought, the more scared you start to become. Hadu imagines using magic to control the dark fight against Sahi. I am terrified. This is completely different from just being blinded by dark. It is like being submerged in a wave of loneliness, where nothing can be felt in the endless night. This thought made you shiver. This is indeed hell. Surprisingly, Hadu tightly grasped his trembling arm, but he sighed. This is just training. Then he remembered what she said earlier. Alina mentioned that the mental eye's ability to see magic is a 6th sense, unrelated to the 5. This moment, Hadu's mind began to recover as it was at first. He jolted awake from the terrifying nightmare, then closed his eyes to check his mental eye. That means I can still see mana even in this dark. Focus on the mana. How forced both his mind and body to concentrate. The house they were in suddenly lit up with spiritual energy. Alina stared in shock at him. How could she not take her eyes off Hadu, who was focused on checking his mental? Clearly, someone as experienced as Alina understood how others would feel desperate after losing all 5 senses. No one could stay calm after having all their senses sealed. After a minute, they start to go crazy. After 2 minutes, they think about death. After 3 minutes, they take their own lives. This is the fate of those imprisoned by the sealing technique. She began to feel guilty for what she had just caused. I understand better than anyone the horror of this magic. I had planned to let him taste a little and then undo it immediately. Alina also remembers her own beginnings. Moreover, the way I obtained this magic was step by step, gradually getting used to it. But the hair has had all 5 senses sealed for over 3 minutes now. She looked in astonishment at Hadu, who was lying still on the floor, yet he still seemed normal. Alina calmly analyzed the situation. On the contrary, this forest is resonating with his mana. If that is the I think we can proceed as planned. The streams of spiritual energy surrounding that house becoming more and more radiant. Since then, she has not stopped being a mage. It is incredible. After that, Alina used her magic to check Hadu's physical state. Breathing was very stable. The magic circle was stable. Perfect condition. The lack of any unusual occurrences in his body made her feel even more uneasy. This is the Hairduiter's library. Ray already knew that Alina started to worry about Hazu's ability to withstand the sensory sealing technique. You suddenly called Alina. Is she listening? This really made her heart race. Hadu's eyes widened. Can she break the sensory seal? Alina was scared out of her wits and quickly began to break the seal. Alright, let us do this. You immediately went back to normal. Sat up and sighed in relief. Finally, I can breathe again. She saw Hadu move and ran over, showing her concern. Are you okay? If you suddenly moved like that. Alina was still in shock about this magical power, so she asked in detail. How did you break the sensory seal? It must have been a terrifying experience. Hadu began to calm down as she recounted that night. A world where all 5 senses were sealed. Just thinking back on it is horrifying. You shut your eyes tight and talked about how you reassured yourself. But I kept telling myself that this was just a safe training session. I desperately tried to brainwash myself. Hadu shared her experience of self-brainwash. I suppressed my fear and focused only on seeing mana. Alina was surprised. Is that all? That is not something you can overcome just by brainwashing yourself. You still admit it. That is right. She is not wrong. Back, I almost gave up halfway. That nightmare made Hadu more haunted than ever. Even though I know this is just training, if the body does not accept, it won't listen to reason. Just a fleeting moment. But that darkness stretched on like eternity. A hell called loneliness. Even so, you still woke up to overcome those obsessions. Feeling despair and death as my focus began to crumble. Suddenly, thought crossed my mind. Hadu for you. Still, this is better than a year ago. You reminisced about your defeated version from a year ago. The moment you realized you were not suited for a magic. Hadu recalled the moment he stumbled when he was rejected from the path, becoming a wizard a year ago, and was ruthlessly expelled from the clan, abandoned by the clan and even his father. That is why this moment of despair is nothing. I had already lived in hell then, but still, compared to losing everything and sinking into despair, is not this still better than a year ago? The light from the outside world brightened the entire forest. Alina was still pondering about earlier. Is sealing the senses better? You decisively answered. Yeah. Hadu was steadfast. Sealing the senses is just a challenge for me to move forward. Your determination left her speechless. Hadu must be feeling relieved now. It is all good now. You gently touched your pupil and cheered joy. After all, it is all in the past now. Now I am great finding my own special path. Seeing Hadu so carefree like this made Alina tear up. This scene reminds her of her friend. Ray instinctively felt emotional and teary-eyed. You turned back with a bright smile. And Alina, thank you. Surprise. Alina. Hadu then explained. In the darkness where all senses are sealed, I saw your mana, and I am truly great. Your mana is really gentle. Because of that, I feel at ease. Hadu felt confused. Is it because I have been influenced by you? Alina. She contemplated your gentle words. These words reminded Alina of a close friend. That nostalgia made her choke up even more. I never expected to hear those words again. Here, the light asked permission to let the mysterious night take over the small, shimmering house where Alina and Ha were practicing for the upcoming Grand Mage battle. They had reached their break time. You just picked up a tea to chat. I have always been going back and forth between the Maya and this place. You heard that familiar person is safe, so you felt relieved. So knowing my Mia is still well makes me happy. Alina said gently and sincerely. It is thanks to you that I heard this this good news, but had self declined the praise this time. It is nothing. I just passed on the news. Maya felt at ease when she received the good news from you as well. Alina started the conversation. If you have met Maya, you must have heard about me and the greenwood forest. But Adu knows nothing about this strange forest at all. Not all. She said she had to promise and not tell me anything. After hearing this, Alina felt guilty and blamed herself. It turns out Maya still remembers that promise, but I can't keep it anymore. You sit across from me, looking lost. Miss Alina, seeing your confused expression, quickly apologized. Sorry, I just made the atmosphere heavy. Adu quickly reassured. It is. Alina took this opportunity to ask some. By the way, she smiled and hinted, leaving Adu dumbfounded. You mentioned the promise. It seems Maya really liked the characteristic sad look helped Alina nail this role. Did I say something wrong? Adu, feeling the weight of that gaze, could only scratch his head and change the subject. Our relationship is not bad. What exactly is that promise? She skillfully dodged the question because she did not want to reveal it. It seems you care a lot about it. Sorry, but that is a secret. Alina is tight-lipped because it is just for us to know. I can't tell you in 2 seconds. Adu is determined to extract information. If so, you confirm it firmly. Since my Maya promised, she must also be a real person in the past. Just like you. Hearing this question, Alina seemed a bit flustered. She avoided the topic. She has not told you yet. It really is me, Mia. I do not think I can answer that. I can't reveal my Maya's secret. Adu finally let the matter go without pushing further. If she can't tell me, that is okay. If it is a vow, it definitely can't be broken. Alina felt grateful for this understanding. Thank Junior for understanding. Darkness spread, pulling along the light of the full moon. I'll completely trust Alina about my past. From now on, I am counting on you. You promise we will practice until we master the holy eye. Clearly, you still have a lot of unanswered questions. Can I ask one more before I go? Alina affectionately looked at. Sure. Adu narrowed her eyes and asked, Miss Alina Maya, what is the relationship between the two of you? She answered without hesitation. We are friends. Then she talked about the mission that brought the three of them together, the magical protection string banner. Just like the constellation, even if far apart, there is always a connection between her and me. At the same time, Maya's book pulled Adu inside. You laughed loudly. The girl lying on the floor was also surprised. What? So fast? Adu calmly explained. I have to go home early because I have school tomorrow. My Maya complained. Are you practicing properly? You look so confident. Suddenly, Adu's pupils bright. Holy sight. In your eyes now there is only my Maya and a bunch of mana surrounding. Looking at the mana floating around her. I guess she must be training really hard. My Mia did not understand anything and just stared blankly. Adu sat down and started joking around. I am just kidding. It seems like it is still not very stable, but I am sure I am training the right way. My Mia feels like something is really off. You should not still be this healthy after training. Just putting a hand on your cheek, and Adu can already feel the mana of Mim Mai. That is amazing. Her true mana is both cold and steady. Maya looked delighted after hearing that. Oh really? Actually, I am a very cold. After a while, the two of them sat down at the banquet table and started chatting. She worries about the health of the person across from her. You went through the South Sense ceiling training, and yet you are still okay. Adu remained calm. Maya poked and prodded just for fun. Did Alina go easy on you because she is too soft-hearted? Suddenly, she pointed at his face. Or is it due to the magic of the forest? Adu heard this for the first time and asked back fusion. What kind of forest magic is that? Seeing such a silly question, Mai was surprised. Haven't you undergone the treat injury cycle? Adu replied nonchalant. What injuries are there? She could not believe her ears. Something was really off. Then suddenly shouted out loud. You practiced that crazy magic without any trauma at all. You must have used some trick, right? Maya's rapid-fire questions left the other person sighing in frustration. What did you actually do? Hurry up and tell me. Then Adu immediately recounted everything. He told her about the event happened a year ago. He once mentioned to Alina. After hearing the story, Maya was stunned, could not close her mouth. What? Is that really what happened? Those jerks. If it were me, I would have. Adu still had not finished. So up until a year ago, I was always lost. Also, you recounted how difficult my life was in the mundane world. Because everyone had high expectations, my reactions were even more intense. And then I lived in the shadow of despair. But now I see it as magical training that has strengthened my ability. Even if my senses are sealed, it is not a big deal. Maya finally understood why I always sensed dark energy in you. It is because you are already used to it, right? Then she empathized. So that is how it is. Adu felt a bit used. I thought Maya would brush it off, but nothing of the sort happened. However, her serious expression made him recall Alina's words earlier. So he could understand us, and we could understand you. Just thinking about her for a few seconds made Adu ramble nonsense in front of Maya. How strange. Lady Alina. Seeing you rambling made her feel puzzled. Is this guy crazy? Then quickly changing the topic. Anyway, you said the training is going smooth. Do you think we can get it done in time? Adu confidently affirmed. Of course I can do it. You are full of determination. I can believe those years of pure victory made me realize how lucky I am as a wizard. There is no time to wait. As the heir of a legend, I can stay stagnant. Not long after, I'll return to the Oberic Academy dormitory. He carefully placed 2 magic books on the table. Then Adu lay back on the bed, thinking about their earlier conversation. According to Miss Alina, he vividly remembered her magical eye. The holy eye is a demonic eye that will develop infinite spell circle and then begin to analyze first level spell circle. I can see the mana colors of the second level spell area. The holy eye will recognize the structure of the magical formula. Adu pondered as he touched his face and the third level spell circle. I will see through the essence of magic. Once I master it, I will be able to see mana whenever I want. He immediately cast a spell right in his room, meaning he had to use the holy eye even more but Adu still hesitated. Can do it, right? Then he took out his phone to check the news. Alright, today there is news from the master of the Green Magic Tower. The Tower Master sent you information about Hank, the 5th level wizard you are about to face. I have attached their profile. I hope to see a good match. Thought to himself, so that is my opponent, the 5th level wizard. It is decided. Adu scrutinized the face of the senior preparing. You are stunned. This is in the indoor magic training ground. Suhan has been practicing all day and is completely worn out. Are they even human? Adela decisively unleashed her terrifying spell. Her attacks aimed straight at Adu, who was standing there, but he is not one to back down easily. Immediately casting a shield against Adela's strike, she wondered. So in the message from the Green Tower Master, they sent strategy instruction. Adu took the opportunity, while the opponent was distracted, to launch some spell combo. But luckily Adela was able to block just in time. Pressed hard again. I told you, that is not a file. It is a strategy guide. While Adu kept throwing attack, forced her to dodge continuous. That is this strategic data. Adela looked up and saw a magic bird of his preparing to attack. She might close her eye, ready to take the hit, but the bird did not attack Adela. Flew around the training room instead. This left her frozen for a few seconds. The bird flew behind Hasdu. He spoke. I wanted to talk about. I do not understand their intention. intentions either. Hadu reached out to help her up. Adela, what do you think? She asked polite. Can I see that file? He did not hesitate. Sure. Moments later, Adela looked at her phone with a confused expression. This looks more like a strategy guide than a file. Hadu nodded. Suchan came running from somewhere to eavesdrop. I want to see it too. Reading the strategy guide. You should be a mage. Analyzing the data perfect. Adela is contemplating Sang's purpose instead of focusing on analysis. Pay attention to upgrading your skill. Maybe this is how the master of the Green Tower cares. Hadu hears this and immediately thinks of the shore. That is probably true. But since I am at a disadvantage, they are a bit lenient. Xana's name. Still, it is a good thing, right? We do not even have time to practice. You are being half-hearted. But Hadu is playing the roundabout game. Let us just practice instead of speculate. Alright, break time's over. Adela is joining in. Oh right, she is complaining. Break time is over already. I have not even caught my breath. Let us take another 5 minutes. Hadu is like a dad teaching his kid. You need to practice in this condition to build endurance. Alright, Sun-chan. A shout for a run. She is boiling with frustration in her head. Hadu, you jerk. Suddenly, there is an explosion right behind her ear, making Suchan. She yells angrily at the two of those idiots are inside the house. Power turned pale upon seeing a large hole in the training room. Why do they keep using magic in the indoor training area? The sky has come to the shift change at the Obelis Academy. Adela's student dormitory has also returned to her room. She lies down on the bed after a tiring day of practicing magic. Adela is so out of breath before going to sleep. She needs to change clothes. Good night. She closes her eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. The moonlight bullets of Hadu lingering in my mind. His moonlight bullets are even faster and stronger than mine. Thinking about this, Adela suddenly snapped awake. Wait a minute. You must be really frustrated with Hadu. It is so annoying. I have worked hard, yet I still can't keep up. Adela suddenly jumped up. I can't keep going like I need to try harder. Her competitive nature is making her more and more stubborn. Having come this far with her skill, at the very least, I can't lose to Hadu's lunar magic. Adela kept overthinking. Can't sleep now. A cold shower should wake me up. I need to review today's training material. The forest where he usually practices is also engulfed in the late night dark. Hadu closed his eyes, calming himself after a long day, not expecting that he would not need to use the seal spell for his 5 senses anymore. Alina gently approached Miss Alina. She cheerfully pointed at her holy eye. It seems he has completely mastered seeing through mana now. Hadu looked surprised. If I look for too long, I still get a headache, but now I can observe whenever I want. Alina excitedly said. Then let us practice a new spell. This time you will use your divine eye to observe my spell circle. She explained in detail. When observing, you will understand the essence of the magic and see a gap, a flaw to break the spell. Hadu looked somewhat confused. A flaw, Alina confidently said. Every spell has a weak. She calmly looked, using that gap to close and erase the spell circle. Then quickly cast this unusual magic. That is the destruction spell. Hadu was left speechless. Erase a spell circle. Alina calmly explained its powerful function. Pego means to open your divine eyes wide to neutralize the magic. She kindly told him to try, and he would definitely understand right away. Alina gently pushed the Pago magic circle in front of closer. Hal reached out towards the spell circle. The divine eye began to shine bright, leaving him stunned. What is this? Even after examining it close, he felt helpless in front of the Pago magic circle. The mana had a strong yet warm aura, but no matter how hard he looked, he could not find any gaps in the spell circle. He was determined to find a loophole in this spell. Alina stared intensely as if trying to hypnotize. Activate the divine eye. Now analyze the structure of the spell circle. Hadun obeyed the lady. Divine eye. At this moment, he was very clear-headed, calling what he had accumulated in magic theory. Perfect formula does not exist. Hadu life searched his memory for the book Maya. In Maya's book, there was a passage about neutralizing magic. He began to analyze the psychology of the spell circle with Pago. Since no spell is perfect, gaps are sure to appear. Hadu used his intellect to dissect the issue, seeing through the essence of magic, listening to the sound of man, finding the loophole in the magic, and suddenly he was stunned for a long time. And then Miss Alina continued to cast the Pago spell. Hadu quickly and skillfully controlled this spell. From then on, magic was no longer magic. It was destruction, break, and nullification. Castle loomed majestically against the deep blue sky. The presiding speaker solemnly spoke. So today is the end. The preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympian contest ended, and Snangin bowed his head, lost in thought for a long time. Stepping out of the meeting, Kangin called out his name from behind. In Hai, he smiled. I did not expect the leader of the mysterious race to attend this meeting himself. In Haidofi's face always looked like he wanted to devour other, and he growled. I should be the one saying that. Master Lamb, you are the one who has no reason to attend this meeting. Kangin bright calmly replied. I am just attending as a sponsor. He was puzzled. A sponsor. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His gaze suddenly became deep. That is right, or more precise, a potential sponsor. In Haku frowned, his brows knitting together. It sounded like Thop Lamb was planning to send craft. Kangin remained calm. I am still considering it. I am just a potential sponsor. He did not even bother to look at him while talking. Just the fact that you are even considering this is quite surprising. In Hit suddenly turned to ask. Thop Lamb probably can't mobilize craftsmen right now. Chuangin also looked at the other party with half an eye. Fortunately, everything was going smooth. We believe this Olympiad is worth the effort. Finds it hard to understand. Is it really that valuable? You are proud to talk about him. The South Korean team led by Ha might create a mirror and bring home a gold medal. Korea. In Haizi hears this and looks confused. Hadu. Kang Yuai gives a sly smile. I am sure you are looking forward to that too. He bows his head down. We understand now. So that means Hadu made a similar proposal to you. You were just waiting for that. Your eyes squinting with joy. I knew you figured it out right away. In Heek makes the difficult expression again and asks suspicious. So what exactly did he propose to you? Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curl up in a strange way. He recounts how Hadu is self-absorbed. He said he would win a gold medal at this year's Olympia and asked me to send an engineer. What about you? He is doubtful. He said he would win a gold medal and asked us to provide him with all the possible support until then. Suddenly, the smug face of that boy appeared in his mind. He has completely changed from a year. He seems very confident. Kang Yi quietly smirked and asked soft, did you accept his proposal without any condition? In Hiek replied to his inquiry in a casual tone. That is right. After all, the support is not too difficult. But are you really considering sending the crafts just because of a child's promise? Hingin chuckled internally. Indeed, like father, like son. He set condition. That is right. As long as Adu meets the conditions we have set, we will be willing to invest. In Hick shot a sidelong glance. What condition? Huang Yingin took the opportunity to throw a challenge at Adu. He must defeat a 5th circle mage in a one-on-one battle. That is the condition I have set for him. He is not an easy opponent either. Looking at him sharp, not bad. Kingin smiled. Are you coming to walk? In Hieki politely asked. Is it alright if I come? He warmly welcomed. You are welcome. The scene of the green forest in shimmering magical energy appeared before Hadu. After struggling all day, he lay sprawled on the ground. Ngok panted heavily. I'm exhausted. Alina stood beside him holding a key and gently encouraged, you did great. The hair. She walked over to the small table set up in the quiet green forest and spoke soft. So that is the end of the entire training course. Hadu sat up groggy. Yeah. He expressed his respect to her. You did all the hard work. Miss Alina, I got here thanks to you. Seeing Hadu's gratitude, Alina looked at him fondly. I hope we did not push you too hard. Just because this is the final training. Hadu stood up slightly and smiled bright. Remembering the master's cloak, I still managed to endure. She gently poured him a cup of tea. Have some tea. It will help you shake fatigue. Hadu took the cup of tea, feeling very polite. I will enjoy it. Thank Alina complimented. In this regard, you are different. I really hate anything that requires physical strength. She smiled and told Hadu about this grumpy guy. He is the type who solves everything with magic. So whenever there is something that needs strength, he always complains and whines. You held the tea. Your expression half awake, looking like a young old man sitting and eavesdrop for a master level mate. I guess it is understandable. Her voice rose just as the light shone down on the ancient tree. The hair. Thank you for keeping up. This is the end of your training. Alina walked closer to share with Ha. Teaching him was also a very interesting experience for me. This should be a cause for celebration, but I felt both relieved and a bit sad. She lowered her head, crestfallen. Since I started waiting for you. The hair. I knew that the day of parting would eventually. Hadu stared, wide-eyed in shock. You mean? Alina waved her hand, creating a powerful aura around. That aura swept up the leaves along with a bit of the world's shimmering light, making her even more radiant in the morning sun. When my role is complete, page about destruction will vanish. As it was time to leave, Alina remained graceful as she whispered to you. I will vanish along with this forest. This is a promise I made. After hearing this farewell, Hadu could not hide his shock, staring blankly at her for a few seconds. Alina's voice was gentle like a breeze, asking him not to look so sad. Just like this world quietly fading away, proves that it was something that was created. Now it is a farewell. The hair, hearing that, panicked and shouted, without you, Miss Alina, I would never dare to dream of mastering the skill of destruction. Alina placed her hand on her left chest, closed her eyes in pride, and finally said, I am very glad you are the hair of Jai, the one who can truly inherit his magic, correct? What a relief. Her eyes glistened with tears. If there is one regret, it is that we won't be able to witness you grow any further. Hadu ran up, wanting to hold on to Alina. She felt helpless and sad, just holding his hand and whispering her final words of advice. No matter how many difficulties or challenges you face later on, never give up. Alina's hand slowly faded away like smoke. She closed her eye, choked up, and asked to please take good care of Maya. She can feel very lonely and might be a bit troublesome. Hadu's throat tightened as he clenched his fist and accepted the request. Of course, the life force that seemed to bring life now felt like a farewell. Your voice trembled. This is a final goodbye. I feel something I have never experienced before, an indescribable pain, an unavoidable sorrow. Alina looked at him with a warm gaze, sobbed, and finally congratulated him on becoming a master of the third round. After finishing her work, she vanished into the shimmering air, leaving only the bright eye dress floating in the air. He moved back to his room, took the address book in hand, and told himself, I immediately opened the address, but the page about destruction was completely blank. Tears streamed down his face, blending with the choked sounds of water. Now, Alina's image is just a memory. Thank Miss Alina. Hadu recalled what just happened like a dream, and told himself about the days he trained in that forest. I will engrave it in my heart, along with this final farewell, the thing that helps me move forward. The brilliant streams of life are also gradually fading. The training arena tower loomed like a huge castle in the city. The canvas stretched inside bore a mysterious smile. The duel between Ha and the fifth round wizard is about to begin. Su sitting next to me suddenly started sweating like he was choking on something. Inhu was also present at the arena, his face tense as he spoke up. What do you think his chances of winning are? Swatcha seemed startled, as if hit in the heart. This silly guy keeps getting on my nerve. Am I gonna get dragged into this? He looked down at the arena and thought, if only Adela were here, that would be great. But right now she is down there supporting Hadu. Suhan rushed as if someone was chasing. Hurry up and get here already. What are you waiting for? Finally, the super handsome Ha appeared in the arena after days of training with Miss Alina. And he asked tongue, do you think he has a chance of winning? He waved his hand. That annoying smile along with the condescending tone belittled Hadu. I guess about 10%. Hang Jaefi down on the arena floor smiled triumph. He sitting above turned to chat Fang Yin. His gaze was a bit different. He laughed loud. Really? So how much do you rate? In Heck asked him to answer. Most 2%. Chuang Yin, being a bit of a fool, dragged Su Chan into their awkward conversation. That is a harsh assessment. What about you? Su Chan. He was clueless and could only stammer. You mean me? Chuang Yin glanced and replied, that is right. If we put friendship aside and Jack, how likely do you think Hadu is to win? That question made San break out in a sweat. He looked down at where Hadu was standing to avoid his gaze. I think Su Chen then spoke louder than usual to hide his fear. I still think the chance is about 50%. Kang Yin felt that the answer was still unsatisfactory, so he leaned in closer to ask his dad. Half. That is a pretty generous number. What is the reason for that? This time he was not shocked and answered without hesitation. The reason? Honest, I do not have a specific reason. It is just that if Hadu gives it his all, it might just be a fair match. Each word Su Chan spoke was a point of pride for his friend. He is still growing at an astonishing rate and has not even revealed all his strength yet. Chuang Yin seized the opportunity to throw a jab. You mean Hadu has not fought seriously yet? Xuo was down on the arena signaling to get ready. All the magical barriers had been checked. The match will begin right now. Adela hurriedly urged Hadu. Are you hesitating? Yeah. And Ging looked down and smiled. She entered the auditorium with a heavy heart. Su Chan saw the person he had just prayed for a ride and rushed over with a face drenched in sweat as if he just got out of the shower. Adela did great. She panicked, asking if something happened. On the arena, only Hadu and Hankei remained. Your eyes radiate intense determination. Person across from you always keeps a smile, loudly cheering. Now both of you take your position. And Jiek smirks arrogant. He mocks his opponent. I never expect to face the genius of the magical Linny standing right in front of me like this. Gesturing to signal readiness, Hadu approaches humbly and says, please go easy on me, senior. After that, glares with a chilling killing intent, and she raises her hand and shouts, start and gag. Now with a tone of deference towards his opponent, says, I will let you take the first move. Junior. Hadu does not hold back against this guy, so I will gladly accept this kind. He calls forth a spell, and a magical circle appears in front of, followed by a flame blade fireball. Hadu is pleased to have let his opponent take the first move, so he will put all his strength into this opening strike. He tilts his face up to the sky. So this is the adaptive magic I have only heard rumors about. Quite interesting. Seeing this guy's cock, he lets lets out a few warning remarks. Doesn't he think he is being a bit too relaxed? And Ji-hyuk replies as if he is confident of, because this is a situation where I can afford to be relaxed. Ha-do bowed his head, threatening his own confidence. He used his magic to strike at his opponent to see how long it could hold up. Fire. Bright streaks of icy and fiery energy intertwined, whirling chaotically toward him. Hanguk calmly braced against the cold. Truly impressive. These spells intertwined were the crystallization of the fusion of ice, fire, all looking like the same type of magic, but some twisted slightly along different paths, appearing different yet harmonious, making them unstoppable. He slowly controlled his magic, thinking to himself that if a level 5 spell came at him like that, it would truly be terrifying. Then, Hanguk gently created Seek. He looked straight into his opponent's face with one eye, as Hadu's magical energy directly attacks Han's core. 5th level defensive magic is powerful, but he is not someone who easily gets knocked down, creating a strong barrier to protect himself from that magical beam. In just a moment, all of your magic fades away. Hadu moves swiftly while thinking. Even 5th level magic can easily be stopped by the magical shield, but the weakness of the magical shield is that it completely isolates the caster right now and can't prevent himself from getting close. Realizing this, he rushes in with the speed of light, leaving Hin stunned, and only now starts to be cautious. Seeing that I exposed a flaw like this, was his plan all along to charge straight in after I used the magical shield. Hadu arrogantly, knowing that even so, he can't change any, he quickly closes in to control the magical shield. Hadu still shows an air of superiority. Are you really sure about that? Hadu gently places his hand on his magical shield. In just a few seconds, the thin magical shield can no longer withstand the pressure. Han is unexpectedly thrown back, and Swan in the audience is excited. Crack on the 5th level shield. The stream of life energy wraps around Han, causing the crack to widen. Hang in, witnessing this scene, panic. Can't be happening. Meanwhile, Hik maintains his ice-cold expression from the beginning of the match until now. He knows for sure that he will win, so he takes the chance to mock his opponent. Is late. I anticipated when you would intervene in my magic, and set it to accelerate the spell right after. The two intersecting trajectories of wind and fire merged into one. They plunged down into the magic shield like a missile. Firestorm wind. Firestorm wind magic. Du successfully broke the magic shield in seconds. Adela jumped up, startled. The magic shield. Suhan was also dazed, unable to speak. It is broke. You smirked with disdain and said quite a bit. If only you had been a little more careless, it would have been great. Suddenly, Henyu Judi's characteristic arrogant voice rang out amidst the firestorm of Hadu. That was when your magic swirl began to spin in a haze. Relaxing is fine, but never lose your guard. As the magic shield broke, you had already created a new one. Overly confident. That is what the Tower Master taught. Hadu stood to the side cautiously, creating an absolute new shield right as the previous one shattered. Is this the level of 5-star magic? Hang Jake stood behind the magic shield, looking at you with sharp eyes. You threatened your opponent, while generating a powerful magic flow. Alright, Junior. This time I will be the one to strike. The arena was now surrounded by white smoke and a tense atmosphere. Seeing that you seemed ready to act, Hadu thought to himself, just expect. Lines of information immediately appeared in your mind, matching perfectly with the data the Tower Master had sent. Hadu maintained a calm demeanor as he recalled, while thinking of a counteract. After a moment, you looked up at Han Josh and guessed the next move would be his ultimate skill. Fire magic and a close combat strike using body enhancement. Just as Hadu finished thinking, he saw Henjiki charging at him with a fire sword. Preparing to attack, clenched your fist tightly to counter. He was interested in his magic. Hadu moved cautiously while analyzing. To observe you more closely, he was not aiming for a vital spot. Above all, and Jigake certainly would not attack half-hearted just because of that little detail. But he would not hold back against you. If he struck, there was only one answer. A right hook, and you had already predicted it all. Hadu quickly reacted by lowering his center of gravity to dodge, but unfortunately, Gati's speed was too fast, causing your arm to graze the edge of the sword. This moment, Hadu did not have much time to think, and decided to go quick win. You tightened your fist, and used all your strength to drive it forward, then decisively punched him right in the stomach. Hengichi's face clearly showed pain as if he was about to hurt. He frowned and quickly stepped back to avoid the attack. Jiuk rubbed his stomach and wore a forced smile. Did you really handle this speed well? Hearing that, Hadu honestly replied, I have practiced close combat quite a bit. He sheathed the fire sword he had earlier and began to summon fire on his hand. You are right. You observe every gesture and think to yourself, even though close combat is his forte, he still analyzes the opponent's strength and adjusts his stance. He really is not ordinary. At this moment, Hank suddenly interrupts Hadu's train of thought. Future is truly frightening. Third circle mage with close combat skills at this level. He walks slowly while gradually accumulating fire energy in his hand. From now on, I will also immediately conjure magic and declare bold. I will fight seriously. As soon as he finished, the fire in his hands erupt. Fire dance. This moment, the ultimate privilege that only mages who reach the circle can possess is a wide area destruction spell that only they form, and it is a third circle spell that cannot be defended against or avoided at this level. And Jiik fully knows this, and so how do you plan to stop? The rain of fire pours down on the arena, and Ha not only shows no fear but has an incredibly strong determination. The match will end with this move, and victory will belong to me. Saying that, you start to summon your magic, slowly resonating with it and feeling this type of power. Once you have felt enough, Hadu immediately shouts the water shield spell to avoid his rain of fire. Seeing you dodge the attack of the 5th circle magic, Yanchi is stunned. A third circle spell is impossible. Not just him, but others watching this match also can't believe. Is it also a type of adaptive magic? Adele is excited. Fire dance and water shield collide. The guy next door is too aggressive. I can't see anything. What is going on? Seeing your power like this makes it hard for Changin to understand. The support must be a 3-circle spell, right? But it works like something beyond the 4-circle. Inheek looked at the scene, fell silent for a moment. The thick mist of bone covering the arena makes it very difficult for Hangiti to determine the opponent's position. Damn, my vision. He analyzes calmly. But in this mist, even he can't see anything. So where are you planning to launch a sneak attack from? Right now, Hadu is unleashing his eye technique. With such a thick mist, you know you can't see anything. Even if I can't see, Mana will let me know. A thought flashed, and Hadu quickly pinpointed the location of the opponent. Hung Mana Vakha Kim. Over there. Thinking of that, quickly rushed to attack. Hengichik sensed the noise and turned around, then hurriedly swung his hand to strike. Got you. However, what he struck was just air. Minwa, from behind, unleashed a lightning spear spell. Seeing him right behind, and Jake started to panic. When did he get this close? Hurry up. Absolute shield. The absolute shield has already been broken once. Too risky. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Then Hengichik unleashed a new move, and Hadu quickly realized it was Hong Mana Na. He is currently gathering each system to create a strong barrier, then slams his hands down on the ground, puts all his strength into the earth shield. Seeing this, Kid immediately thinks of a plan to stop, or he can raise the wall. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes down, causing the earth shield to be disrupted before it could be depleted, and Guk, standing right there, is also somewhat by this lightning energy. Without a moment to rest, Hadu unleashes his next move, conjures fire magic that wraps around his fists. Watching the recent move, he can't help but worry. Think that kid is too fast. Seeing the magic energy in Henguk, Hadu's gaze sharp. Is that a feint? He dodges the attack. However, unfortunately, he still gets grave, though injured. The water barrier does not make Hadu hesitate as he continues to charge forward for a power drive. Soon after, the shockwave and water shield collide. The aftermath leaves a thick fog. He begins to feel frustrated, thinking to himself, damn it, another obscured view. Facing this thick fog, Henguk finds it challenging. This is starting to get troublesome. Just a moment later, he hastily uses a new spell, but that kid's petty tricks end here. Hadu seriously observes what Henguk is planning. After a moment, he suddenly breaks into a knowing smile. With his divine eye, pierces through the essence of the spell, listens to the sound of manhwa, catches the openings in the magic. It is from that moment that magic will no longer be mere magic. Hadu stepped forward, reaching out to summon his magic. Previous spells of Hank instantly evaporate, leaving him in shock. My magic is gone. As he gradually lost consciousness, and Jeek stubbornly clung to his hellfire. At the same time, he spoke up. The moment he was sure of his victory was the most dangerous one. Just as he finished speaking, Hadu immediately used the technique Whirling Temp. The outcome was already clear. Standing up, he raised his voice. The winner of the match is. Then she took a deep breath and shouted, Hadu, the battle has left serious damage on the arena. Right now, in the waiting room of the Green Magic Tower's training room, Hadu seemed to be exhausted. I am so. He stepped over to change, but suddenly, Hwang Yin spoke up. Hadu, what a breathtaking showdown. You did not want to say anything more, and slammed the door shut. Half a second later, he flung the door open excitedly. The whole time, I could not believe my eyes. Hwang Yin started rambling. I wondered why you acted that way. Then thought that it was all preparation for the final spell cancellation. It felt like watching a perfectly designed chess game. Even now, thinking back, I still get chills down my spine. Look, I've got goose. Then I casually draped my arm over Hadu's shoulder and asked, so what was that final technique? And that last storm circle? That was a level 4 magic. How did you overcome the limitations of the spell memory? Hadu put on a harmless expression and asked back, if I told you I modified the memory with a transformation spell, would you believe me? Hearing this, Hwang Yin firmly replied, of course not. If it were a level 3 magic, I might be able to understand. Then he raised his voice again. But level 4 is a different story. You not only fixed the memory's weaknesses, completely erased. He chuckled and pointed at Hadu, asserting that it was a complete contradiction. After hearing this, you could only remain silent without any rebuttal. Hwang Yin continued to analyze the almost instantaneous activation speed of magic and the spontaneous spells that broke all normal rules. His gaze became deeper and deeper. You even managed to nullify the opponent's magic. But what kind of magic were you really using at that time? Hadu, seeing that Hwang Yin knew everything so well, you fell into deep thought for a moment. After a while, facing his gate, Hadu hesitantly spoke, well, after a while at the headquarters of the Green Magic Tower, inside Hwang Yin's office, I suddenly turned to announce, tomorrow I will handle the deployment of engineers for the Thivina House side. He just laughed and reminded, alright, coordinate with the contractor so it does not affect other projects. Hwang Yin placed his coffee cup on the table and spoke with a meaningful tone. What do you think? She frowned and asked back, what do you mean? Then he confidently said, do you really think we can win a gold medal at this fest? Upon hearing that, Suo replied without hesitation, I do not think it is entirely impossible. Hwang Yin immediately took action. Yesterday you even said that Hai Trajang Wang was far off. Suo jumped at that. The situation has changed since yesterday. Right. You gave a glance as a hint, did not you? You also find it really surprising. Right. As soon as she finished speaking, Suo's typing stopped as well. She understood what Hwang Yin was referring to and silently acknowledged, yeah, it really is impressive. He suddenly chuckled, and she was so engrossed that she even forgot she was a judge. At this moment, Suo could only feel embarrassed. Please do not tease me anymore. A moment later, Hwang Yin became serious again. So what kind of magic did Hadu actually use? Suo did not directly answer that question. Didn't he observe the entire match with the ruby eyes? He admitted that he had been observing. Remembering that scene still lingered in Hwang Yin's mind. But even having seen it, I still can't explain it. Moreover, using steam to hide from my ruby eye, I even thought he might have hidden tricks to cover up his magic. It is terrifying. And of course, I understand that he has broken the hell magic formula. But exactly how did he do it? I have no idea how he broke the magic formula. Hearing this, she thought to herself, even with the ruby eye, one of the 3 most powerful investigative magic eyes out there, I still can't grasp what kind of magic it is. He stroked his chin and said, this is driving me crazy. I asked him directly in the waiting room. Thinking back, Hadu calmly asked, and then what? Then he said, do you remember what we talked about? That a wizard has the right their magic a secret. Then he smiled in agreement. I can't reveal my magic to you. Hwang Yin recalled with boredom. Yeah. He refused, saying it was a secret and told me to figure it out myself. Suo suddenly had a flash of inspiration mid-out. Is it possible he did something illegal? He immediately blocked thought of her. Not all. His mana's purity and structure are too clean. Hwang Yin reached for the tablet. The only thing I noted, hesitating for a moment, then recalling Hadu's earlier word, if I told you that I modified the memory with a transformation spell, would you believe me? Kang Wai thought that the magic Hadu used was not transformation magic. At least not like that. Right. Not letting curiosity overwhelm reason. He stood up and said to Xua, anyway, the Vanhot Sai this year is definitely going to be worth watching. Kang Yin suddenly became cheerful again and turned to ask her if she wanted to grab some eat. Xua felt helpless and replied jokingly, are you going to pay me extra for overtime? The next day at the Obelis Academy dormitory, Paul's alarm clock suddenly rang. He looked at the clock for a moment and then felt all his body was sore. His whole body ached. And Du sat up and I think I have slept for about 8 hours now. Maybe it is because I have used resonant and the fatigue recovery is not as easy as usual anymore. Once I have used resonant, can't use mana at all. You rolled your eyes at the shirt on the chair. So even the master's robe became useless. This is quite a big problem. I need to be more careful from now on. After thinking, Hadu did not know what to do next, so he just sat on the bed. He tiredly rubbed his forehead a few times. Suddenly, a message notification from his dad appeared on the phone screen. He reminded, you might have pushed yourself a bit too hard in yesterday's battle. I have arranged for you to take a medical leave. Spend the whole day resting and getting back to your normal state. Seeing those messages, Hadu paused for a moment, thinking to himself, after yesterday's match, Dad left without saying a word, so I was worried something was bothering, but now Hadu feels somewhat relieved. That is good. This moment, he was gradually falling into contemplation. Have I regained some of my dad's trust? Not yet, not yet. The important part really starts from now. There is not much time left until then. Van Hoy. A moment later, at the library, my Maya approached and greeted. Success. You are here. How did the battle go? Adu forced a smile and replied, of course I won. It was an easy victory. She doubted and asked, are you sure it was easy? You look like you are about to collapse. Adu sighed and then spoke honest. To be honest, it is not easy at all. Just one small mistake and I am definitely done. And thanks to the information from the master of the Green Tower, I am in a very advantageous position. So even though I won, I do not feel satisfied at all. After that, your expression improved and you request bring me a book about the fourth infinite circle, specifically the field expand. After hearing Hadu's she immediately summoned magic. The fourth infinite spell expanded, and soon after, the books you needed appeared. I have collected a lot of spell books for you, successor. Hadu was stunned by the overwhelming amount of books and listened to Mamaya's instructions. So go ahead and read all of. A moment later, as the gentle breeze blew through every corner, class was taking place somewhere in the Obelisk Academy. The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom. Now chapters 5 to 10 have been assigned. Write about the properties of magic and your answers to the questions in there. If you look at the materials closely, it won't be difficult. Hearing this, Hadu picked up a pen and wrote a few words. Suddenly, paused to think about the expansion circle. Hadu seemed to have an idea and began to draw a few different expansion circles that were more significant than the previous ones. In note, he had drawn some intriguing circle, consideration circle, the resonance circle, the intervention circle. Then Hadu added the final line created by the layers of it like petals. He stared intently for a moment before slowly analyzing it. Because the expansion circle is surrounded by 3 magical circles. These 3 magical circles rotate around a stable axis. As a result, the entire magic circle was stabilized, which would increase the magic. And when the magic circle is stabilized, the weaknesses of the magic will decrease and energy absorption will increase. Both the amount of resonance and the resonance timing, the adverse effects from magical resonance will also decrease. Furthermore, the burden of using the dispersion spell also decreased. Thinking of this, Hadu could not help but smile. It is the same with the magic eye. However, you also know it has a dark side. But because this is a completely new cycle compared to the previous, it won't be easy to create it. Remembering the things I read a while ago makes Hadu even more certain. That is right. That is the biggest problem. Based on the book I read in Nimia's room, and it takes at least a year to create an expansion cycle. Just thinking about this is enough to give you a headache. Of course, the more magic cycles there are, the harder it is to create. Hadu rolled his eye, looking into the distance. But this is really too much. Right now, can't even calculate the time to create a magic cycle. A while later, inside the Obelisk Academy training yard, he focused on the clock and spoke. 5 minutes left. Suan was panting after running for a long time. Adela next to him was also tired, but she knew how to regulate her breathing better. As soon as he saw they met the target, Hadu shouted, alright, take a 10-minute break. Hearing that, he lay down and complained, I think I am going to die. Seeing this, Adela walked over to Han and asked, are you okay? Her eyes sparkled with determination as she gently encouraged, hang in there. Suchan's mind was filled with question marks. Adela continued to reassure him, didn't we say we would try harder? He felt her action and blankly remembered something. It was the night of the battle with Hengu. At that time, Hadu told everyone, I just finished a match, so I am really tired. Can we do this? After hearing that, Suchan reacted strongly. The hell? I do not care how tired you are. You said the evaluation has to be done in the same day. That is what you said. Adela, standing next to him, was also worried. But I think today is a bit much. Can we take a break and do it tomorrow? But he remained adamant about his decision. Suchan started to argue, training while tired is the most important thing. Ignoring that is like skipping 30% of the training. Then shamelessly stepping forward and shrugging him off. That is what our teacher Hadu always. You have not forgotten that, have you? Hadu's face was dark, almost wanting to punch the other guy. Suddenly he smiled and said, yeah, I am just too lazy. I should not forget my initial thought. Pair full training tomorrow. I am really looking forward to that. Suchan felt something was off and looked pale. I think it is best you still take a break today. Hadu pulled him back while suppressing his anger. Alright, let us start with the first exercise. Let us take it step by step. Sohan sensed something was wrong and started to call for help. Adela. She could only ignore him in response. Congratulations. Later, at the familiar Obelisk 24 convenience store, Suan walked while sighing. Even if he is my friend, objectively speaking, a genius is still a genius. Adela agreed. That is right. He really is amazing. Then I heard Suchan add, he is really lost just because the opponent first step. He completely changed his strategy and created a new one on the spot. After hearing this, she could only ponder for a moment before slowly speaking up. Really? He did not think much longer and turned to ask, was Hadu like this when he was a kid? Adela took a sip of milk and replied calmly, well, he was a bit younger back then. Suchan was suspicious. Did she mean he never matured in his mind? She did not deny it. That is right. Suddenly, memories flooded back to Adela. Back then, I thought he was training too hard, looking as if he overestimated my abilities too. I watched Ha from afar. Of course, I also tried harder, but leaving those vague thoughts behind. Adela immediately broke into a smile. But now that I am following in his footsteps, I have come to understand many. To be honest, I even enjoy it more. No matter what, Hadu's magic seems to really appeal to me. I think I am even more interested in his magic now than before. Sohan suddenly thought of something and leaned in to ask, wait, that guy, the master of perfection, was there a time like that? Adela answered nonchalantly, at least before he joined Obelisk. Suchan silently affirmed. Then the assumption about Hadu's inconsistent magic might not be a curse, rather a blessing. Right. As soon as Xchen finished, she turned to look at him with confusion. Seeing this expression from Adela, he became flustered. Don't get me wrong, I do not mean any harm. Do you know that in comics or movies, geniuses often have that unique arrogance? Suhan reveals his thought. I think that arrogance slows his development, but Hadu keeps pushing forward, learning and understanding many things. He is changing and improving more every day. You seem to understand what the other person wants to say. In other words, he has become perfect now because he has experienced failure. Is that what you mean? Suan walked, firmly affirming, exact. That is my perspective. Hadu might get angry if he hears. Suan suddenly stops, takes a deep breath, and happily expresses, well, he has found his own path. So that is something we can say he is doing well in many things. Adela is momentarily stunned by these words. He turns around cheerfully and said, Adela, let us do our best together. Suan adds on, we have to show him that we are on the same development path as he is. Then Swan raises his hand with determination. Let us do our best and prepare for the Olympics. She finally understands everything he said. Well, let us give it our all. Back to reality. The Obelisk Academy training ground. Sohan is lost in the past and unconsciously speaks. That is everything. Hadu steps forward, bringing him back to reality. What? You brought a bottle of water right in front of San while cheering. You did great. He is blushing and laughing off, but he still teases. You have made me sick now. Are you going to give me medicine? Hadu, while giving water, retorted. When did I make you sick? I am giving you a dose of medicine. medicine instructions on. Suicha took the water bottle. Thank you, really are a talented doctor. Adela stood right there witnessing this scene, and her heart suddenly blossomed. Suddenly, she cut in, interrupting her thought. Adela, it is time for special practice. She ran over to respond. At the Obelisk Academy, the training time had passed. In the indoor training ground, while Du Chang and Adela were resting, Adu suddenly called out, Adela, sorry to interrupt your break. Can we talk for a moment? Hearing this, she turned back to look at him with confusion. Talk. The two of them started walking to the back of the training ground to talk. I spoke first. The team participating in the Olympic been confirmed. I am thinking of changing the training schedule. Then you announced that starting tomorrow, we are officially allowed to class. Adela quickly replied, it should be that way. Adu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although the academy has a separate training program for the Olympic, 8 hours is not enough. You slowly hold up the tablet parallel and stretch your voice from now on. Adu has given the directive that we will study tactical strategy in the morning. She immediately questioned. Tactical meeting? You seriously explained. Exactly. We will analyze each Olympian event. How will consider and review the new rules added this year. Find a winning strategy. Adela suddenly wondered. I can hear that, but why are you only telling me? Adu smiles wryly. Just training physically. And Suchan is already struggling. So even if I talk more now, they will be too tired to listen. You think that makes sense? Adu reports that the analysis of athletes from other countries has been taken care of by the Green Magic Tower day and night. A few minutes later, they conclude that we will start tomorrow. You remember that well. Adela calls back. Hold on. She anxiously asks, coming up with strategies on our own is fine, but will the 53 trainees really follow our strategy? Hearing that, Adu smiles confident. You look at Adela and imply there is only one way to solve that problem. The next day, all three have gathered outside the Oberic Academy. Seeing Hadu and Adela calm like that, Suchan awkwardly asks, aren't you worried? Hearing that, you say, not really. She is even calmer. Why should it be that way? Is there any reason to worry? Suchan sweats nervous, trying to explain. What do you mean? Everyone thinks we are in the third year. You all know that awkward, scary, and hard to approach feeling. Hadu thought for a moment that senior title really does have that vibe. Adela agreed, but not for me. Hearing this, his head started to explode. What? How is that possible? And she crossed her arms and declared loud, because I am going to be. Just as Adela finished, a voice suddenly rang out. The girl is even more confident than what I have heard. Three of them simultaneously looked in one direction. Up there was a guy with light green hair named Xin Yu. Next was a not so friendly guy named Jin Xia. And finally, the girl who just argued, Haiyun. She stepped forward provocatively. Hey Junior, repeat what you just said. Adela pretended not to know. What did I just say? Haiyun repeated each word. You just said you would beat us. We faced off. Or something like that. Say it again. She raised an eyebrow in response. If you really want to hear it, no third-year student can beat me right now. Sohan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing. Honest, this classmate of ours is in deep trouble. He turned to her and scolded. Adela, are you crazy? What is so great about picking a fight with the senior? She calmly shrugged. I am just stating the truth. Suhan quickly covered Adela's mouth while reminding, Hadu, you better not mess this up. Hadu quickly replied, of course, I would not do that. Then you showed a harmless expression. Here are the seniors. I have been waiting for you all. Hadu paused for a moment before lowering his voice. Excuse me, what do you think about having a match between the second and third years today? Suchan sprayed glue stick. You looked around and thought, it is really a shame for the senior, but to completely take command of the team. Hadu became serious. I need to subdue these seniors first. Xinu found this proposal interesting and smiled. You mean the second years against the third year, right? He said in a teasing tone. So that means 3 of your second years against 3 of Haiyun suddenly cut in. These rebellious sprouts need to be trimmed soon. Seeing they misunderstood it, he shook his head. I mean, Hadu explained cold. All second and third year students, meaning 3 against 7. All the third year students there were stunned to hear that. This moment, Suhan seemed to have lost his mind, unable to hear another word. Xinu, you got straight to the point. What is your goal? Hadu murmured to himself. My goal, he implied. With your personality, you would not provoke like that for no reason. There must be an ulterior motive. Hadu stared intently and thought. Xinu, the second son of the Ximu family. Emu, I met him a few times when I was little. His calm and cautious nature has not changed a bit since then. Later, you distractedly said, well, what can I do? I just see that fighting is the best way to evaluate each other's skill. Suddenly, Jinixter rushed in like a gust of wind and shouted, you arrogant brat. He definitely understands what Hadu wants to do, wanting to use his skills to crush us. Right. It is only reasonable that your goal is to overpower us to seize control of the team participating in the Olympics this time. Haiyun, standing right there, was completely stunned. The Jinx slowly stepped up to you and smirked. Is that right? I am not wrong. Hadu fell silent, hit right where it hurt. Suddenly, she raised her voice. That arrogant attitude of yours is way out of line. Junior, all of you have limits to your patience. Haiyun waved his hand. Fine. I know you and Adela are very capable. This is not right. Your lack of respect for your seniors is over the line. She was furious and said sharply, if it were a one-on-one match, you might win with your skill. Haiyun found it ridiculous. But 3 against 7? Are you kidding me? No matter how strong you 3 are. Suddenly she pointed at Suchan. You can't possibly defeat almost double the number of your team. A useless guy like him on your side. Right. After hearing that, Sohan's face dark. Useless. Adela's gaze was firm as she shot Haiyun a cold look. Hadu seems to feel the same way as her. After a moment, she unexpectedly makes a deal. I will say something nice one last. If you all apologize now, we will let it go. Xinu nods along, reminding, yeah, Junior, you really went too far this time. Each word hits, making him feel ridiculous. Hadu deliberately provoked. Honest, Luan clearly finds it annoying. He smiles knowingly at this. Suchan stands near, trembling. Hadu, you really are crazy. You are talking tough while looking at. Aren't you the useless ones here? Shut up and let us fight. Then a challenging smile appears on Hadu's. Dear senior. Suddenly, the atmosphere here becomes tense because of Jin Sok frowns and so I do not want to ruin the atmosphere from the start, so I have tried to mediate, but he really annoys me. He turns to raise an eyebrow at him. Xinu, are you okay? He is lost in thought and responds with a neutral tone. Yeah. Jin Sok steps forward proudly toward Hadu. Alright, let us do it. 3 against 7. But just playing straight is really boring. His face shows a challenging look while he sets a condition. If you win, we will follow your strategy as discussed. But if we win, Jin Sok was about to add, but Hadu boldly interrupts. Sounds good. Let us do it that way. Seeing him so decisive, Jin Sok feels annoyed. I have not said what happens if we win yet. Hadu just chuckled. You can bet whatever you want. He confidently said that if you tell me to give up, I will give up. But anyway, that won't happen. Third year students felt a headache coming on after hearing this. Haiyun over here looked like she was about to lose it. That jerk. Hao did not care and walked over to Sohan and Adela, adding one more condition. Pointed at that girl and spoke up. If we Haiyun noticed Hadu suddenly look this way and then make a request, making her freeze in place. Pointed directly at her with his own deep smile. Apologize for calling Sukchan useless. useless. A moment later, at the magnificent arena of the Obelic Academy, the academy was starting to set up the Night Mountain backdrop. Hadu warmed up for a bit and asked, "Ready?" Adela immediately replied, "I am." The 53rd year students seemed to be discussing strategies when an announce suddenly rang out. "The siege match starts in 5 minutes. Everyone, take your position." This 3-on-7 match is a condensed siege battle according to international rules. Each team has been assigned a location, and the goal is to capture the flag placed there. Your eyes are fixed on the flag. We should wrap it up here. Suchan currently shows an innocent expression as he looks at the opponent. Seeing his strange expression, you ask, "Is something wrong?" Suchan could not hide his anxiety and said, "Do you really need to take it this far?" Hadu, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Suchan stood up and honestly expressed, "I mean, you are intentionally provoking the seniors. Do we really need to turn this into an emotional battle?" He hesitated. "Even without all of it, feels like everyone is already ready to follow your lead." Hadu's eyes gleamed with determination. "Just following my words is not enough. They need to obey my order. You stay calm. You understand this battle better than anyone else that I will lead from now on." Suchan, "He is. But if we push them too hard, what if they resent us?" After saying this, even Suchan himself was worried about everything. Hadu watched the sweat dripping down his face and knew it was bad. Then spoke to reassure him. "It is. We have a way. Ahavai holds the flag, and if we win with overwhelming strength, there will be no room for resentment." Suchan felt powerless. "I really am an idiot for asking that." Over here, Haiyun's anger seemed to have erupted. "Hadu, is this really a hassle? He says he can bet on anything because he knows he won't lose. Right, that damn jerk. I hope OU sees the team losing control like this and turns to ask them to calm down." Haiyun, "Just 5 more minutes." She is starting to chant. "Yeah, 5 minutes. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm." However, in the end, Haiyun could not get past this rage. "Can I? Sorry for calling him useless." She finds it ridiculous. Why should she apologize for calling a useless guy useless? Jinex spoke up. "This is driving me crazy. Seeing the situation, all I can do is sigh. I want to reassure them, but there is no more time." Suddenly, he mumbled to himself, "That is right." Jinex pondered. "That is right. Even I can't control my anger. This has been messed up from the start. I will use this anger." He cracks his knuckles. Anger drives a person's strength to the limit. It is the best performance-enhancing drug there is. 5 minutes pass, and the announcement rings out. The battle begins. The countdown sounds echo everywhere, carrying the anxious state of Haiyun and Sohan. In contrast, Sin, Yu, and Adela are completely calm, their eyes showing no signs of disturbance, until the final countdown sound rings out, marking the start of a fierce battle. Jin Soko's expression now seems eager for this match. Just as the sound goes off and the game begins, Hadu gets serious and takes his stand. The trainees of Group D3 start to spread out. Haiyun passionately shouts, "Let us over here." He looks at Suchan with trusting eyes. "I am counting on you." Suchan immediately responds, "Yeah, on the surface, that is how it is." But inside, Suchan still feels a bit worried. The sky is getting dark. 5 minutes have passed. Right now he is in a tree observing the enemy's position. Haiyun connects with the ally. "Found their flag." Jinxti exclaims. "Great. Who is guarding it?" Ah smirks, seeing just one person. "That useless guy. All alone." He hears this and incredulously asks, "Is he really guarding it by himself? Is someone hiding nearby?" Haiyun whispers, "I am not sure. I do not see any signs of movement." Jinxkova reminds us, "Don't he let your guard down. He is quite suspicious. Perhaps they are using him as bait in a trap." She replied, "Got it. I will attack carefully." As soon as she finished speaking, Haiyun jumped down from the tree right in front of Suchan, alone, guarded her, and she looked at him with disdain, thinking he was useless. Suchan was stunned for a moment before, "Well, it just ended up like." Hearing this, Haiyun asked direct, "So you know I am the first one to show up?" He nodded straightforwardly while getting into a defensive stand. After hearing this, she slowly stepped forward, wondering how he knew. Suchan's voice seemed to drop. "Hadu," it said, "the mutant monkey will." He recalled Hadu's warning. He was certain that senior Haiyun would attack as soon as it began. She could hardly bear it anymore. Her facial muscles contorted. At that time, he also added, "Since she is hot-tempered, they will give her the task to attack instead of defend." Haiyun Kao had it. "So you intentionally provoke me because of that?" Her expression darkened immediately. "They knew I would come, yet they only left you to defend." Haiyun raised his head and shouted loud. The arrogant little brats wasted no time and summoned fire magic, the fire shooter, and the flames rapidly moved towards Swan. This fire magic ignited a bright blaze in the desolate mountain. Haiyun exuded immense confidence. The fire shooter was a level 4 spell, not something a useless guy like him damned. Just as he finished speaking, she was taken aback by this scene. Boiling point. Suchan's memories suddenly flooded back. "Suchan, you know your role is the most important in this battle, right? You plan to run away after being disrespected." Suchan is starting to summon magic for a counter. Of course not. Now that you said that, I can't hold back anymore. Seeing my magic being blocked, Haiyun shouted in shock. "I got what? How can we go back to the time at the training ground?" Hadu firmly said, "Sohan, you may think you deal damage, but you absolutely do not. You are the one who takes damage. A damage dealer through attack." Then Hadu emphasized, "A natural tank." Sucha was left speechless after hearing that. "I am just a tank." You continue. "You know that a mage has a primary elemental attribute, right? The green magic tower possesses the water attribute, and above all, James Filler from the red tower mainly uses fire magic, while Hun specializes in fire magic too. Using the right attribute will reduce mana consumption, while increasing the power and efficiency of spell." After saying that, Hadu confidently affirmed, "Sohan, from what I see, your attribute is null." Hadu paused for a moment and added, "Is specialized in defensive magic." The moment the train of thought paused was when he practiced his own defensive move. The fire magic from her seemed unable to penetrate that defense. Haiyun started to get angry, flirting with Ha and Adela. She taunted, shouting in Sohan's, "And I think you are starting to misunderstand the situation. Compared to those two, you are still just a third-rate supporting character." Hearing that, his pride immediately deflated. "Here we go again. I know very well that compared to those two, I am nothing at all." Suddenly, Suchan's expression changed, but he completely believed in his magic. "If that is your attack limit, I can still hold my ground." The words hit Haiyun's ears and made her furious. That jerk suddenly appeared 2 more people from behind the bushes. They all shouted in unison to support Haiyun. She was very frustrated and yelled, "Stop pretending to be tough. Useless trash." Haiyun jumped high, ready to attack that shield. "I am going to shut you up forever. I am going to crush you into pieces." She got close to the shield and launched this defensive move. 5 on. Suchan was now putting all his strength into protecting the flag, beads of sweat forming on it. Struggling to the task, Haiyun changed her attack stance and launched a continuous barrier. One more hit. She punched and kicked for a while before realizing something was off. The hell? Why is this shield so hard? Haiyun scans and analyzes. It looks like a 3-part magic, but I have never seen this kind before. She thinks to herself based on the quantity. But there are 3 of us, and if we attack together, he won't be able to defend. Then Haiyun smiles confidently. "This battle is ours to win." Sutrang stays silent for a long while, then unexpectedly murmurs, 1666. He is fending off 3 attacks at once, but still remains calm. 1326. Tixich. Suddenly, a flash of light appears through the gaps in the tree. Tixich senses it and turns to look, but before she can do anything, she is startled by the wind-made birds. You are scattering across the night sky. She looks at the birds hovering in the sky and guesses it is foam trum. Where is it coming from? Where? Su-chen is not surprised by this scene. 1677. Haiyun seems to realize something and speaks up. Hadu, careful everyone. She feels a surge of unease. That arrogant name Hadu is hiding somewhere nearby, along with Tixich and Hannah. Starts searching around. Where exactly? While they are distracted, he has been monologuing for a while. 2183. Soon after, she is attacked from behind. Haiyun's expression now can't hide her panic. This is her being cautious bit by bit, only realizing the moonlight's sudden attack from a lake. Seeing the situation turn around dramatic, Yun panicked. Jin Seo, all three of us are here. Send reinforcements. Receiving the warning signal, he was suspicious. Stop joking around. So who exactly are the ones here? Right in front of Jin Seo now are Hao and Adela. He frowned at them cautious, always on the defense. No matter how Jin Sok thought about it, it did not feel right. Damn it. Because of the noise over there, we sent people, including to assist Haiyun. This is really chaotic. Hadu looked at the scene of the melee. It seems Suan is still holding strong. Right now, she is completely panicked. Jin Sok, hurry up. They are all here. Tixich was also stunned, and T read the magic trajectory. What the hell is going on? He immediately took a defensive stance, in case of a surprise attack, and Sinuu was equally flustered. Jin Seo, exactly where is Ha? Where should we go? Person next to him spoke up. Just turn back. He urgently insisted. Hazu and Adela are right in front of him. Haiyun retorted, you idiot. They are here. I am being attacked. Jin Sok shot. What the hell did you do? You watched this scene and laughed. No need to stall. It will all be over soon anyway. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. I have completely fallen into a trap. If it were just a do, I could hold out and stall for time. Jin Sok's gaze shifted over, struggling to, but Adela is here too. The tense atmosphere enveloped where he stood. Jin X carefully assessed the current situation. This situation feels like facing two cold, sharp eyes that make fury, being hunted by two beasts, a dragon and a tiger, not giving Jin X a moment to think. Ho immediately summoned magic. In this match, Adela right next to him also started to support. He stood in front of the enemy's flag and declared loud, victory is ours. Sinu rushed over, but it was too late. Jin X, defeated by Adu, sat there holding his face and cursed. Damn it. Understanding the situation, 53 students seemed unable to believe they had lost. Jin Expo raised his hands in a hurry. I feel like such a fool. We surrender. We surrender. Flag of the second-year students was almost still intact. Haiyun, defeated, lay gasping on the ground. Damn it. At the same time, the system at Su-chan's place announced group had won. He jumped up joyful of excitement. Victory. After the friendly match ended with a win for the second-year student, everyone gathered in the conference room of the Obelisk Academy. The three of them coldly stared. 53 students under the invisible pressure that spread. The atmosphere here was as tense as a violin string. Sinyu, Jin sat, and Haiyun sat below with complicated feeling. Her hot-headed nature made her restless, and then she snapped at, so annoying. Jax, what the hell did you do? Did you just give up? Lee felt irritated hearing that. Then why did not you try to protect Lag in front of those two? Haiyun is complaining. Anyway, you should hold on until you can ask you to come back. The Jin XE is starting to reason. If you are not mistaken that Hao and Adela are on that side, this would not have happened. She is also calmly reconsidering that matter. It really was an attack from Hazu and Adela. Sinyu, who has been silent until now, suddenly speaks up. You two, stop. There is no need to argue useless. This incident is not all. He glances over at the three people standing up there, subtly affirming that the opponents just did well. The team of three is also momentarily speechless, and both Tessich and Hannah are equally caught off guard. Over here, Jaff has to acknowledge that too. Haiyun keeps thinking about their team losing and gets even angrier. Jin Seo is rendered speechless by Sinu's words. He looks up seriously at Hao and Adela and asks, what trick have you pulled? Adu quickly replied, I will explain the thing you are most curious about first. You firmly assert that the one guarding our team's flag is only Su-chan. She jolts as if she realizes something. So you are saying Su-chan used strange weapon or charm? Adu slowly denies it. Of course not. All the spells that captured the seniors were indeed cast by me. Can't believe. What are you talking about? Clearly, you are right in front of me. Are you saying you cast spells from our formation to your formation? Adu raises the magical source to clarify. Basic. That is it. They all stared in amazement at the magic in your hand. Haiyun slammed the table hard. That is the secret technique of the Mystic Arts Society. Adela, do not tell me you broke the taboo and revealed a secret technique. Adu calmly explained. I am saying this so that no one misunderstands. This is not about revealing a secret technique or anything like that. This is a spell that I personally analyzed and deduced. You found this impossible and became suspicious. Analyzing a secret technique. Do you really think that is possible? Adu's eyes sparkled in response. It must be possible. I have eyes that can read magical formula. You looked shocked. Jinex's incredulous voice spoke up. That is ridiculous. Then you warned everyone not to be surprised too soon. Adu began to cast magic to use my divine eye. I analyzed the moonlight bullet, and as soon as the match started, I locked onto the moonlight bullet and sealed it everywhere. Paused for a moment before turning to look person next to you and Suhan. He started counting strange numbers. The magical effect spread wide, and he and Haiyun were astonished by the sight. She closed her eye. Tundran Tem thought of something, and the magic Adu had been casting turned into a stream of blue light hovering in the air. You retract the magic and explain. I have used the amount of magic I have already released into the air to cast long-range spell. Adu thinks to himself, this is a modified version of the spell I used when fighting Hangidrex from the magic tower. Hugman cautiously raises a question. So how did you aim it? Tifeng6 shares the same question. Your spells definitely flew straight toward us. Sohan begins to explain. It is thanks to the numbers I mentioned earlier. Sinu silently analyzes and starts to understand. Coordinate. You say something like that after hearing it. The first number is the identifier of the spell that has been fixed. The second number is the angle to adjust the trajectory of the spell. Adu starts to explain every little detail of the question. Then he reflects. I have explained to everyone about the spell I shared with Adela and Sohan. People sitting below, after hearing are momentarily speechless. Adu thinks to himself. And of course, I have not revealed anything about Benner's magic. After a moment, concludes that this is the entirety of my magic secret. Adu starts calculating. Now the third-year students know about my abilities just as well as Adela and Sohan do. Because everyone is on the same boat named Olymp. I think that will be more convenient for me and also helpful in convincing the third-year student. He solemnly emphasizes each word. I will say it again. My goal is to win, which means a gold medal. As the words ended, the atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Expressed determination. And to achieve that, I need complete cooperation from the seniors. I believe this friendly mad, demonstrated how useful my strategy can be. Then you suddenly lowered your voice. I am sorry for being rude. So Adu unexpectedly bowed. Please follow my lead. After she said that, she did not know what else to add. Her eyes unwaveringly declared, in return, I will bring victory back for everyone. Each word Adu uttered plunged Sin Yu into contemplation. Haiyun felt a throbbing headache on hearing that. Finally made a deal. Fine, I do not like it, but I will follow your guidance. Hannah found Haiyun's decision strange and was taken aback. What? She turned around and asked, why are you so surprised? She hesitated and replied, you really mean it? Haiyun replied firmly, anyway I lost the bet, so I have to follow that kid's order, right? Otherwise, I would have given up on the national team already. Suddenly, she stepped in front of Suan and Bo. Haiyun reached out and sighed. I am sorry for calling you a loser earlier. I saw your defensive magic. Quite solid. Hearing that, he felt a bloom in his heart. Suan happily shook. Your senior's fire magic is impressive too. The conversation between the two gradually flowed on. The Obelic Academy. Finally, it is time to eat. So they all went down to the Obelic Academy's dining area together. Adu brought the food tray, pulled out a chair, while complimenting everyone. Everyone defended themselves well against the senior. He sat down and said, before we seriously plan the Olympic campaign, I need your help with a small task. Adela looked at Ha with curiosity. A task? Su-chan next to him blurted out as well. What is it? He scooped a spoonful of rice and replied, it is about tonight's practice. Can you all continue without me for a while? I have something I want to do alone. She picked up her milk. By yourself? Are you planning to train mana or something? Just make up a reason. Yeah, that is right. I am starting to vaguely see the wall of enlightenment. At the same time, I think this is just an excuse. Su-chan exclaimed in surprise. The wall of enlightenment? Adela was equally astonished. Don't tell me you mean the 5th level wall. Adu did not rush to reply. I can let these two know about the Benner magic. Although I previously announced to the world that it was a magical transformation, the power of 3rd level Benner magic is comparable to that of 4th level magic. He hesitated for a moment, even though declaring to reach level, then cautiously thought, I definitely need more time to structure 4th level Benner magic. I have to use the wall of enlightenment as an excuse to buy time. Sohan is currently doubting reaching the 5th level at just 18 years old. Hey Adela, he is just talking nonsense. Right. She gently called out, if he can do it, he will be the youngest in the world to reach level 5. Then, with a sparkling gaze full of confidence, without a hint of doubt, she looked at Ha. That would be amazing. He felt embarrassed by that. Yeah, well, anyway, I think I want to be able to join the evening practice for a while. Sorry, I hope you can understand. Adela chuckled. I can understand if that is the case. If you want, you can take a break from the evening practice altogether. Suan glanced at Hao. That is right. Starting tomorrow. Do not come. Permitted. His throat suddenly felt dry. You guys seem happy about this for some reason. Then Du said not to worry. I will regularly check in on your progress for body balance. Su-chan is not feeling this at all. You are being too mean. After a while, the sky had turned dark. At the building of the leading family of sorcerers, In-hik looked at the tablet and murmured, the horn of the beast, the heart of the disaster, and the eye of Levia. Indeed, all of them are extremely rare material. He looked up and asked, exactly, what do you plan to use them for? You are serious. They are crucial for me to achieve my own magical accomplishment. Adu recalled reading in the library that he had received a hint for level 4 magic from the Maya Spring. You kept through the pages without a break, thought for a moment and then asked, Maya, is not there a book that explains Kuyach trying home so it is easy for readers to understand? She obviously closed her eyes and bluntly replied, there is not. Adu looked at Maya's carefree demeanor with suspicion. Is she really planning to help me or not? Then try buying me another book. The stack of books seemed to have dwindled. You were about to take the next book when you suddenly paused. Adu frowned and stared intently at the book, then glanced around it. Posh, you silently assessed that this one must be quite old too. Maya, that girl keeps piling up a bunch of books here and another bunch over there. Adu flipped through the pages and suddenly discovered it here. She heard a noise and got startled. The heck? You smiled brightly at her, just like Maya. With this method, everything became feasible. The stars in the sky shone bright and the clouds gradually disappeared. Adu thought about the formula for creating a potion that could absorb a huge amount of mana. If I had this potion, it might shorten the time to achieve Coach Trajong Hone. Back to reality. You said bright. Now you are standing in front of the wall of enlightenment. In Hick's surprise. Does that mean you are about to reach level 5? Adu confirmed further. Yep. Those materials are essential for you to break through your magic. You obviously know that you can't gather everything you need by yourself. I can gather almost all the ingredients myself. But for the rare ingredients that are not available in the market, I have to rely on my father's influence. His eyes were calm and cold. His whole demeanor thought as he looked at Adu, who faced In-Hefi with determination. Seeing this, he immediately compromised, looking like a son who was not lying. So these ingredients must be for making potion. Adu quickly replied, yep. That is right. And Hyochi asked further, where did you get the information about that potion? I have never seen this formula before. You answered honestly. I got that information from an ancient book. Soon after, he completely trusted Hadu's words about an ancient potion. Alright, what you say is true. I will gather them for you. You could not hide your joy. Thank you so much, Dad. In-ho did not say anything but issued a direct, you got an ancient cloak. Now it is an ancient potion. He added, I do not know what you are trying to do, but you must be extremely lucky. When Hadu heard, he felt there was something else implied and froze. You hesitate, unable to that matter. Then he started asking you about your magic, about the spells you used in the duel with Hengrake, even asking about the questions from the owner of the Green Magic Tower, asking you one question after another. You said you could not answer. He probably but do you expect Hadu to realize that the robe is the elixir in the ancient codex? It is no surprise. In the quiet night, only Hadu's thoughts remain. If this continues, I will have to tell my dad about my magic soon. The next day, at the ancient potion shop, everyone here is really live. Hadu, dressed scanned the room. It must be here. The monster item street. A shopkeeper suddenly called out, student, we have a slim red potion. Hadu cautiously assessed that I need to be careful when buying monster items, and you just keep shouting out super cheap deal. A shopkeeper nearby also chimed in. The young man job lot just unwrapped today. Among the tempting offers like a buy one get one free deal here. It is premium. Hadu remained determined. If I were not an experienced person, it would be hard to distinguish what is what, and because of that, there are many fraudulent merchants. As Hadu walked through each stall, suddenly someone called back. Goodness, that student over there bought the platinum thread, did not you? Then stopped to look at the item in the woman's hand. For a moment, while hearing her say these items are rare, Hadu smirked slyly. Since when did the thread of a unicorn spider become the thread of that spider? The shop, seeing the suspicion, reacted fiercely. What are you talking about? Don't he just randomly poke around for dirt? I said it is the real deal. You just pointed at the strands of light around, and casually replied, it radiates a distinct light. She is really something. Look, you can see the spark, right? Hadu bluntly exposed the truth. Yeah, it is shining bright thanks to the glowing powder she sprinkled earlier. You are trying to drive me crazy. Good job. Making that powder must be really tough. The shop owner is angry. Go away. Law, you little jerk. Get out of here now. Hadu paced thoughtfully. I have to look like an easily tricked fool wandering around alone. Your eyes are darting everywhere. I have memorized all 40,000 spells listed like an open source project. There is no reason I can tell which is a fake monster and which is a real one. Then Hadu got furious. Don't underestimate my intelligence. After that, as he walked for a bit, an old man suddenly called out, "Student." The old man smiled kindly and lamented, "You are young but have a good eye." You turned around, looking at him in confusion. The old man, wanting to help, said, "All those jerks. I really want to help you." Then he hesitated. Shop is protected by an organization. Sorry about that, Hadu replied. It is. You just have to be honest. Only an idiot would fall for those tricks. He laughed heartily. You really are funny. Then he switched to inviting. I will give you a good price. Want to check out my shop a bit? Seeing that, Hadu asked, "But by the way, do you have any black bull horn?" He stepped forward to lead you toward the shop that just got new stock yesterday. After a while, he started to introduce, "This is my shop. Wait a moment. I will bring the black bull horns out." As soon as he finished, the old man waddled to the back seat, while Hadu stood there waiting. After looking around, he finally found the item you were looking for and handed it to you. The old man added more information. Top qualities grade material with a purity level above 90%. The mana meter is reliable, so you can give it a try. Hadu reached out to grab the mana meter and saw the screen displaying a purity level of 94. You pondered for a moment, did not know what you were thinking. The old man handed the black horn to Ha. "It must be fake. I will let you have it for 27 million. Then he reasoned, "You know, high grade byproducts like this usually sell for over 30 million. Today you got luck." Your face darkened and you questioned, "Since when did the horn of an African bull become a black bull horn?" The old man saw the ominous aura emanating from Hadu and started to sweat profusely. "You think it over. No wonder I was wondering why the first place sold such blatant goods." Then after pausing for a moment, I concluded, "Now it makes sense. You guys are planning a total scam and you are involved too, right?" "Well, whatever," Hadu bluntly exposed. "Anyway, those tricks won't work on, so stop wasting each other's time. Show me the real stuff." You raised an eyebrow, scanning the plate. If he really had the real good, it seemed like he was caught off guard. In the end, he did not bother to act anymore and left the cane lying on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance as if he was suppressing his emotion. In Hadu's eyes, there was a thought gleam. The old man smiled and guessed that you were not just a simple kid. After saying that, he spread his arms and said, "Excuse me, please come in." By evening, on the highway bustling with traffic amidst the brightly lit urban area, MC Hyan was staring intently at the transaction statistics data for auxiliary card expenditures and old merchant materials. After watching for a while, he called out, "Master." The young master just spent a large amount of money, and Hid did not react much. Maybe he bought some auxiliary material. Get it? That card is for the kid to use freely. Hyan was confused. Why suddenly buy monster auxiliary materials? What exactly does the young master intend to do? He replied, saying he wanted to create a kind of ancient elixir. You were not surprised. He was doing strange things again, but it was quite expensive. I will check the quality of those items. And he refused seriously. No need. Kid has been savvy with all kinds of strange byproducts since he was 5. Completely trusts Ha and insists that we raised him well enough can tell the real from the fake. Then, Innie suddenly asked, more importantly, is there a problem with the octagon monsters for it? MC Hyan quickly replied, preliminary contract leak. We are renegotiating the price. Hearing that, quietly calculated that, based on the entry time, it would take about a week. And Hyofi raised his hand, creating a source of energy in the silence, and then turned to ask, what about the internal investigation we assigned? He immediately answered, we are investigating carefully. It seems certain that someone has colluded with the Dark Magic Tower. Right. The Hyankar reports further. I have already exposed part of the report related to the Dark Tower and discovered signs of forgery. Paused for a moment, then expressed, but I still have not identified. MC Hyan explained. For now, we have narrowed down the suspects to high-ranking individuals who could manipulate the highest family report and interrogate, but we still have not found any suspicious signs. Finally, he solemnly concluded, everything is clean. No traces at all. After hearing that, he murmured, no suspicious signs and too clean. So that blatant thing might actually be evidence. The Hyankar naturally understood what Inhei meant. He suddenly chuckled. They were that clean. Further investigation would probably be pointless. Then we will have to wait for the traitor to contact the Dark Magic Tower in the bustling place. Only the low voice of Inhaosi lingered. Get ready. Right now in Maya's magnificent library, Hadu is holding a pile of supplies and sighing. So tired. She stands right next to him, praising him. Inherit, you are really good, managing to bring everything back. Maya counts each type of supply and said, now we just need 3 more materials to create the elixir. For the mana boosting elixir, using it will enhance synchronization, allowing the body to absorb more mana than usual. Just thinking about it makes you feel excited. With it, at least I will have more to control the expansion circuit. Her eyes were glued to Ha. When will the other materials arrive? You said on the way here. I informed my dad, and he said it would take about a week. My pond, a week. Just in time for the competition. Hadu finds it a bit difficult, but even if we finish crafting the elixir, it seems we won't be able to use it right away. Then he leans down and points to the text in the book, which, however, to maximize the effectiveness of the elixir, it must be used in an area with high mana concentration, and then the mana channel must be activated to unleash the full effect of the elixir. She looks up at him and asks, you must have something in mind, right? Hadu happily replied, that is right. I already have a location. Mimi is curious where. Quickly shares the location. Benyon Island research shows that this island has the highest mana concentration in the country, and recently the mana concentration has continued to rise. After hearing this, she imagines in her mind when we will go here. Hadu's smile gleams with mischief. I have a plan. The next day, a sound suddenly echoes at the Oberic Academy. Really? The second-year students and 53 are all gathering. They laughed a lot after hearing your strategy. Hadu smiled warmly. Yeah, it is a training camp on Benyon Island. They seem to be in disbelief, all saying it together. We are going for concentrated training on Benyon Island in a week. Right, you reached out to confirm. 5 days and 6 nights of special training on Benyon Island. I asked Master Lam that for special permission to go, so everyone should mentally prepare thoroughly. Ayun suddenly stepped up and put her arm around Adela. Awesome. It is going to be so much fun. Right, Adela? She awkwardly responded. Yep. Sinu started calculating the plan. Probably need to prepare a lot of. Suchen wondered, what is that? Can't we just go come? He looked at you with a strange expression. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear that just now? Master Lam that is also preparing for that training exercise. Jinx go free beside you chimed in. Just go comfortably. Xan hesitated, but seeing Hadu witness this scene, he thought to himself that the atmosphere was under control. You looked at everyone chatting felt a lot better. The conflict between the second and third years had been resolved. resolve. After that friendly match, Hadu took charge of everyone's training schedule, and with the support of Master Lamb that trust would naturally begin to develop. After thinking for a while, you suddenly remember, oh right, it just came to mind. Hadu just issued an order. We need to go to Lamthop to check the magical power right now. Everyone get ready. Hearing that, everyone quickly started complaining. Really? What a hassle. The Lamthop Pingayaga headquarters is located right in the city center. The lobby. There is a reception. Everyone has arrived. IMF from Lamthop. Right in front of her are the outstanding students from the Ober Academy. Suo begins to guide anyone who needs to check their magical power. Please follow me. Saying that, she immediately turned to Hadu and mentioned, the Tower Master asked to tell you to meet him private. In the long hallway of the Lamthop headquarters. In Tuangin's office, he held a coffee cup and looked up at the door. You are here. How's the training going? You stand there politely and respond. Everything has been going very well so far. Kangin inquired if there were any or other issues in the team. Hadu quickly replied, not all. Although still a bit shy since just joining, everyone is quickly becoming closer. Hearing that made him feel somewhat reassured. That is good then. If there are no trouble, just keep it up. You place your hand on your chest to show sincerity. Thank you for the matter regarding Benji Island. Kangin casually said, it is not just a little bit. Renting that island is no big deal. Smiling along with the joke, you look at Hadu, straight to the point. Probably guessed why I called you here today, right? Are you suspecting it is about the holy artifact? Kangin immediately nodded. That is right. I want you to prepare to inscribe magical energy onto that holy artifact. Speaking of inscribing magical energy, it is the process of engraving personal magical code obtained from testing the artifact's magical energy, optimize it for the owner's power, and at the same time, the tests that the members are to prepare for this magical you requested. I also want to complete your magical energy test going for concentrated training. Hadu did not hesitate. Sure, after 8 pem work. Then he suddenly became serious and mentioned the magical inscription, which means you can already imagine holy artifact will look like when it is finished. Right, Kangin, still smiling, replied, if it is quick, it will take half a month. If slow, 3 weeks. No matter what happens, we will complete it by the time the Olympi returns to the mysterious castle, just like or in Maya's grand library, where Hadu eagerly explored and contemplated each word. After finishing reading, he looked up and asked, Maya, I have finished this book. Is there a next? Then she quickly summoned magic without making Hadu wait long. Immediately, ancient books fell before him. Hadu reached out to grab one, simultaneously casting a spell. Mia smiled and accepted the next book. How's it going? Are you ready? You asked the opposite. What should we prepare? The expanded round or the Olympiad? She replied, both. Hadu stroked his chin and spoke up. The Olympiad is not an issue. The expanded round is still the same. No progress. Hearing that, Maya wondered, is connecting the expanded round really that difficult? You sighed. Theoretically, I have completely mastered it. Problem is I am lacking in magical energy. She looked at the floating magic jar beside her and guessed. So in the end, we still need the magic potion. Right. Hadu did not say anything further but subtly confirmed. You looked over too. Yeah. Thankfully, the materials seemed to be arriving sooner than expected. I heard the laws have been relaxed. Speaking of this, Hadu felt something was off. Wait a minute. Could the change in the law be due to the T's intervention? Mimi exclaimed. The here really does have good luck. Someone who knows the situation like you can only smile. Right. Probably so. After a while, time flew by and the next night, the lamb that Hadu was out of breath. Suddenly, Kangin came in from behind. You have worked hard. He began to ask Anne. This is the first time you have tested magical energy this way. Right. How does it feel? Young master took a moment to think and then honestly reported. The test itself is easy and fine, but it took too long, so I was a bit anxious. Kangin, on the other hand, very good. But how was really quick? It only takes an hour. Normally, it takes about 8 hours. Just as he finished speaking, Hadu seemed unable to believe his ear. Honiwai took the tablet and spoke up. He said this test was easy, which was quite impressive. I really admire your achievement. Although it is just a simple test on continuous mana move, stabilizing mana accurately within a 0.3% margin of error is definitely not easy. Hadu thought to himself, tests like this for someone who has passed the second assessment are just a piece of cake. A king and Anne leaned against the data board. Since the test results were good, there was no need to worry about the artifact's completeness anymore. That is, it could aim for a masterpiece. Hearing that, he shyly rubbed his head. A masterpiece might be a bit much. Right. He suddenly brought up a valuable item at Lamp, the tier level 4 artifact Hone. After thinking a bit, if we consider a single attribute, can't be as effective as Hone, but Hadu's artifact is made from mana crystal element, so it will be an artifact enhanced with a combination of 4 Thinking of this, coming in immediately. In terms of versatility, it is definitely not inferior to Hone. It seemed like Hadu understood the meaning, and his eyes became more spirited than ever. So my artifact will at least be level 4 S tier. He looked at Hadu's expression and felt surprised. I think this is the first time I have seen Hadu so excited. Hearing this, he immediately reacted strongly. It is compared to the royal ring. After a while, Hadu suddenly remembered, wait, has the creature been named yet? Just as you were about to say something more, the notification bell suddenly rang. Just a moment. Hadu immediately took the phone out of his pocket and saw that it was from Dad. In Hiv announced the materials you needed would arrive, confirming that Sikosi Hine would deliver the materials in sync the end of the training. After reading it, Hadu's face lit up with excitement and enthusiasm. All the materials for the formulation have been gathered. At 8:00 p.m. the next day at Maya's library, she and you were excited about this ship. They gazed thoughtfully at the exquisite material in front of Mimi examined each item in awe. Everything was in good condition and top quality. Perfect sizes. Her face was full of determination as she gave a thumbs up. This can start the formulation right away. Which material should we prepare? Suddenly, after a moment, Maya observed and instructed, prevent mistake. We should prepare extra materials to get familiar with. Hadu mumbled, be careful, be careful. As soon as he finished, he immediately made a mistake. Oh no, did I mess up? Hadu started to trim more carefully. It was still usable, so he put some aside and tried again. Suddenly, many tentacles appeared in the magic potion, startling her. Hurry up and deal with it. It is escaping. You quickly took a knife and dealt with each tentacle, finally succeeding. Then Hadu picked up another material. This material does not handle light well. Xantho peels the skin, dividing one piece into 3 parts in the dark. Next, Hadu starts to get into the groove with this task. Finally, he has completed all the necessary material. So this batch is done. Hadu glances at the unprocessed material. Now only the most important material remains. Maya softly asks, should we take a break? Upon hearing that, he agrees. Alright, the remaining items are the antlers of the 8-horned stag, the heart of the great calamity, and the eyes of the sea monster. Hadu thinks to himself, these are extremely expensive ingredients, and above all, he might never find such high quality stuff again. Absolutely cannot mess this up. And it is time for a light tea break. He enjoys the cup of tea with satisfaction. After a moment, Hadu feels energized energized. Time to get back right. She stands beside him and helps out. Let us do it. He opens the packaging of the ingredient. First, the antlers of the 8-pointed deer. Hadu casts a spell on the knife, channeling as much mana as possible into the carving knife, then slowly peels its skin. Once enough mana is infused in the knife, he carefully holds the deer ant and gently scrapes the surface. The sharp blade glides over the rough surface of the deer ant. Hadu's current state is extremely tense. After he finishes scraping the deer ant, Mai immediately hands over the next ingredient. The heart of the great disaster must be soaked in a mixture of earth fairy water to drain the blood, then maintain the water temperature at 25 degrees. Quickly prepared a basin of water while monitoring the appropriate temperature. A delicate process that required attention for 6 hours. Next, you take the sea monster's eye while listening to her instruct to lightly wrap the sea monster's eye in mana. Maya warned that if not, it would explode when boiled. Hadu seriously followed the instruction, completing all the preparation of the ingredient. He looked at the mixture in the pot and reported, but she did not respond and calmly turned each page of the book. Now the next step is to soak and stir everything continuously an hour. As soon as Maya finished, Hadu quickly put all his strength into stirring. As the hours went by, the sun woke up and light began to seep through every crack in the door, illuminating the entire library. And here, only the sound of his heavy breathing remained. She slowly approached Hadu, then praised him. Well done, Hair. It has finally been completed safe. Each drop of magic was carefully stored in the test tube. The effort of 10 hours by Hadu was the blessing of mana. At this moment, a large ship was moving over the azure sea. X-Chan's face could not hide his excitement. Finally got to Camp Group. Suddenly, his gaze collided with the person next. Hadu silently looked at the surface of the sea. The weather is great, so the preparations for creating the expansion have been completed. Suchen suddenly rushed over, threw his arm around him. Buddy T.O. Anyone would think you are a model posing. Hadu did not understand. After that, I heard him suggest taking a selfie. Suchen took out his phone and opened the camera to get ready to take. He saw the scene where the sky and the sea blended together and exclaimed. The backdrop was just after Suchen took her. He stared at it intently, feeling something was missing. He reluctantly added a doodle. What if you want to take a picture? Hurry up. Suddenly, he realized what that feeling of something missing was. Suchen quickly turned to Adela and called out loudly, "Hey Adela." He smiled bright and suggested they take a picture together. She walked over, curious. Adela was pulled into the frame by Suchen. It would be a crime not to take a picture in a setting like she did not quite understand. I see. On the boat, he was definitely the most energetic one. Really would be a crime. Hey, my 3. And just like that, a photo filled with memories of the 3 of them emerged. Suhan admired his master, thinking group photos look best when everyone is good looking. I will post it in the group chat. He hurriedly ran around the deck, saying to Ha and Adela, I am going to take a picture with the older class. She could clearly see Suchan's mood and smile. He was always full of energy, but today he was especially lively. He casually replied that it felt like being up there. Adela hesitated, but it was not like they were going to train or something. Is that enthusiasm right? Adu sighed. Just let it go. Once he starts training, he won't be this enthusiastic anymore. She guessed he secretly felt excited too. Right. You were stunned for a moment. Why do you think that? Adela chuckled softly. You always look so serious. By the way, I heard that the manhwa on Benji Island got her late. I wonder how much. Adu gazed into the distance. You will see it soon. By the way, have you ever been to this island? Adela, she quickly answered. 5 years ago. If I remember correct, it was the perfect place to train. Hearing Adela mention it made you feel hopeful inside. Beniyang Island. I am really looking forward to it now. And the ship slowly headed toward Bengyang Island. Another long day passed, and it was time for all the trainees to gather at Beniyang Island for training. Suan looked around at the magnificent scenery and felt joyful inside. We have arrived at Bayando. As they stepped off the boat, caught their eyes was a modern Haton resort. Adu spoke up. This was the resting place that Lam Tha prepared meticulous. He and Haiyun were overwhelmed. How wonderful it was. This place is truly amazing. Inside the resort, there was a food conveyor belt. Suan was as cheerful as a child. Look, there are even shrimp. Truly impressive. You think to yourself, I once prepared a seafood meal like this. Just different in size. Over here, she was nibbling on a piece of and said, Hey Adela, try this. It is really good. Xin Yu and Jin Seo seemed to be enjoying the food here as well. After getting the food, everyone immediately went to the dining table. Hadu was holding a tablet in his hand and announced that it was ready for the meal. Everyone will take a 30-minute break and then gather at the Beniyang training field. 30. They all responded in unison. The break time passed. Beniyang training field. He raised his voice. Is everyone ready? Before we officially start the training, there is something we need to do first. Hadu projected an image of Beniyang and explained that Beniyang has a significantly higher magic density compared to other areas. He lowered his voice. Everyone might feel quite uncomfortable absorbing magic through their circle. Then he seriously gave instructions. So everyone should try to circulate their magic once. Just as Hadu finished, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually still. Without hesitation, everyone immediately closed their eyes and slowly felt while circulating the magic in their own circle. Hadu observed with an unruffled gaze, and suddenly he spoke. For seniors Singu and Adela, I have no special advice. Just continue as usual. They responded in turn after hearing that. Got it. Aha. Hadu walked over to Senior Jin said, You need to reduce the magic output of your circle by about 20%. At the same time, you turn to remind the person next. Senior Haiyun, you should increase the magic circles out by 15% compared to the current state. Hadu rolled his eyes at the others and saw the posture was wrong, so he gestured. Such an over here was still in the process of channeling magic, though it was a bit. Seeing that, he stepped forward to touch his back. Hadu gently guided Suan, lowering the output about percent and adjusting the posture to fit his body shape. He looked you, not understanding any. What? Still, Suchen's whole body unconsciously followed his words. It was as if he sensed something and turned around to smile bright. Feels much better now. Amazing. Hadu obviously asked. Right. You flashed a sly smile. Alright, now let us maintain this state for an hour. Suchen looked dumbfounded. Oh my, just kill me instead. However, Hadu insisted on starting anyway. He was annoyed. You evil spirit. Do not smile like that. An hour has already passed since they started channeling magic. You pressed the timer to stop, and immediately everyone collapsed. Haiyun complained. Oh my, who channels magic for an entire hour? Sinu next to him chimed in. It is really too exhausting. The ghost looked at the person in front of him and implied him. And if it was like that, could stand it. Adela unexpectedly grabbed a water bottle and walked over to Jinix. She reached out to give it to him and said, Drink some water. Jinix Go Free was a bit stunned, then quickly accepted it and nodded slightly. Thank Adela. Seeing some move, Hadu immediately looked over. You observe that and silently assessed that Adela looks fine. Indeed, her magical skills are clearly on a different level. Not thinking much more, Hadu quickly returned to his previous state. Everyone has grasped the basics by now, right? Then he asked, Does anyone have any questions? However, what responded to him was a lethargic atmosphere. Hadu's expression turned mysterious. Alright, now we will start the main training session. The training content at Benny Yun is that you should pause for a moment and emphasize the words self-training. Jinx looked at Hadu with confused expression. Self-training, he immediately replied. Exact. Everyone should practice at their own. Furthermore, he also mentioned, I have already shared all the advice I could with everyone during this training camp. Please self-assess and proceed independently. Yun suddenly wondered, so what will you do during that? He softly replied, I also need to train and adjust. After saying that, Hadu thought to himself, first, I need to get used to the magical density at Benny Yun. That way, the efficiency of the progress will increase. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to chat with Hannah. You said this is your first time at Benny Yun, right? She chuckled. Yeah, I thought you were so familiar place that you had been here many times already. Han thought, the magical density here is even greater than I thought. Is this place really that amazing? This moment, Hadu announced, alright, today's group training ends here. He thinks to himself, he should make the most of this environment to activate the expanded magic circle. As the training time ends, Hadu anxiously searches for new sources of magic. It must be around here somewhere. Suddenly, he senses the magic flickering in and out. In an instant, Hadu freezes and follows the trace. Finally arrives at the source of the signal. Found it. In front of Hadu is the legendary source of spiritual power. Put it simply, in areas with high natural magic density like Benny Yun, there are spots where the magic is concentrated even more strongly. These places are also known as nodes. He takes off his backpack, quietly calculates. It is also close to the dormitory, and the magic density here is 5% higher than in other places. Hadu takes a test tube out of his back and starts by using one of the 5-8, which is the elixir, a blessing of magic. He can hide his excitement. Finally, he can test its without thinking too much. Hadu decisively drinks the elixir sip by sip. Alright, let us get started. Just after drink, the aftertaste left in his mouth sends chills down his spine. The taste is really off. Hadu stands up straight. Forget about that unpleasant taste. Let us see if it works. He starts to absorb, and soon magical circles appear around him. Hadu seems to feel his body floating. 3 circles of infinite style appear. However, it does not take long before a sudden pain hits him. It is clear that the mana flowing into my body is many times greater than normal. The huge amount of mana has spoken. He is aware of the magic circles spinning intensely. If I do not precisely control this mana flow, it will go wild. His face is pale as he tries to endure the pain. Just one more minute. Hadu reminds himself that to activate the expansion circle, he needs to increase his current mana by at least 20%. 30 minutes after the pain hit, he still perseveres in controlling the magic circle. It is stabilizing now. If he keeps this up, after a while, suddenly his whole body rises and he starts coughing violently. His gaze hits something on his palm, and he feels horrified. What is this? 11 p.m. at a luxury hotel in the city. Daihan stands in thought, looking at the phone in his hand, and the voice on the other end immediately speaks up. Want to deal with Hadu? After hearing this, he raises a question. Yeah, is that okay? To smile strange for any time. However, he pauses for a moment, then continue. To avoid the eyes of the surveillance team led by Shine, there are conditions. Right. Suddenly Jihan becomes anxious. Court, we need to avoid it at all costs. Tis reminds him that is going to be tough. As I mentioned earlier, acting while they are monitoring is not wise. He casually implies that we are saying this because we do not want our VIP guests to disappear. The space around Tis is full of mice scurrying about. They bare their fangs while squeaking incessantly. The mouse moves leisurely, while Turkis's voice continues to ring out. For now, we should hold still when the target is alone. That will be our moment. Strike. He had just finished speaking when the rats started tearing at each other. Jan seemed to disagree with the opponent's strategy. Then we would miss the opportunity. His expression was getting worse by the minute. Do it right away. We have to act regardless. Tis smiled and asked back, why do we have to act right now? Jan's mood was very complicated at that moment. Kakusi Hyan. He is trying to back Hadu. Person on the other end was immediately startled, meaning he was the right-hand man of the current Grand Sorcerer. He analyzed. Yeah, if Hyan's side is with Hadu, I won't be the only one in trouble. He's thought the same way. Exactly. He is starting to sweet talk. We also hope you will become the new head of the Grand Sorcerer clan. Jihan sat down on the sofa listening to Kiss continue. But as I said, killing Hadu while confronting Shan is nearly impossible. He replied, I know that. Jan's gaze became increasingly inscrutable. But just because it is hard does not mean there is no way. Laughter immediately rang out on the other end. As expected from a VIP, you are quite knowledgeable. Is praised. There is indeed a very good way as you suggest. Then he spoke. It is quite coincidental. Target is currently in Benny Yun, so there is a method that could be effective. Jihan cut straight to the chase and asked, what method? Turkis tapped on the armor, contemplating. The method was for him to calmly devise a plan that would cause a mana eruption disaster in Benny Yun. Turkis continued to envision and fabricate it as an accident. Hearing this, Jan immediately doubted. You mean to create an artificial mana eruption? Is that even possible? Suddenly, Tikis stands up and asserts confidence. Of course it is, given Benny Yun's current situation. That is feasible. Jan here seems to guess that you mean to increase the density of mana. Right. Then he hears the other side. That is exactly it. I should not be telling you this. It is classified information. He smirks cunningly. But since you are a VIP guest, I will make an exception this time. Benjin Hao is sitting next to Venet. Mech thinks to himself, a mana overflow. And is not just a regular mana overflow. You shudder, clutching your chest. Just a moment ago, felt like you were absorbing mana, but now it feels like every pore on your body is a black hole. Hadu becomes strange all over. And of course, you can feel that too. You are absorbing mana. Hadu begins to calmly assess the situation. The rate at which he is losing magic power is fast. Cry out in pain while dotting. It should not be able to release that much mana. Right. Hadu tightens his grip on his chest and reminds himself to stay calm and focus. His face is getting paler. Pain is making him close to losing consciousness. Suddenly, Hadu remembers what Maya once said. The successor. If the elixir causes your mana to go out of control, you must not lose consciousness. Just endure it. If not, she will bring the elixir in front of you and slowly say, you will die. Back to reality. Current condition is really bad. Hadu gritted his teeth and thought, endure until morning. Endure to the end. Time had passed quick. He was now lying flat next to Mech Lim LC. Hadu slowly opened his eye, unable to lift even the mana in his body. He could not even feel it. He used all his strength to turn over. I went too far to this extent. Hadu sat up thinking, lucky I'm not dead. Must be thanks to my daily mana circulation training and Mia's advice. He blankly stared at the mana flow. But why did a mana surge suddenly happen? And now I can feel any mana from the mana vein at all. Hadu fell into deep thought. I have never heard of mana veins losing power before. Surprisingly, before he could think any further, a source of magic suddenly appeared. This came just 2 long days later. Right now on Benny Yun Island in the special training facility. Suchin had been in a defensive stance for a while before hesitantly asking to please go easy on. Hadu was trying to get started. Yeah, I will do my best, he rebutted, looking at it, yet still saying he he would try. Adela was now tasked with being the referee for the match. In other words, he has unleashed his magic to attack Soan's first level simu, mind, and will. He is putting all his strength into resist. You idiot. Control your power. Control your power. Adu is maximizing his magic function while ensuring that even the simu is stable from the start. The emitted mana generally increases, and it also consumes less mental stamina. What about the resonance ring? Saying that, he immediately puts on the resonance ring. If the mental strain decreases, biggest drawback of limiting usage has improved, and both efficiency and power are gradually increasing by half a level. Adu raises his hand in front, blowing gently. Since I have not used the resonance, can't be sure, but Swan over there angrily shouts, "You are trying to kill me." He disregards those words and continues casting magic. Surely his stamina and power are increasing too. Alright, continue to level 3. Interruption. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoes from the training facility. He is knocked down, helpless on the floor. I really hate this. It was Adela's first time witnessing this kind of magic, and she could not help but be amazed. Incredible. Adu twirled his wrist while muttering to himself, "Delicious." You stared intently at the ring on your hand. This is actually pretty useful. Right. Expanding ring. In an instant, the sky over Bengi Island also pitch black. A series of rooms inside the lounge were still lit. In Ha's private room, the space was enveloped in quiet and warmth. Just as you stepped out of the bathroom, then Hadu plopped down on the bed, his gaze still fixed on his hand, clenched his palm tight. The chaotic spell had been controlled and stabilized. The overall pressure E and the range of influence of the magic was also expanded. Hadu quickly relaxed. If only he had not used the destruction spell in this training session. He could now apply magic to combat more steadily. You began to close your eye, preparing to cast a spell. Hadu casually opened his bright eye, then widened them in surprise. As the divine eye developed alongside the magic circle, it evolved powerfully. Hadu stood up and walked toward the hallway, feeling his strengthening, which also extended the duration of his magic. I can clearly perceive the color, formula, and even the essence of the magic. Your eyes were glued to the scenery around you. There were still many things that felt off. Hadu put on his shirt and murmured that the magical energy at Bitch Nai was getting denser. Thought carefully. No matter how you looked at it, the rate of magical energy development here was too fast. Things keep going like this, it might affect the training process. We might have to spend all our time just adjusting and adapting to this place. Suddenly, Hadu turned and remembered something. He took out his phone to look for information. It seems there is a magical research center on Bitch Nai Island. Hadu looked for a moment longer. Tomorrow, he would spend time investigating this. The Central Magical Research Center of Bitch Nai. Eerie sounds echoed from deep. Now, following along the floating bridge, to get closer to where the sounds were coming from. Time was running out. He's placed his hand on the research center, and with a slight twist of the magic board, he stood before a giant magic intake tube and swung his hand. Boom. The evil face of Turkus completely bare, all because of the Black Tower. The next day, Hadu's voice echoed from afar. Let us stop here for today. He saw them so exhausted and encouraged them. You all did very well. Put on his jacket and turned to report. I have something to take care of. Adela did not understand what was going on. What is wrong? Even U was curious. Hadu, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suchen vaguely revealed. He seemed to say something about the magical research center. Thought, is he going to the magical research center? Jin saw, standing opposite, also sensed something unusual. The mana density on the island is developing too. It is really strange. Then he reassured, but still, it might not be serious. Do not worry. The research center of Bithai. It serves as an observation station for the current developed mana and is also a research facility for the source of mana flowing on the island. Hadu looked up at the research building, the only place where he could ask about the unusual mana fluctuations at Bitch Nai right now, and in a moment, he had arrived at the research center. Upon entering, Hadu was immediately greeted by Jessie. Hello. He awkwardly apologized for being late. She gently replied, it is, we are the lucky ones to have you here at this hour. Then Jessie sighed and seriously said, due to the emergency situation, called you urgent. Hadu suddenly asked, this is related to the unusual mana phenomena, right? Have you found out the cause yet? She immediately reported the situation, stating that there had been no significant. Jessie paused for a moment and then added, for now, the leading hypothesis is that the intensity of the mana has increased. She held a stack of documents in her hand and signaled, the director will explain the details directly. Please wait here for a moment. He stepped over to sit in the guest waiting area when suddenly a strong ominous presence appeared. The long legs of Turkus gradually came into view. He approached the waiting room where Ha was waiting, apologizing for making him wait. The sound that just rang out sent chills down his spine. Turkus smiled amicably. Ha, sorry I am late. Hadu stands up and stares at Turkus. Starts acting. Is there something on my? You are surprised. Oh no. It is just that you look much younger than I thought. He is polite. Ha, thank. Do you want some tea? And of course, that is your little lie. The lab director Bichnai is very young, which you already know. Hadu does not take his eyes off this unsettling feeling. This person claims to be the lab director. Then at least the magic must reach the level of the 7th circle. You are speculating cautiously. The 7th circle is the rank of a grand mage. Hadu looked at Turkus's back and had many questions. There are fewer than 10 people in the whole country, and one like that is the direct right. Suddenly, he turned around, cutting off your train of thought. Can you drink coffee? Hadu replied. Thank. A series of questions began to surface in his mind. Is he hiding his strength, or is he a fake director here? You took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. No matter what, you will find out the truth. Immediately, Hadu cast the Eye of Magic, and the dark aura he felt earlier began to reveal itself. Based on the eye technique, Hadu saw the dark aura currently surrounding T. Suddenly witnessing this sight startled him a bit. Hadu was lost in his own thought. Just as he was about to finish thinking, he suddenly heard Ha call him. Tisai, I heard you are undergoing training at Butch Nahai. Right, you have been working hard, and now this happened. He forced a smile. This island is a great place to train magic, but just the training itself is already very stressful. He looked at the data on the tablet, and advised that the mana density these past few days has been truly a rare variable. Since everything is unpredictable, you should pause heavy exercise. This moment, Hadu could no longer hear any. The 6 circles attribute less illusion spell, created Murim, is a magic that disguises identity with a special mist, transforming the user into someone else. You opened your eyes wide to see through the heart. This lab head is a fake, and this suspicious dark magic. Hadu remembers it clearly. It is just like the magic surrounding Professor Smith. He is sure that this person is a wizard from the Black Tower. Hadu feels an intense tension inside. He realizes too late that this means this is the lair of the venomous snake. Hadu takes a deep breath, regaining his composure as he looks at Turkus calmly drinking tea in front of him. I need to calm down. When he thinks of his friend, he hesitates a bit. They find out he knows something. It won't just be him in danger, but his friends will also be implicated. Tis squints his dangerous eye, quietly observing Ha. He slowly sets down his teacup and leisurely says, do you want to discuss the level of fluctuating magic in Niagara recent? Ha nods, his movements cautious. Yeah, that is right. I need to continue training here, but but recently, the density of magic fluctuating. Adjusting magic while training is very difficult. Tis picks up the notebook and smiles at. So that is how it is. You must have faced many challenges. As for the current level of magic in Bai Queenie, formal discussion begins. The two dive deep into the simulation model and thoroughly analyze the detail. Then comes the lengthy Kanda process. Time passes, and the conversation continues until the night sky begins to twinkle with stars. The atmosphere outside the lab becomes quieter. After a while of exchanging words, I walked to the door and said goodbye. Well, I am off. Sorry for disturbing you at this hour. Tikis gently waved his hand as if there was nothing to worry about. It is nothing. I am really glad to talk to you. He slowly turned to leave. Turkis and Jesse smiled as they watched Ha's figure fade away, but as soon as he was out of sight, that smile vanished, placed by a cold, sinister expression. Jesse waved her hand to create a shawl. Thank you for taking the time for me. Do we need to send someone to monitor that target? Tis replied while putting on his coat. No need. He is already being watched by my shadow. If we intervene further, it will just be unnecessary and leave traces behind. His face had returned to its usual sinister look. After all, he would not live much longer anyway. Jesse lightly pulled her hood and nodded. I understand. She placed her hand on her chest and bowed respect. Everything will follow what you say. Tiki smirked slightly. Surrounding him at that moment was a dark, ominous aura. Shall we head down to the base and continue with our mission? Jesse slowly walked behind him. But hey, she could not help but voice her curiosity. Why did you come directly to this lab? Do you think the target monitoring us has discovered our plot? Tikis opened the door and casually walked. That is nothing to worry about. Even if he knows, it is already too late. Looking at the massive machine operating power could not help but go into a frenzy. The magic core has reached its maximum threshold, and by eve, this entire island will explode, and they will all disappear. The magic core continues to absorb energy. Dark beams swirling into the center. Tikis' face shows stubbornness. No matter what strength they use, they cannot resist the grandeur of nature. The world will soon sink into dark. He smirked eerily. Everything is currently going according to the Black Tower's plan. At the same time, hurried footsteps echoed outside on the main road. Hadu was running while his head throbbed with thought. Damn, what the hell is going on? Why are the Black Tower's people appearing at the Magic Research Center? He suspiciously glanced behind him. Am I not being followed right now? The image of Tikis slowly appeared in Ha's mind, and that direct. If he has the 7th magic circle, it means he is a high-ranking leader of the Black Tower. How could someone with such power be on this remote island? A sudden feeling of unease washed over. Could it be that he is here to get rid of me on Jan's order? Hadu tried to speed up his thought, which were a continuous stream of reasoning. They must know that we are being watched. Are they really foolish enough to risk revealing their identities here? His face clearly showed tension. Their true targets are not me or anything related to this event. Hadu recalled the pristine image of the island. The bursts of magical power were continuously increasing on Bondu Island. Then he remembered the laboratory and Turkis's image. The fact that the laboratory director is also a leader of the Black Tower indicates that they are scheming something and dangerous on this island. Then he thought of the summons he had received. Just then, Jan's orders arrived, and our training location coincidentally happened to be right here. A sharp deduction flashed in Hadu's mind. If the Black Tower had caused the surge of magical power and the frenzy of the spirit veins on this island, then this is the perfect opportunity to kill me without leaving any traces. The more he thought, faster he tried to run, but he still did not have clear evidence of that. Finally, Hadu found the point of the problem. The most important key is definitely still in the laboratory on the island. After some consideration, he decided to take out his phone to seek help. First, I need to ask Uncle Shockhayan to investigate that lab direct. No matter what, I have to get everyone off this island safe. Just then, the next morning, Hadu exclaimed in disbelief. We can't depart the ship from the island. A guard softly. I already told you. The weather is too bad today. No ships can operate right now. Hadu could not help but continue to hold on to hope. What about the ship powered by magic? Only regular ships are affected by the weather. The old man gently shook his head. The magic ship can't operate either. The magic density has fluctuated too much lately. It is unstable. Just trying to start it causes the engine to overload and explode. Can't use the magic ship. Person next to him added. And there are no engineers here to maintain the magic ship. So we are out of Hadu gritted his teeth in anger. The Black Tower. Have they really prepared for this situation? Su Chen asked quietly. What? The ship can't depart from the island. Hadu nodded. That is right. I think we need to request a magic ship from the Incheon port. Sinna's face briefly showed disappointment. In such harsh weather, helicopters are useless too. Jin accepted. Should we just go back to the training area and wait there? Hadu thought for a moment and suggested, let us head back to the dormitory for now. He still felt uneasy inside, not daring to say anything to everyone, fear they would panic. So they all went back together. Things here are really happening in a strange way. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Hadu opened it up and saw that it was a message from Sikosi Hyan. Content was that they could not find any trace of the laboratory director anywhere on the island. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A leader of the Black Tower disappeared without it. Why at this time? Inside, Hadu felt a huge question mark rising. What are they plotting? Just then, it suddenly started pouring rain. Kyo stood in front of Exos Hyan, his voice urgent. What is the situation? He gently waved his hand to set up protective barrier. First, let me set up a barrier to block the rain. Hadu immediately got to the point. What is the situation now? Kyan replied. After receiving your message, I infiltrated and checked the laboratory right away. He recalled the moment he and his team went there to investigate. The laboratory was empty. All important data in there had been wiped clean. We searched the entire island since last night, but could not find that guy anywhere. After hearing this, he frowned and thought, strange. Had he achieved his goal here, or left due to an urgent matter? Either way, he vanished from this island way too. Saxi Hyan continued to report. There is clearly something unusual about that laboratory. Hadu looked at him serious. You think so too? Right. You are starting to get lost in thought. This strange rain might also be caused by the surge of magical energy. Right now, I still can't conclude that the Black Tower has retreated because it has completed its objectives on this island. After thinking for a moment, your eyes show determination. I have to investigate the laboratory myself again. Hyan immediately reacted. But we have already checked there. Then he suddenly hesitated when he remembered in Haya, feeling a sense of admiration. You always want to handle everything yourself. You really are a lot like father. Hyan bows his head to accept the order. Understood, young man. We will go with. Hadu smiles happily. Thank uncle. Suddenly, you scream in pain. Damn it. Hyan looks worried. Young master. It is still pouring rain, and Hadu is still writhing in pain. What kind of sound is that? Seeing you in distress, Hyan rushes over. Young master. The strange sound keeps ringing in Ha's ear. This is the sound of a completely different energy fluctuation from the clear fluctuation coming from from your endless reincarnation formation. Those sounds seem to be trying to tear and torture you, as if the energies are clashing with each other, rolling against one another. The sound is coming extremely strong from the laboratory. Kars Hyen tapped lightly on Hasdu's back. Young master, are you okay? Hadu rubbed his head and replied, but is not it more concerning that you did not hear that noise just now? He looked outside with suspicion. Sound. I only hear the sound of the rain and wind. You can still feel the struggle of the spiritual forces inside. Raising a question. Am I the only one hearing the moans of this spiritual force? Why do they have to scream? Are they trying to warn me about something? Unable to wait any longer, Hadu suddenly activated his power. Divine being. Hadu's gaze was directly focused on the research facility, which was surrounded by magic across the way, and he was clearly astonished. What is this? Hadu began to make some guesses. Is this the formation surrounding the laboratory? Inside it is filled with unstable spiritual energy. Just a light touch could cause an explosion. He recalled what he had observed. The spiritual energy was dense in the air. Seeing the chaotic movement of the energy, Hadu could not help feel anxious. It was a terrifying amount capable of destroying the lab protective barrier and the energy's point. It was then that Hadu realized something was off. There was no mistaking it. This is a disaster of energy, and it is a warning sign of an energy explosion. He was furious with himself. Damn it, why did not I realize it sooner? Without hesitation, he rushed into the rain. Uncle, I am heading to the lab now. Hein's car immediately followed. We will go with. A moment later, the group had gathered in front of the lab building. Looking at the scene before him, San frowned in suspicion. What the hell is going on? The subordinate reported. There is an extremely solid defensive formation surrounding the lab. Nothing like this has ever existed before. They cautiously observed the formation in front of it. It was a high-level defensive spell made up of 720 magical formula. Even if just one or two were neutralized, the others would immediately restore. After calculating for a moment, Sophian turned to Hadu and said, Young master, it will take at least 10 hours to break. This was completely unusual for a lab. He looked at Hadu with deep eye. Young master, do you really suspect there is something inside? Hadu immediately replied, I am not sure yet, but I can see certainty in your eyes right now. I suspect there are explosives inside, enough to level the whole island. Hearing that, everyone was stunned, their eyes showing clear confusion. Hadu gently raised his hand to gather strength. After a moment when the power was sufficient, he began to act. First, I will destroy this formation. Lightning crack, powerful energy formation, creating thunderous explosions. The subordinate looked inside with worry. There were still 719 types of formations remaining. The magic circle began to change. The spiritual energy inside was expanding rapidly and about to overflow. Hadu turned and commanded, please step back. He suddenly remembered Elena's teaching and began to exert strength. Every formation has a weak. That is right. Just breaking one formula will cause the concentrated energy to exceed the formation's self-reliability, and it will collapse like a domino effect. Elena's guidance had deeply ingrained in Hasdu's mind, helping him find the loop and break the formation. The next attack was stronger and more violent than before. That was the dismantling of the formation. Everyone was surprised by the result. What? No way. Formation stood firm in front of everyone's astonished gaze. It is. Dahain stammered in disbelief. Young master, I heard you have recently reached circle, and a subordinate even nodded to acknowledge your power. I am also a fifth circle mage. Young master hesitated to speak his spell, silently admired, completely on a different level. But Hadu did not pay attention to those thoughts. Let us go inside. After a while, it was still drizzling outside, and the group moved inside. Just as expected, the lab seemed abandoned, and he led the group this way. He could see the wall speckled with spiritual energy. Hadu frowned slightly. The energy was thick and compressed. There was something strange about this wall, so he immediately used his power to check, and before Hadu's eye, a passageway suddenly appeared. Looking at the endless staircase before him, he silently speculated it was the entrance to a secret chamber. The Hein car moved forward. Responsibility. You guys go in first. Young master, please follow behind. Hadu nodded slightly. Okay. They slowly entered the cold, eerie underground chamber. When they reached the bottom, Scuff Hein was momentarily stunned. The young master is here. He then confirmed. That is right. They focused intently on the huge machine before them. The source of the disaster of spiritual energy on Bayan Island was an uncontrollable mass of spiritual energy. What concerned them most was the spirit stone, placed at the center of the machine. The spirit stone, a source of high-density spiritual energy, typically forms in areas with extremely concentrated spiritual energy. When talking about its origin, spirit stones usually lie deep underground and release spiritual energy through ley lines. The exits of spiritual energy. This is called the spiritual energy vein. They emerge on the surface of the ground. Spiritual energies emerge in various places, and regions with many spiritual energy veins converge will have an outstanding density of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Hadu felt a doubt arise in his heart. What were they really planning to do? The Hein vehicle began to analyze. Unbelievable. They dug it up and studied the spirit stone. An angry subordinate chimed in. These guys are really crazy. Clearly they are illegally holding a spirit stone. Upon hearing that, he only slightly frowned, his gaze still fixed on the machine. Hadu immediately thought of Kit. No doubt about it. It had to be the underlings of the Black Tower, but the identity of the direct remained a mystery. He looked at the huge machine in front of him and started to think about taking action. First, he had to deal with the current situation. The Hein vehicle slowly spoke. Young master, there was a country that experimented on spirit stones before, and the result was an explosion that wiped out half of their territory. But looking at the massive machinery before him, his voice lowered. Even if we warn the evacuation of the entire island right now, with such a violent reaction, who knows how much time is left? Hadu calmly stood before it and said, let me take a look. He began to activate the divine perception. Quick, Hadu was drawn into a mass of strange characters and formation. The information overwhelmed. The amount of data was staggering. Even with his divine perception, he could not process it all. But there was one thing he was very certain of. That was the remaining time for everyone. Inside, Hadu rang an alarm bell. Only 1 hour left. Bichna Island would explode in 1 hour. After the inspection process ended, Hadu's body suddenly became weak, causing everyone to worry and surround him. Young master, you pushed everyone away. The voice rang out decisive. What is more important is that it seems the spirit stone will explode within the next 60 minutes. Everyone was stunned, their eyes showing clear horror. Only 1 hour left. Hein shook his head and reassured. Now is not the time to be afraid. Hadu nodded in agreement. Right, time is too tight. He looked at the machine and said, then the only solution is for you to understand the context. Exactly. Hadu's eyes showed determination. We have to stabilize the spiritual stone. However, as he observed the stone, he began to feel anxious. But how can we control a spiritual stone? There has never been a precedent worldwide to stop the riot of spiritual stone. Hadu closed his eyes and began to focus. First, let us analyze the spiritual stone. The knowledge he had learned rushed back to his mind. Based on what he read in Mim Maya's knowledge book, it was noted that accurately locating the spiritual stone was nearly impossible. The reason is that they lie deep beneath beneath the mantle layer, in the Earth's core. However, difficulties arise even when close to the surface. The range of magical energy is still extremely vast, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location. Once excavated, the spiritual stone will lose energy. Due to the changed geological structure surrounding it, it no longer operates like it originally did, but in that machine, the spiritual stone is still functioning completely normally. Hadu gritted his teeth in anger. What have those Black Tower scum done with this? He emphasized each word. It is so cursed. He helplessly looked up at the machine. We have too little information. While Hadu was lost in thought, a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. Hadu was surprised and turned back. Uncle Seik-Hyen. He smiled at you. You do not have to take all the responsibility on yourself, young master. Hadu was silent when he heard X-Hyen continue. We are all accompanying the young master. Hadu gently comforted himself. I must sincerely thank, but the determination in his eyes did not fade. Nevertheless, how immediately or right now, our data is too lack. Let us gather all the information related to the spirit stone. Taeseon quickly turned to leave. I will report back to the master. Politely replied. The shift is over. At that moment, it seemed that all the hatred in Hadu's heart had vanished, because in his heart he thought, this moment, he did not even have time to blame his father or the master of the Blue Tower anymore. With only 1 hour left, he had to find a way to prevent this magical disaster. At the headquarters of the Great Mage clan, In-Hik stood by the window, contemplating while on the phone. I understand. Just 1 more hour before the spirit stone explodes. He silently pressed the disconnect. There was no time to wait. Inkai's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. But if my son is about to face the Grim Reaper, he can't just sit and wait. Put on his coat and left, not forgetting to remind his bodyguard. Mobilize all available magical ships to launch immediately. In Hinoki's voice was icy cold as he ordered all mages from the 7th circle and above. At the same time, Hadu was still continuing to gather information. Suddenly, useful information appeared. A subordinate ran in. Breath, young master. I have found the research journal. He replied. Great, let me see it. The screen below immediately displayed the necessary data. What shocked him were the countdown numbers. Hadu's voice rang out, full of frustration. Damn it. The data was overwhelming, and it was counting down every second. Layers of data here, but time continued to pass, causing a thought to flash in his mind. Is this a self-destruct system for data after access? No matter who finds this information, they will sink into despair and seek. Hadu immediately turned around and asked, is there a back? The subordinate reported, everything is in. We need more time to do. While he was lost in thought, the subordinate suddenly spoke up. Young master who responded with an annoyed tone. I will analyze all the data right here. This moment could not help but associate it with dark. I did not expect to find direct traces of the Black Tower. The connection between the Black Tower and Shinji-Han is still just a hypothesis. Dark thoughts constantly surrounded Ha. Am I gonna die here, in this place? Jan's contemptuous smile seemed to be deeply ingrained in his mind. Will everyone die because of me? Don't be ridiculous. Shinji-Han. I will survive and drag him down to hell myself. Hadu began to murmur. Through the spiritual core, he impatiently shouted. That is right, it is. But then Hadu started to sink into thought again. But how do I disperse the energy? We do not have enough manpower. Do we? You made a decision. There is no other choice. Hadu immediately turned and ordered. Hurry up. Call the entire team here now. It is still raining outside. My backpack is still at the dorm. A moment later, Hadu's friends arrived. It is the spirit stone and it will explode in about 40 minutes. Right. You slowly spoke up. I saw it with my own eye. If we want to survive, we have to control this. Sinu frowned slightly. So this is the cause of the unusual weather phenomenon late. Ha-young could not hide her surprise eye. Damn it. We do not act. We will be in danger in 40 minutes. Jinix Gofi glanced suspiciously. What do you mean by not act? You have a plan, right? Hadu took the item from his subordinate and said, yes, sir. Of course I do. He looked at everyone with a determined gaze. I have gathered everyone here to deal with the wrath of the spirit stone. Then Hadu opened the box. Inside were 4 small vials. This is what is translated as the blessing of magical power, only effective for sorcerers below the surface. He took it out and continued to analyze. It significantly increases the rate of magical power absorbed. Su-chan felt a bit curious. What are you bringing this for? Is it? Hadu calmly replied. I made it myself and have tested it. It is not poison. Both Su and Su-chan were surprised. You drank it yourself. Did you really create things like this? What about it? Hadu held 4 bottles of medicine in his hand. Continued. There are still 4 more. Thanks to them, we can release energy from the spiritual crystal through the magic vein. Hadu's eyes sparkled with a glint. This is the specific plan. You start analyzing the detail. The spiritual crystal at Bachanai is currently out of control, and the magic veins releasing energy are extremely unstable. When using the blessing potion, the body will have some changing reaction on those unstable veins. When the medicine is absorbed and receives magical energy, Hadu's friends will go outside to take action. A massive amount of energy from the spiritual crystal will be released through the unstable magical vein, causing these pathways to fall into chaos as well. They will slowly survey the surrounding area. At that time, the chaotic magical vein will cause an energy overflow phenomenon. Mana energy will be released into the air, and the spiritual crystal will gradually stabilize. Suddenly, Hadu stopped, his voice dropping soft. But there is a problem. As I have outlined, someone must use the potion to form the energy transmission on the unstable magic vein. Your friends have split into groups, carry out the task, and a terrifying amount of energy will suddenly flood into their body beyond any previous experience. In the worst case scenario, the person taking the potion will lose control. Hadu's warning still echoed in Hannah's ear, making her feel extremely anxious. Adela, without hesitation, Adela drank the whole bottle of that potion. Every word from Hadu seemed to urge her to act. They could trade their lives. Adela does not hesitate to take action. Our time is up. We need to start right away. Right now. Hadu is staying behind to keep an eye on the machine, but inside, he is worried he will be stuck in this position until the very end. Since he has to control the spiritual stone, can't he go to the magic source site? At this moment, I will assign the person to use the medicine. And moving to the magic source, Adela has begun to take action. Singu holds the vial of medicine in his hand, but his expression still shows some hesitation. Mainseo has already consumed that vial, and Senior John Hun grips the vial tight, his eyes reflecting determination. In everyone's eye, there is a clear burning determination. Hadu takes a deep breath to announce, I am channeling energy into everyone. The rain on the island shows no signs of stopping. Hein's group has arrived and started to report. We have reached magic source number 4. Hadu's gaze shows clear worry. Senior Jin Hun, please be ready. Haiyun does not say anything, just slightly lowers her eyes to look at the vial in her hand. After thinking for a moment, she decides to speak up. Hadu, I want to quickly ask you a question. Key to solving the problem is the ability to control the power, not the level of the magic, sir. Right. Controlling magic power is the most important. Right. Hadu on the other side of the screen nods without hesitation. That is right. Absolutely correct. Hearing that, Haiyun changes her mind. If so, it is better to let Su-chan take over for me. Su-chan is slightly taken aback. In her eye, there was no wavering. Hadu, you understand too. Suchan controls magic power far better than I do. In Hadu's heart, there was a hint of doubt, and Haiyun's voice still echoed. In such a serious situation, if you have even a slight edge over others, you should step up to take on this important task. Su-chan shivered slightly. Senior, please urging me. I have tried harder than anyone else. Now Di Suan. He slowly took the vial of medicine. Suchan looked at it for a moment, said nothing. After a while, Suhan decided to gather all his courage except the task. Alright, I will do it. I can handle the pressure. Su Trang turned to look at Hao. Are you sure about this decision of yours? Hadu. You did not answer but sighed soft. But then Hadu smiled again, his eyes filled with trust. I trust you, Tis-chan. This moment, it was still raining. Takis gently picked, observing while smiling with delight. Let us get started. Tis stepped comfortably in front of the pool. Today will be a very special day. His gaze stopped at the dark horizon. The tone carried a sense of glee. It was time to enjoy the luxurious presidential suite. Suddenly, his phone rang. Tis happily answered the call. Hello, esteemed guest. The angry voice of Jan immediately echoed back. My dad discovered that the spiritual stone is having issues. He snapped angrily. So what should we do now? Tis replied mockingly without a hint of fear. Well, I won't do anything in this situation. The angry voice on the other side sounded like thunder. What? Jen could not hold back anymore, and yelled crazily. What did you say? Do you know how much I have invested in you? On Kiss's face was a calm expression as before. My words seemed a bit harsh. Am I not doing any? He looked up at the sky and smiled grimly. It is just that I do not need to do anything right now. At this moment, the whirlpools had formed and surrounded the island. The Bayan Island is now completely isolated. Kiss leisurely lay down on the sun lounger. Even if the chief with the 8th magic circle intervened, by the time he arrived, the island will just be a pile of ashes. Watching the whirlpool in front of him amused him even more. Whether we act or not, Hadu will die there anyway. So let us just enjoy this show. Dear client. Dihan still frowned in suspicion. What? You only got lucky when the storm made everything favorable for your plans. Aren't you being a bit too complacent right now? Tis glanced at the screen with a sharp look. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. His voice humming increasingly frantic. Do you really think everything happening right now is just a coincidence? That a storm would hit at such a crucial moment? This made Jahan astonished once again. What? Tis slowly analyzed. Just before the Mind Stone exploded, the magical currents collapsed, and all the spells vanished. The storm swept in, and all moving port blocked. He gently controlled the whirlwinds with his hand. The storm will absorb the magical power from the spiritual stone. Even flying spells or teleportation items can be used in this situation. Tis's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you still think it is all just a coincidence? Jan suddenly realized. So what you mean is everything been planned out in advance? Tikis continued calmly. The explosion will happen at Bitch Naidu within an hour, meaning the assassination plan will lead it. But Jian seemed to doubt that. But what if he survives? A strange smile appeared on Kiss's face. If a miracle helps him survive, then I will personally finish him off. Then he waved his hand light. So do not complain uselessly anymore. Prepare a feast for me. If there is nothing else, I am hanging up. Dian seemed to want to say something else. Wait a minute. Tis did not hesitate to end the call, his smile growing more and more twisted and grotesque. Tis sat there calmly watching everything. Suddenly his eyes widened. In astonishment, a dozen lights appeared through the layers of clouds above the island. Tis jumped up in shock. Light. He stared at the island, trembling. No way. Tis ground his teeth, his voice filled with rage. Damn it. His eyes were bloodshot, showing clear fury. You really are too brilliant. Meanwhile, Adela was still focused on the operation. First magical flow had started to channel energy. Adela poured all her strength into the coordination process, sweat rolling down her forehead. Singu was also concentrating fully. The second magic power circuit has also started channeling magic power. Jink has not let his guard down for a moment. Third magic power circuit here has also begun channeling magic power. Suin quickly drank all the medicine he had. The fourth magic power circuit has to the state of channeling magic power, and then he entered the most focused state. Hadu silently watched everyone working hard. Everyone, I am placing all my hopes in you. The spiritual stone is still moving continuously, and everyone is performing the task of channeling magic power. The swirling magic power in the spiritual stone has started to dissolve, and the flow of magic power is becoming more balanced. Prof. Hyan entered to report, and the connection with each circuit is gradually stabilizing. Another subordinate chimed in, using the connection to power that was not by the weather. The images of his teammate clearly visible before his eyes. We will display the images via hologram. Suddenly, a notification appeared, causing Ha to feel anxious. Magic power exploded at circuit number 1. Adela, exhausted, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He immediately ordered, hurry, get Adela out of that magic power circuit. Those assisting quickly helped Adela leave. The focus of this plan is to cause a surge of magic power. There is no need to continue channeling magic power in circuits that have exploded. The notification was relayed again. Miss Adela is safe and receiving first aid. Next is the report from the location of Xinyu, where mana has exploded at circuit number 2. Kang Xinggu is also receiving timely first aid. Adu silently observes the machine. The energy of the spirit stone is visibly decreasing. The next explosion is at circuit number 3. The support team immediately surrounds him. Hang in there. Main shot. Adu anxiously looks at the control panel. Now only circuit number 4 remains. What is the status of circuit number 4? At this moment, the atmosphere at circuit number 4 has become tension-filled to the point of suffocation. Haiyun softly calls out, Su-chan. He does not respond, only quietly groaning in pain. Looking at Sohan's condition, Adu's mood is at an extreme tension. The mana flow process of Su-chan is not functioning normally. This condition, before the magic in circuit 4 can explode, Su-chan will die first. Yeah,